Well, hello there, you glitter-eyed night wanderer who absolutely did not mean to stay up this late. I'm glad you shuffled over. Let's snuggle up, and let me tell you a story here tonight, where we settle into what it was like to be a gold panner in the Sierra Nevada, a life shaped by cold water, long days, and the stubborn hope that tomorrow's pan might feel heavier. If these calm stories help you drift off, feel free to drop a follow, leave a like, and tell me where you're listening in from and what time it is for you. Now ease closer to the warmth, let your head sink into the pillow, slow your breathing, and turn on a fan for some hum. The California Gold Rush brought hundreds of thousands of dreamers to the Sierra Nevada between 1848 and the mid-1850s. But the real story wasn't in the headlines about overnight millionaires. It was in the quiet creek beds where solitary panners spent their days knee-deep in cold water, searching for flakes of yellow metal smaller than their fingernails. This is what those slow, patient days actually felt like. You wake before the sun touches the eastern ridge, which means you wake in darkness so complete you can barely see your hand. Your canvas tent fills with the scent of damp wool and wood smoke, permeating every fibre of your bedroll. Outside, the American river mutters to itself the way it does every morning, a constant whisper that becomes the backdrop to everything you do here. You've been listening to that sound for 3 months now, and you've stopped wondering when you'll get used to it because you already have. Your back aches from sleeping on ground that never quite softens, no matter how carefully you arrange the pine needles underneath your blanket. You're 37 years old, which felt young when you left Ohio, but feels considerably less young now that you've been hauling buckets of gravel uphill for 93 days straight. Not that you're counting. The August morning is cold enough that you can see your breath, which seems impossible given how hot it'll be by noon. This is something nobody mentioned back east, that the mountains could freeze you at dawn and bake you by lunch. You pull on your boots without unlacing them fully because you learned that trick from a Danish fellow 2 camps over, and it saves you about 30 seconds every morning. Those seconds add up. Your shirt is still damp from yesterday's sweat, which is unpleasant, but not surprising. Nothing dries completely here. The air is too thin, the night's too cold, and you work too hard to avoid sweating straight through everything you own. You've got 2 shirts total, and they take turns being the less disgusting one. Outside the tent, the camp is beginning its morning ritual without anyone saying much of anything. Miners aren't talkative before breakfast. The fellow whose name you've never learned but who camps about 50 feet downstream is already crouched by his fire ring, feeding small sticks into reluctant flames. His dog, a barrel-shaped mutt that's missing half an ear, watches the fire like it might escape. You've noticed that the dog is significantly better fed than its owner, which says something about the man's priorities that you find oddly reassuring. You build your own fire in the ring of stones you assembled during your first week here, back when you still had energy for unnecessary projects like making things look neat. Now the stones are black with soot, and arranged in a circle that's more suggestion than geometry. Your kindling is dry because you learned to keep it in your tent, wrapped in an old flour sack. The matches you bought in Sacramento, a full box of them, which seemed wildly expensive at the time, are down to 7. You've become religious about extinguishing candles and using coals from the fire to light your pipe, rather than striking a fresh match. The coffee you make is terrible. This isn't self-deprecation. It's objectively bad coffee made from grounds you've already used twice. But it's hot and has caffeine, and that's all you need. You drink it from a tin cup that burns your lip every single morning without fail, because you never remember to wait the extra minute for it to cool. Some lessons refuse to be learned. Breakfast is hardtack and bacon. Always hardtack and bacon. You've developed a technique where you fry the bacon first, then use the grease to soften the hardtack, which makes it marginally less likely to break your teeth. The bacon is so salty that you can feel your heart beat in your temples after eating it, but salt is the only reason it hasn't gone rancid. You should pound the hardtack with a rock before soaking it in the grease. Otherwise, it feels like chewing through roof shingles. A Stella's jay lands on a branch above your head and screams at you with what sounds like personal outrage. The jays here are a vibrant shade of blue and exhibit remarkable fearlessness. which commands your respect even when their behaviour is somewhat bothersome. This particular jay wants your bacon. You don't give it any, but not because you're stingy. You genuinely don't have bacon to spare. The bird screams again, makes a sound exactly like a rusty gate hinge, and then flies off to bother someone else. The sky is turning from black to deep purple, which means you've got maybe 20 minutes before proper dawn. You eat faster. The hardtack grease has made your fingers shiny, and you wipe them on your pants, which are already so filthy that adding bacon grease barely registers. You've learned not to think too hard about the state of your clothing. It's all going to be covered in mud within an hour anyway. Your pan, the only piece of equipment that truly matters, is where you left it last night, turned upside down on a flat rock. You've got a good pan, which is to say it's not cracked, and the bottom is relatively smooth. You bought it in Sacramento for $6, which was somehow both a fortune and a bargain. The merchant said it was genuine Eastern steel, but you doubt it. Still, it works, so you don't care. The walk from your camp to your claim takes about 15 minutes through pines that smell like vanilla when the sun hits them right, but the sun hasn't hit them right yet. The trail is barely a trail, just a slightly clearer path through the undergrowth where other miners have walked before you. You pass 3 abandoned campsites in various states of decay. One has a tent that's collapsed into a sad pile of rotting canvas. Another has a neat stack of firewood that someone apparently decided wasn't worth carrying to their next location. In the third location, a pair of boots with holes in both soles sits by a dead fire ring, a testament to the futility of optimism. These abandoned camps don't depress you the way they did in your first weeks here. Now they're just part of the landscape, like the tree stumps and the scattered piles of tailings. Men come and go, most go. The ones who stay are either making just enough to justify staying or are too broke to afford leaving. You're not entirely sure which category you fall into, and you've stopped asking yourself the question. Your claim is a bend in a smaller creek that feeds into the American River, about 30 yards from where the creek takes a sharp turn around a boulder the size of a hay wagon. You chose this spot because the water slows down at the bend, which means heavier particles, like gold theoretically, might settle in the gravel. This is science you learned from a pamphlet you bought in Sacramento titled The 49er's Guide to Certain Wealth, which turned out to be neither a guide nor certain, but did contain some useful information buried among the wild exaggerations. The creek at this hour is loud with morning runoff. The water comes down from snowmelt higher in the mountains, which means it's absolutely freezing even in August. You've watched men jump into this creek on hot afternoons for a refreshing swim, and you've watched them jump right back out again, yelping. The creek doesn't care about air temperature. The creek is always cold enough to make your feet ache. You've staked your claim with 4 posts and a length of rope that marks off about 30 feet of creek bed. This practice is legal under the loosely defined mining laws that govern these mountains, meaning it is permitted as long as you are actively working the claim, and no one with greater authority decides to take it from you. So far, nobody has. Your claim is not, it must be said, obviously rich. It's not even obviously promising. It's just a patch of creek that nobody else wanted badly enough to fight over. The morning light is starting to filter through the pines now, coming in at that low angle that makes everything look softer than it actually is. The water in your section of creek looks clear and innocent, bubbling over rocks that are gold-coloured from iron oxide but contain not a speck of actual gold, as you've learned through repeated disappointment. Real gold doesn't look like gold when it's in the creek. It looks like a slightly brighter fleck of sand, simple to miss, easier to doubt. Your first job of the day is to move rocks. It's always moving rocks. The technique is to clear the larger stones from a section of creek bed, dig down into the gravel beneath them, and then pan that gravel, hoping it contains something other than more gravel. You've moved approximately 7,000 rocks in your time here, which is not a poetic exaggeration. You actually tried to count once and gave up after 700. The rocks are slippery with algae, cold from the water, and frequently inhabited by angry crayfish who object strenuously to being relocated. Crayfish have pinched you 11 times, and the experience never ceases to be startling. They hide under the rocks with their claws extended, waiting for an unsuspecting finger. You'd find them more charming if they weren't such consistent jerks about the whole situation. You wade into the water, which immediately fills your boots because your boots are not waterproof, despite what the merchant in Sacramento promised. The cold grips your feet like a firm handshake from someone who's trying to prove something. You've learned to keep moving because standing still in this water can make your feet so numb that you might trip over your own ankles while walking back to camp. There's a technique to moving rocks efficiently, which mostly involves rolling, not lifting. The trick is to place your hands under the rock while it is still in the water. Use the water's buoyancy to assist with the initial lift, and then fully commit to moving it to shore, as dropping it halfway is when you're most likely to injure your foot. You dropped a rock on your foot in week 2. Your toenail turned black and fell off. The new one growing in is a weird shape that catches on your sock. By mid-morning you've cleared enough rocks to expose a promising patch of gravel. Promising is a relative term. It looks essentially identical to every other patch of gravel you've excavated. But this reflects the mindset of successful mining. Every pan could potentially contain gold. If you start assuming that the gold isn't present, you might as well pack up and go home to Ohio, where you have $7 in debt and a sister-in-law who said you would return in a month. You fill your pan with gravel, scooping down to the bedrock if you can reach it. Bedrock is where the good stuff settles. Theoretically, it is heavier than the sand and gravel that wash over it. You've reached bedrock exactly 3 times. Usually you just get tired of digging and decide to pan what you have. The gravel goes into the pan along with a healthy amount of water. Your pan is about 15 inches across and maybe 3 inches deep, with a flat bottom and sloped sides. When the pan is full of wet gravel, it becomes heavier than it appears, likely around 15 pounds of material that you will spend the next several minutes shaking as if you were trying to wake it up. The technique for panning is simple in theory and exhausting in practice. You hold the pan with both hands and shake it side to side under the water, using a circular motion that keeps everything submerged but moving. The goal is to make the heavier particles, including gold if there is any, work their way down to the bottom while the lighter sand and gravel wash over the rim. This takes longer than you'd think. Much longer. You shake the pan for what feels like several years but is probably closer to 2 minutes. Your arms start to hurt. Your back, already unimpressed with your life choices, begins a formal complaint. The water is so cold that your hands transition from feeling cold to becoming numb, and then to experiencing a strange burning sensation that could be frostbite, but is likely just your body's way of indicating that this situation is absurd. You tilt the pan slightly, letting the lighter material wash over the edge. The water coming off the pan is murky with sediment, turning the clear creek into a muddy swirl downstream from where you're working. You've basically turned a clean creek into a dirty creek, which seems like a metaphor for something, but you're too focused on the pen to figure out what. More shaking, more swirling. Your arms feel like they're made of warm clay. You're developing muscles in places you didn't know could have muscles. There's a spot between your shoulder blades that's been aching continuously since June. After another minute of shaking, you've washed away about half the material in your pan. What's left is concentrated gravel, black sand, which is heavier than regular sand and therefore annoying, and possibly, somewhere in there, a tiny piece of gold that will justify the last 20 minutes of work. You lift the pan out of the water to inspect it. The surface is still covered with black sand and small pebbles. You're looking for colour, which is what miners call the yellow glint of gold. You're also searching for larger nuggets, but you're not optimistic about finding them. Nuggets are what other people find. You find flakes. The sun is higher now, and the light hitting your pane makes everything sparkle for a moment, which is cruel, because 99% of what sparkles is mica, not gold. Mica is a mineral that attracts attention due to its flashiness and attention-seeking nature, yet it holds no intrinsic value. You've learned to hate mica with a passion usually reserved for people who owe you money. You swirl the pan gently, watching the black sand shift. There, right there, is that colour. You squint. You tilt the pan. It's either a tiny fleck of gold or a tiny fleck of mica catching the light in exactly the wrong way. You dip the pan back in the water and swirl again, more carefully this time. The speck stays put while the black sand moves. Gold is heavier than mica. This is gold. This is actual gold. It's smaller than a pinhead. It's possibly the smallest piece of gold that can still be called gold rather than gold-coloured dust. But it's yours. You feel a small surge of satisfaction that's wildly disproportionate to the value of what you've just found, which is approximately 1/10 of 1 cent. But that's not the point. The point is confirmation. The gold is here. You're in the right place. Your efforts are not entirely in vain. This is what you tell yourself as you carefully tap the fleck into your leather pouch, which contains maybe a teaspoon of gold after 3 months of work. The next pan contains nothing. The one after that contains 3 flecks so small you need to check 3 times to make sure they're actually there, and not just your desperate imagination. The 4th pan contains what might be gold, but might also be a piece of weathered pyrite, and you're not experienced enough to know the difference just by looking, so you save it anyway. This is what gold mining actually is. The long repetitive hours between tiny victories. For every moment of excitement when you spot colour, there are dozens of pans that contain absolutely nothing intriguing. You shake the pan, you wash the gravel, you squint at the results, you find nothing, you refill the pan with new gravel, you do it all again. Your back hurts in a specific way that suggests you're going to regret being 37 when you're 47. Your knees are bruised from kneeling on creek rocks. Your hands have developed calluses on top of calluses, creating a sort of hand armour that makes your fingers less flexible but more durable. You've got a blister on your right thumb that keeps opening up and then healing just enough to convince you it's better, right before you grip the pan again and it splits open. Around noon, the heat becomes genuine. The morning cold is a distant memory. The sun reflects off the water and the rocks, creating a brightness that makes your eyes hurt. You're supposed to be wearing a hat, and you are wearing one, but the hat is mostly decorative at this point. The sun here doesn't negotiate. You take a break, which means you sit on the bank and eat hardtack without bacon, because you're saving the bacon for dinner. You've got a canteen of water that tastes like metal and canvas, but it's wet, and wet is the main requirement. You drink half of it, reminding yourself to refill it from the creek before you head back to camp. Drinking straight from the creek is generally fine, though you've heard stories about men getting sick from it. You've been drinking creek water for 3 months without getting sick, which you consider a victory. A mule deer watches you from across the creek, chewing something with an expression of profound judgment. The deer here are not afraid of humans the way you'd expect. They've learned that miners don't generally shoot them because bullets are expensive, and dragging a dead deer back to camp is more work than most miners want to do. This particular deer seems to be evaluating your technique and finding it wanting. You resist the urge to explain yourself to the deer. After your break, you move to a different section of your claim, hoping that shifting locations will shift your luck. This belief is superstition disguised as strategy. Yet the mining industry is rife with superstitions presented as strategies. Some men won't work on Sundays. Others won't work without their lucky shirt. One fellow you met won't pan unless he's whistling, which makes him deeply unpopular with the miners on neighbouring claims. The afternoon pans yield a better return than the morning. 7 visible flecks and what might be 2 more if you're generous with your definitions. This is a good day. Not a great day. A great day would involve finding something larger than a fleck, but solidly good. You'll add maybe 3 cents worth of gold to your pouch, which doesn't sound like much until you remember that you're finding it in a creek using a pan and your increasingly questionable back. The thing about the Sierra Nevada that nobody warns you about is how quickly the weather can shift from pleasant to actively hostile. You've seen it go from sunny to hailing in the time it takes to smoke a pipe. The clouds gather behind the peaks to the east, accumulating as if they are preparing for something, and then suddenly it starts raining sideways while you scramble to remember where you left anything that shouldn't get wet, which includes everything. Today stays clear, which is a mercy. You've endured rainstorms in the past, and the misery they inflict is indescribable to those who haven't tried prospecting for gold under torrential rain. The creek rises, the visibility drops, and everything becomes a cold, muddy exercise in stubbornness. You keep working because stopping means losing a day of potential income, and you've already lost too many days to afford losing more. The wind picks up around 3, which is normal for this time of year. It comes down the canyon like it's been personally insulted by something at the bottom and is rushing down to file a complaint. The pines sway and creak, dropping pine cones the size of your fist. You've been hit by falling pine cones twice, and while it's not dangerous, it's startling and slightly humiliating to be attacked by a tree you weren't even touching. Summer is the best season for mining, which tells you something about adverse seasons. During the summer, you can work all day without your hands freezing solid. The creek is lower, which means you can reach more of the gravel. The nights are cool but not deadly. You've heard stories about winter mining, about men trying to thaw frozen gravel with fire, about creeks freezing solid, about finding miners in the spring who didn't make it through. You plan to be in Sacramento by November, assuming you've made enough by then to afford leaving. The autumn is supposed to be beautiful here, according to the Danish fellow, who spent last fall in these mountains. He says the aspens turn yellow and the whole canyon glows like it's on fire. He also says that October is when the big storms start, rolling in from the Pacific and dumping snow by the foot. He says that November is when smart men leave, and December is when stubborn men die. You've marked yourself down as smart, though you're aware that most stubborn men probably think of themselves the same way. You finish working when the light gets too low to see colour in the pan, which happens earlier than you'd like because the canyon walls create shadows that arrive before sunset. You've mastered the art of timing your day based on these shadows, observing their leisurely progress across the creek. The walk back to camp feels longer than the walk to your claim, probably because you're worn out and your boots are full of water that squelches with every step. Your socks are incredibly durable. They were beyond saving 2 weeks ago, but you keep wearing them because the alternative is wearing no socks, which leads to blisters that make the sock situation look positively luxurious. At camp, you have a set evening routine because you don't have the energy to think of what to do next. Fire first, using the coals you banked this morning that are hopefully still alive under the ash. The coals are still alive, but barely, which saves you a match. Small kindling, slightly larger sticks, and then pieces of wood you've split from deadfall. The fire catches and holds, producing smoke that smells like pine and accomplishment. Dinner is bacon and beans. The beans have been soaking in creek water since morning in a pot you leave by your tent, covered with a flat rock to keep the jays out. This system works about 70% of the time. The other 30% you return to find jays sitting on the rock, looking pleased with themselves and half your beans scattered in the dirt. Today the beans are intact, which means tonight you'll have adequate protein. You cook the bacon first in your small pan, not the gold pan, you're not a barbarian, then add the beans to the bacon grease. This is the same cooking technique you use for breakfast, which suggests your culinary skills have not expanded significantly during your time here. The beans absorb the grease and become softer and saltier, which is the best you can hope for under the circumstances. While the beans cook, you count your gold. This is both satisfying and depressing depending on your mood. Tonight you're feeling philosophical, which means you can look at your small leather pouch and think, I'm building towards something rather than I've been here for 3 months and have approximately $8 worth of gold. The pouch contains mostly flakes, a few slightly larger pieces that might generously be called small nuggets, and a lot of black sand you haven't been able to separate out. Separating gold from black sand is an art form that involves mercury, which you don't have, or tremendous patience, which you have but prefer to use elsewhere. Most miners just sell their gold with the black sand still mixed in, accepting a lower price in exchange for not spending hours trying to clean it. You estimate you've got about a 1/4 ounce total. In Sacramento, the price of gold is $16 per ounce. indicating that you have a total wealth of $4 plus or minus. $4 after 3 months of work would be depressing if you thought about it directly, so you think about it sideways instead. You're learning a trade. You're improving your technique. Tomorrow's pan might be the one that changes everything. These are the lies you tell yourself that might actually be true. Mining attracts a specific type of person. Someone comfortable being alone, but perhaps not skilled at it. The distinction matters. You spend your days working by yourself, but you're surrounded by other men doing the same thing, all of you existing in this strange state of communal solitude. There's the Danish fellow, whose camp is upstream from yours. He has nodded at you approximately 60 times, but you've never learned his actual name. He's methodical in a way that suggests either previous mining experience or a personality that can't help being methodical. His camp is neat, his tools are organised, and his morning fire starts without the cloud of smoke that yours produces. You find this simultaneously admirable and annoying. Downstream there's a group of 3 Chinese miners who work together in a way that seems both more efficient and more pleasant than working alone. They've built a rocker box, a larger contraption for processing gravel, and they take turns operating it in shifts. You've watched them work and they seem to find more gold than you do, which suggests their technique is better, their claim is richer, or both. They've never been unfriendly, but they keep to themselves, which you respect because you do the same thing. There's a French Canadian who showed up 2 weeks ago and hasn't stopped talking about the nugget he found in his first week, which was apparently the size of a pea. You've seen the nugget. It's legitimately impressive. It's also the only significant gold he's found since, which he mentions less often. He's starting to develop the look that men get when they realise their luck might have run out on day 3. The nearest town, calling it a town is generous, is a 6-hour walk, which means you go there approximately never. The town consists of a trading post, a place that sells whiskey, and a collection of tents that serve various purposes, none of them particularly interesting. You went there once in July to buy supplies and found the prices so inflated that you seriously considered just eating pine bark for the rest of the summer. Mail comes through the town twice a month, carried by a man on a horse who looks like he's reconsidering his life choices every time you see him. You haven't gotten mail because getting mail requires having sent mail first, and sending mail requires either admitting how things are going or lying about it. You've decided that writing home can wait until you have something worth reporting beyond still here, still poor, creek still cold. The thing that keeps you going isn't the dream of striking it rich. That dream died somewhere around week 6. What keeps you going is the small, regular victories that arrive just often enough to feel like progress. A good day of panning, a flake larger than usual. The satisfaction of improving your technique to the point where you can process gravel faster than you could last month. You've gotten better at reading the creek. You've learned to spot places where the water slows down, where obstacles create eddies, where the bedrock comes close to the surface. These are the places gold accumulates, if it accumulates anywhere. You've learned to test a spot with a single pan before committing to hours of digging. You've learned that the gravel right against bedrock is worth checking first, because that's where the heaviest particles settle. Your panning technique has improved to the point where you rarely lose visible gold over the rim of the pan anymore, which used to happen with embarrassing frequency. You've learned the right rhythm of shaking and swirling, the right angle to tilt the pan, and the right amount of water to keep in it. These skills are worthless anywhere except right here in this creek, doing this specific thing, but here they matter. There's a rhythm to the work that becomes almost meditative when you let it. Fill the pan, shake it under the water, tilt and swirl. Watch the lighter material wash away, check for colour, repeat. Your mind wanders during this process, which is good because otherwise you go crazy from the repetition. You think about home. You think about the people you left behind. You think about whether you're actually going to make enough money here to justify having left. You think about dinner. You think about gold. The best day you've had was 3 weeks ago, when you found 5 flakes in a single pan. 5 flakes isn't a fortune. It's not even a really good meal. But it was encouraging in a way that made you want to keep going. You've had worse days since then, plenty of them. but that one good day sits in your memory like proof that luck exists, and might occasionally remember you exist too. Your equipment consists of your pan, a shovel, a pick, a blanket, a tent, one cooking pot, one frying pan, 2 shirts, 1 pair of pants, 1 hat, assorted other items of questionable utility, and a rifle you've fired exactly twice since arriving here. Once was to scare off a bear who was investigating your camp. The bear left, though you're not convinced the rifle had anything to do with it. The bear seemed more annoyed by the noise than threatened by it. The shovel is the most important tool after the pan. You use it to move gravel, dig down to bedrock, create channels in the creek, and occasionally as a seat when you're too tired to stand but the ground is too wet to sit on. The handle is worn smooth where your hands grip it, and the blade is starting to show signs of serious wear along the edge. You'll need a new shovel by next summer, assuming you're still here next summer, which is an assumption you're not ready to examine too closely. The pick breaks up hard-packed gravel and chips away at bedrock when you need to clear a hollow where gold might be hiding. You're not great with the pick. It requires a specific kind of controlled violence that doesn't come naturally to you, but you're better than you were. You've learned to let the weight of the pick do most of the work, rather than trying to muscle it down into the rock. Your shoulders are grateful for this lesson, though they wish you'd learned it sooner. Your tent is canvas, supposedly waterproof, and actually water-resistant at best. When it rains hard, small drips develop in predictable spots, and you've learned to arrange your belongings to avoid them. The tent is tall enough that you can sit up inside it but not stand, which means you spend a lot of time hunched over. Your back has opinions about this arrangement. The blanket you sleep in is wool, which was expensive but worth it. Wool stays warm even when wet, which is important because everything here is always at least slightly wet. The blanket smells like campfire and sweat and pine needles, which is to say it smells like you've been living in the mountains for 3 months. September arrives without ceremony, marked only by the fact that the Danish fellow mentions it's September while walking past your claim one morning. The days are still hot, but the nights are starting to get properly cold. The kind of cold that makes you burrow deeper into your blanket and consider whether you've made good decisions. The creek is lower now than it was in July. The snowmelt has slowed to a trickle, which means you can reach gravel that was under water a month ago. This is theoretically good news. In practice, it means you're doing the same amount of work to access slightly different gravel that contains the same disappointing amount of gold as the previous gravel. The aspens are starting to turn, just like the Danish fellow said they would. The canyon walls are developing patches of yellow that catch the afternoon light and make everything look like a painting. It's beautiful in a way that would be more enjoyable if you weren't worried about winter coming. Beauty is easier to appreciate when you're not concerned about freezing to death. The birds are changing their patterns. The jays are still around. Jays are apparently immortal. But other birds are starting to move through on their way to somewhere else. You've seen geese flying overhead in V formations, heading south with what seems like excessive enthusiasm. The geese know something you know. Winter in these mountains is not a theoretical problem. You're starting to see other miners pack up and leave. Every few days another tent comes down, another camp gets abandoned, and another claim becomes available for whoever's desperate or optimistic enough to take it over. You've watched maybe a dozen men leave in the past 2 weeks. None of them looked happy, but some looked more defeated than others. The French-Canadian left last Tuesday. He stopped by your claim to say goodbye, which was more social interaction than you'd had in weeks. He said he was heading to Sacramento to find work that paid in actual money rather than tiny flecks of hope. He said the nugget he found in week 1 would cover his travel costs, but nothing more. He said he'd learned an important lesson about luck and diminishing returns. He shook your hand and left, and you haven't seen him since. You're now faced with the question that every miner in these mountains faces eventually. When do you leave? The smart money says leave in October, before the first real storms hit. The optimistic money says stay until you've made enough to justify having come here in the first place. The desperate money says stay as long as physically possible because going home empty-handed isn't really an option. You're not sure which category you fall into. You've made approximately $12 worth of gold in 4 months, which works out to $3 per month. which is not a fortune by any definition. On the other hand, you've learnt skills that might actually translate to better returns next season. You've learnt where gold hides. You've learnt how to read a creek. You've learnt how to survive in the mountains with minimal supplies and maximum stubbornness. There's also the question of what you'd be going home to. Ohio feels very far away, both geographically and emotionally. The life you left there, the debts, the obligations, the small-town predictability, doesn't feel like something you're eager to return to. At least here, you're poor but independent. At least here, every plan has the potential to change your circumstances. The Danish fellow is staying through October, possibly November. He told you this while refilling his canteen at the creek, speaking in his careful English that suggests he's translating from Danish in his head before the words come out. He said he's been mining for 2 years now, in different locations, and that patience is the main requirement. He said that most men leave too early, before they've learned enough to make the work pay off. He said this with the confidence of someone who's either right or has become very good at lying to himself. You decide to stay through September, then reassess in October. This feels like a reasonable compromise between optimism and survival instinct. You mark the date in your head, October 1st. That's when you'll make a real decision about whether to winter here or head to lower elevations. The best part of each day is the hour after dinner, when you're too tired to do anything productive but not yet tired enough to sleep. You sit by your fire, smoke your pipe. Tobacco's expensive, so you mix it with dried bearberry leaves, which is either an authentic frontier technique or something you invented out of desperation, and watch the light fade from the canyon. The evening light in the mountains is different from evening light anywhere else. It's golden in a way that seems almost thick, like you could reach out and touch it. The air cools rapidly once the sun drops behind the western ridge, and the temperature drops 10 or 15 degrees in the space of 20 minutes. You've learned to have your jacket within reach by the time the light starts to turn. The sounds of the evening are the creek, the fire crackling, the wind moving through the pines, and occasionally the far-off sound of someone else's axe biting into wood. There's a rhythm to life here that's slower than anything you experienced in Ohio. Not peaceful exactly. It's too much work to be peaceful, but separate. Removed from the normal pace of the world, you've started noticing small things you wouldn't have noticed 4 months ago. The way certain rocks in the creek have patterns in them that look like writing in a language nobody can read. The way the smoke from your fire sometimes swirls in one direction while the wind is clearly blowing in another. The way the stars up here are so bright, they cast actual shadows, turning the whole forest into a study in silver and black. Some evenings, you hear the sound of a fiddle from one of the camps downstream. Someone has a fiddle and knows about 7 songs, which they play in the same order every time. You've heard this sequence so many times you could probably play it yourself if you had a fiddle and any musical ability whatsoever. The fact that you can hear the fiddle from your camp suggests sound carries farther here than it should, or that everyone is being quieter than you'd expect from a group of men living in the woods. What keeps you panning day after day is the fundamental truth that gold is definitely here. Not hypothetically here, not rumoured to be here, actually documentably present in this creek, in quantities that are small but real. You found it yourself. You've held it in your hand. You know with absolute certainty that if you pan enough gravel, some of that gravel will contain gold. This is different from most gambles, where you're betting on something that might not even exist. Here, you're just trying to find enough of something that definitely exists. It's like fishing, but the fish are tiny and made of metal, and really good at hiding. The biggest piece you found so far is about the size of a grain of rice. You found it 3 weeks ago, and you keep it separate from your other gold in a small glass vial you bought specifically for this purpose. It's your trophy piece, the evidence that larger pieces exist and that you're capable of finding them. The fact that you haven't found another piece that size since is information you've chosen not to dwell on. You've heard stories about men finding nuggets the size of potatoes. You've heard stories about men becoming rich in a single afternoon. You've heard so many stories that you've stopped believing most of them. But the core truth remains, some men do strike it rich. Not many men, maybe 1 in 1,000. but someone is that 1 in 1,000, and there's no particular reason it can't be you. This is the hope that persists through the long days of finding nothing. This is what makes you pick up the pan each morning despite your aching back and your questionable finances. This is what makes the whole enterprise feel like something other than slow-motion failure. The 1st of October is crisp in a way that suggests summer has officially given up. You wake to frost on your tent, which is new and unwelcome. The creek seems colder, though you're not sure if it's actually colder or if you're just losing your tolerance for cold. Either way, wading in now requires a moment of mental preparation that wasn't necessary in August. You've been here 5 months. Your original plan was 3 months maximum. You've exceeded your plan by 2 months and are now actively ignoring the fact that you made a plan at all. The leather pouch with your gold now contains maybe half an ounce total, $8 worth of work, though you try not to calculate the per day rate because it's depressing. Most of the camps around you are empty now. The Danish fellow is still here, along with the 3 Chinese miners downstream, and maybe 4 or 5 others scattered along the creek. The forest feels emptier, though it's hard to say if that's because people left, or because the changing season makes everything feel more stark. You've made your decision. You'll stay through October, then leave before the first snow. This gives you 1 more month to add to your total, 1 more month to find something significant, 1 more month to convince yourself that this whole adventure wasn't a miscalculation. October feels like the absolute deadline. November feels like death. The work continues as it has for months. Fill the pan, shake it, look for colour, occasionally find colour, mostly find nothing. The rhythm is so familiar now that you could do it in your sleep, which is good because you sometimes feel like you're doing it in your sleep. On October 15th, you find a nugget. Not a huge nugget. Calling it a nugget is technically generous, but definitely larger than a flake. It's about the size of a peppercorn, with a weight you can actually feel when you place it in your palm. This is the best find you've had in 2 months, and you spend a ridiculous amount of time just looking at it, turning it over, feeling the weight of it. This nugget is worth maybe 50 cents. 50 cents is not a fortune. 50 cents will not change your life. But 50 cents found in a single pan is better than the 3 cents per day you've been averaging, and it represents the possibility that other larger pieces might be nearby. This is how mining works. Every small success suggests the possibility of larger success just around the corner. You spend the rest of the day working the same area where you found the nugget, hoping that where there's 1 piece, there might be more. This is sound logic. This is also the same logic that has led you to waste entire days digging in spots that turned out to contain exactly 1 piece of gold and nothing else. By the end of the day, you found 2 more flakes, normal-sized, nothing special, and have convinced yourself that the nugget was probably a solo traveller, not the advanced scout for a major deposit. This is disappointing but not surprising. Most good news in mining turns out to be followed by normal news. The last week of October brings weather that makes it clear that winter is not a metaphor. The temperature drops below freezing at night. There's snow on the highest peaks, visible from your camp as a bright white line against the sky that seems to be creeping lower each day. The creek is painfully cold now, and your hands go numb within minutes of starting work. You've made your final count. You've got approximately 3/4 of an ounce of gold, worth maybe $12. After 5 months of work, you've made $12. This works out to about $2.40 per month, which is less than you could make doing almost any other job. On the other hand, you've had an adventure. You've learned new skills. You've lived in the Sierra Nevada and survived. These things have value, even if they don't have a price tag. The Danish fellow stops by on the 28th to say goodbye. He's staying through winter, which you think is either brave or insane. He says he's built a better shelter and has supplies stored. He says winter mining is difficult but possible, and that most men who die in the winter die because they're unprepared, not because the winter itself is unsurvivable. He wishes you luck. You wish him luck. You shake hands with the warmth of men who've been neighbours without quite being friends. On October 30th, you break camp. You take down your tent, pack your tools, and take a last look at your claim. The creek continues its endless conversation with itself, caring not at all that you've spent 5 months of your life crouched next to it, hoping. The gold is still there, somewhere in the gravel, waiting for the next person desperate or optimistic enough to come looking for it. The walk back to Sacramento takes 3 days. Your gold pouch sits in your pocket, heavier than you expected for something so small. $12 worth of gold is not the fortune you hoped for, but it's real money, earned by your own labour, pulled from a creek one tiny flake at a time. You're not sure if you'll come back next spring. You're not sure if 5 months of work for $12 represents failure or education. You're not sure if you're a miner who's taking a break, or a man who briefly tried mining and is moving on to something else. What you're sure of is this. You know how to read a creek now. You know how to survive in the mountains with minimal supplies. You know what it feels like to find gold. And you know what it feels like to spend hours finding nothing. These are things you didn't know 6 months ago, and they're yours now, worth more than $12 because they can't be taken away. The Sierra Nevada recedes behind you as you walk, the mountains holding their gold close, patient and indifferent, waiting for the next wave of dreamers to arrive with their pans and their hope and their willingness to spend months in cold water for the chance at something better. Your time as a gold panner in the Sierra Nevada is one story among thousands, most of which ended roughly the same way, with modest returns, valuable experience, and the knowledge that sometimes the real discovery is what you learn about yourself in the process. The gold remains where it's always been, waiting in the creeks, a constant invitation to those willing to bend their backs and numb their hands for the slim chance that today's pan might be the one that changes everything. Now, shut your eyes and visualize yourself floating slowly through centuries of history until you gently land in what is now Iraq, circa 2100 BCE. The smell is what hits you first, not the sight. Baking bread, river water, and yes, a lot of livestock. Welcome to the first real neighbourhood in civilization, where people made the decision to settle down and stop aimlessly wandering around like lost tourists. The Tigris and Euphrates are 2 rivers that would make any real estate agent cry with delight. These rivers are not just any rivers. They are the ancient world's version of having fresh groceries delivered to your door and Amazon delivery. This area was known to the Mesopotamians as the land between rivers, which sounds far more poetic in their language than it does when you're trying to explain it to a dinner party guest. You may be asking yourself why anyone would decide to live in what is effectively a massive floodplain. Imagine having soil that is so dark and rich that, with a little encouragement, you could probably grow tomatoes. Every year when these rivers flood, they leave behind a thick layer of the most fertile mud on the planet. It took the rest of us millennia to realise what the locals had discovered. Sometimes the greatest things in life have a small mess associated with them. You wouldn't recognise the cities that are rising all around you from contemporary urban planning. This place lacks tidy suburban grids and straight lines. Rather, visualise organic growth, akin to a coral reef composed of human ambition and mud bricks. Narrow streets wind between houses like old hiking trails, and houses cluster together as if they are having a never-ending neighbourhood conversation. Another thing that strikes you as being very antiquated is the lack of electrical hums, the quiet of engines, and the absence of any traffic that resembles rush hour. Rather, there's the soft splatter of irrigation channels, the steady thud of grain being ground, and the sporadic snarling of a donkey that's obviously upset about something. Modern people spend a lot of money to experience this type of tranquility at wellness retreats. However, this quiet does not imply inactivity. The first large-scale urban living experiment in history is what you're seeing. In essence, these individuals are inventing as they go along, resolving issues that have never been encountered by any human. How do you manage thousands of people in one location? How do you ensure that everyone eats? When your neighbour's goat keeps eating your barley, how do you keep things from going completely out of control? As you will see, the answer combines a remarkable amount of ingenuity, practicality, and what can only be called the first bureaucracy in history. Yes, paperwork was a part of paradise. As you become more accustomed to this ancient world, you start to notice something that would cause any contemporary city planner to either run screaming back to their zoning maps or cry with envy. These Mesopotamians have produced a system of ordered chaos that somehow manages to keep everyone fed, housed, and comparatively content, even though it shouldn't work. Let's begin with the irrigation system, which is the most amazing engineering achievement you will ever witness that does not require electricity. Imagine a vast system of canals connecting every field, garden, and drinking well, nature's equivalent of the internet. You know what? Instead of just accepting this water when you feel like giving it to us, we're going to convince you to share it on our schedule, the Mesopotamians said, glancing at their rushing rivers. The end effect is a network of watery highways that would make the roads of ancient Rome appear straightforward. Individual fields are directly irrigated by water flowing from the main rivers into primary canals, secondary channels, and smaller ditches. It's similar to having running water, but it goes to your barley patch rather than your kitchen sink. In addition, unlike your contemporary plumbing, if this system fails, the city as a whole loses lunch in addition to water pressure. Massive collaboration is needed to manage this liquid lifeline, which has never been done before in human history. One farmer cannot choose to use more water for his fields, while his neighbour's crops are dying. It is impossible for someone upstream to construct a dam without taking downstream residents into account. People must look beyond their immediate needs, their tribe and their family for the first time in human history. Things start to get interesting at this point. The water schedule must be overseen by someone. Who gets what and when must be decided by someone. When Farmer B insists his irrigation ditch was there first, and Farmer A accuses Farmer B of stealing water, someone has to resolve the inevitable conflicts, presenting the first middle management in history. Since clipboards won't be invented for several thousand years, these water managers are more than just bureaucrats with clipboards. They combine elements of weather forecasting, engineering, diplomacy, and refereeing. They must comprehend not only the flow of water but also human thought, crop growth, and how to stop neighbours from igniting generation-long feuds. The good news is that it does work. You're witnessing thousands of people successfully arranging their daily schedules around common resources. Every year, the harvest arrives, the fields turn green at the appropriate times, and the irrigation ditches run according to plan. When the irrigation schedule becomes complicated, everyone is contributing labour, water rights, and a willingness to not strangle their neighbours. It's like watching a huge, antiquated version of a neighbourhood potluck, except instead of bringing casseroles. This system's success has a significant impact on human society. Some people are able to quit farming when they can consistently produce more food than they require for survival. Additionally, some people can start doing other things once they are able to stop cultivating food full-time. Interesting things. Revolutionary actions. This is how your first devoted priests, your first full-time artisans, and your first qualified administrators come to be. It's how you get people who don't have to worry about whether there will be enough grain for the next harvest to spend their days thinking about astronomy, mathematics, or how to make better beer. You're seeing the emergence of expertise along with specialization. People can now become exceptionally skilled at one thing for the first time in human history, as they are no longer forced to be mediocre at everything in order to survive. You might be surprised to learn that these Mesopotamians are born business people as you continue your leisurely exploration of this ancient world. They have established what may be the first startup culture in history, complete with competition, creativity, and the occasional spectacular failure from which everyone gains knowledge. For example, metalworking. You see people who have discovered that they can create bronze, a more durable and practical metal than anything they have ever used, by heating specific rocks to the ideal temperature and combining them with other rocks. This is the beginning of the technology industry, not just a development in technology. There is collaboration among the bronze makers. They require traders who can transport tin and copper from hundreds of miles away because they are necessary. They require individuals who specialize in the production of charcoal because they require fuel for their furnaces. They require a market that is sophisticated enough to discern between a mediocre bronze tool and a truly exceptional one in order to attract clients who value quality metalwork. Before you know it, supply chains are in place, you have quality control. Yes, the best metalworkers build reputations, and people begin to request tools made by particular artisans, so you have brand recognition. It's the antiquated version of Yelp reviews, except instead of posting them online, people tell their neighbours which blacksmith produces harvest season tools that don't break. However, the true innovation taking place here is economic rather than technological. The modern concept of commerce is being created by these individuals. They are determining how to fairly trade goods and services between people who have different needs, how to plan for future needs while managing current resources, and how to assign value to goods and services. Think about the difficulties. You need a new plough because you grow barley. The toolmaker needs copper for his next project, not barley, but he wants payment. In order to trade up north, the copper trader needs wool, not barley. The shepherd needs barley, but he has wool. How can this be made to work? Their solution is sophisticated in its intricacy. Like water through their irrigation channels, they establish a system of credit and debt that enables value to move throughout the community. In exchange for your promise to pay him with barley after the harvest, which he can then exchange for supplies for his next project with the copper trader, the toolmaker agrees to make your plough right away. It's credit without credit cards and banking without banks, and it all depends on reputation and trust. Writing is a seemingly straightforward but revolutionary requirement for this system. Not just any writing, but every day. Useful writing that can document who is responsible for what, when payment is due, and what happens when someone fails to fulfill their end of the agreement. You're witnessing the creation of business records, receipts, and contracts. In addition to being works of ancient literature, the cuneiform tablets found throughout the cities are the earliest business documents ever created. Purchase orders, tax records, loan agreements, employment contracts, and inventory lists. All of it is here, compressed into clay with marks in the shape of wedges that symbolize the beginning of bureaucracy. Indeed, you're also witnessing the development of accounting. All of these promises, transactions, and credits and debts moving through the community must be monitored by someone. Even though the early accountants worked by lamplight, with clay tablets and reed styluses, rather than in contemporary offices with computers, they were addressing the same issues that accountants do today. The inventiveness of these solutions is astounding. They're creating economic systems from the ground up and learning by trial and error how to make complex societies run smoothly, rather than simply replicating what worked elsewhere. You're going to see something that will make you appreciate human ambition even more as you continue your cozy exploration of this ancient world. These Mesopotamians aren't satisfied with merely resolving pragmatic issues like trade and irrigation. They're aiming for something greater, something that appeals to the basic human need to build monuments to their own creativity. You're witnessing the construction of ziggurats, which are enormous stepped pyramids that resemble old-fashioned skyscrapers and rise out of the level terrain. However, referring to them as buildings is an understatement. These are assertions, proclamations, and architectural justifications for human potential. People say, we can move mountains of earth, and we can do it one basket at a time, when you watch one being constructed. The logistics alone are astounding. Millions of mud bricks must be made, dried, and transported to the construction site for a large ziggurat. No trucks, cranes, or mechanized equipment are present. Everything is propelled by animal strength, human muscle power, a complex network of ramps and levers, and unwavering willpower. The planning, however, is what really sets it apart. To prevent the entire project from collapsing into a heap of costly debris, someone must determine how many bricks they will need, where to obtain the raw materials, how many workers are needed, how to feed all of those workers, where they will sleep, and how to coordinate their efforts. You're witnessing a level of project management that won't be seen again until the building of medieval cathedrals. With hundreds of workers, dozens of specialized trades, and supply chains spanning the entire known world, the ziggurat builders are effectively managing the biggest construction company in the ancient world. Contrary to what Hollywood may have taught you, the workers themselves are not slaves. Consider it the most complex community service project in the world. They are citizens carrying out their civic duties, seasonal workers, and skilled artisans. People donate their time to building projects that benefit everyone during the agricultural off-season, when the fields don't need to be tended. This desire to create something greater than any one person could on their own has a very human quality. In addition to their utilitarian functions as temples, administrative hubs, and grain storage facilities, the ziggurats are also symbolic. Look what we can do when we work together. Look how high we can reach, they say. Surprisingly complex engineering is needed. The builders must comprehend the structural integrity, weight distribution, and composition of the soil. They create methods for building sturdy foundations in muddy ground, avoiding water damage, and guaranteeing that the structure will endure for many generations. These are not archaic individuals fumbling through building projects. Rather, They are demonstrating extraordinary ingenuity in resolving intricate engineering problems. Consider the challenge of producing millions of identical bricks. To guarantee uniformity throughout large production runs, they create standardized molds, quality assurance protocols, and drying methods. They determine the ideal brick sizes that strike a balance between handling ease and structural strength. They develop production techniques for assembly lines that will not be used again until the Industrial Revolution. Even more impressive than the engineering is the coordination that is needed. Consider overseeing a project in which some employees are producing bricks, others are moving them, and still others are arranging them in progressively intricate designs as the building rises. Everyone needs to be motivated, supervised, supplied, and in sync. It's similar to conducting an orchestra, except that hundreds of construction workers are used in place of musicians, and architecture that will outlast empires is used in place of music. You come across something that may appear less dramatic than enormous construction projects, but is actually far more revolutionary as you continue your peaceful journey through this amazing civilization. You're seeing the beginning of formal education, mathematics, and what we might call science. The point at which humans started to think methodically about thinking itself. Something extraordinary is taking place in tiny buildings dotted across the cities. Young adults and children are congregating to learn rather than to labour in workshops or fields. The lessons they are learning at the first schools in history will have a lasting impact on human civilization. These are not informal teachings that parents impart to their children. This is formal education, complete with learning objectives, standardized curricula, and qualified teachers. In addition to learning mathematics, astronomy, literature, and law, students also practice writing by copying out traditional texts. They are becoming literate in the art of knowledge acquisition, as well as in their native tongue. Your high school algebra teacher would be ecstatic about the mathematics being developed here. These individuals are dealing with ideas that appear to be nearly contemporary: geometric principles, place value notation, and mathematical relationships that are still utilized by architects today. They're finding abstract mathematical truths that exist apart from any real-world applications, not just counting things. What's amazing, though, is that they're using a number system based on 60 rather than 10. They're thinking in base 60 while you're counting on your fingers and working with powers of 10. This sounds really strange until you realize that 60 is more divisible by numbers than 10 is. For many mathematical operations, their system is actually more adaptable. It's similar to learning that a better wheel was created, but thousands of years later, we're still using the subpar one. There is more to this mathematical sophistication than meets the eye. The same individuals who divide circles into 360 degrees, yes, that's where that originates, are also conducting astronomical observations, which call for exact measurement and documentation. They're making calendars that align agricultural activities with astronomical events, tracking the motions of planets, and forecasting eclipses. It is truly astounding how much astronomical knowledge is being amassed here. These observers have discovered that there are recurring patterns in the movements of the planets. They can predict when Venus will show up as an evening star as opposed to a morning star. They have developed mathematical models to forecast astronomical events and identified zodiacal constellations. Most impressive, though, is the way they're tackling these issues. They are searching for underlying patterns, formulating hypotheses, and testing predictions in addition to merely gathering observations. For another few thousand years, they would not refer to what they are doing as science, but they are. This methodical approach to knowledge is not limited to astronomy and mathematics. Students are learning how to evaluate court cases, write poetry in accordance with formal guidelines, and comprehend historical precedents in the classroom. They are discovering that knowledge itself can be methodically arranged, classified, and passed down from one generation to the next. You're witnessing the creation of intellectual life as we know it today. For the first time in history, some people are able to devote their lives to comprehending the fundamentals of the world's functioning, rather than just finding solutions to pressing practical issues. What are numbers, really? Why do the planets move the way they do? And what makes a good law different from a bad one? Are some of the questions they can pose. The ramifications are astounding. People whose job it is to think about abstract problems begin to draw connections between various fields of knowledge. The mathematician understands that architecture is governed by geometric principles. The astronomer learns that natural events can be predicted by mathematical models. The legal scholar is aware that using reason to settle disagreements is a more equitable approach than merely adhering to custom. Let's take a break from our travels and become accustomed to the mild routines of this amazing society. You're about to learn that revolution can sometimes be whispered through the everyday moments that comprise human existence, rather than always being announced with great fanfare. A typical Mesopotamian family wakes up as the small, high windows of their house let in the first rays of the day. The first thing that strikes you is how different their everyday worries are from yours, yet they feel surprisingly similar. The mother is organising meals that will stretch resources throughout the week and keeping an eye on the household's grain supplies. The father is going over his to-do list in his head, including which irrigation channels require upkeep, which tools require repair, and which neighbours he needs to work with in preparation for the harvest. Their kids are getting ready for school, and yes, they probably whine about it as much as kids do. Young Enlil claims he already knows enough mathematics to assist with the family business, and little Shamet refuses to practice her cuneiform writing exercises. It appears that certain aspects of human nature never go out of style. However, these everyday occurrences contain innovations that continue to shape our lives to this day. In order to trade fairly with her neighbours, the mother uses standardised weights and measures when she measures out grain for breakfast. The father uses a filing system that arranges data in ways that any contemporary office worker would recognise when he looks through his business records from the previous day. The breakfast itself demonstrates the sophistication of technology. Yeast cultures, a biological technology that turns simple grain into sustenance that can support complex societies, have been preserved and passed down through the generations to make the bread. The beer, yes, they have beer for breakfast, which makes sense given the dubious quality of ancient water supplies, represents fermentation processes that call for exact timing and temperature control. You're watching the infrastructure of civilization in action as the family go about their morning routines. Thousands of people are served by the distribution system that provides them with the water they use. Sewage disposal stops disease outbreaks that would otherwise render big cities uninhabitable. Agricultural systems that can sustain populations much larger than the actual workers in the fields are the source of the food. You're witnessing the beginning of expert craftsmanship when the father leaves for his workshop. He's not just producing, he's also upholding standards, creating methods, and establishing a reputation for excellence that goes well beyond his local area. His goods will be traded over great distances, spreading the fame of his city to locations he will never be able to visit. Mother's Day is equally noteworthy. She's in charge of a household that serves as both a place of residence and a business. She's handling family finances, preserving social ties that are the foundation of community life, and processing food for preservation. She's teaching kids not only useful skills, but also social norms, cultural values, and the information they will need to navigate a complex society as adults. You're seeing something that would be entirely familiar to any modern family when the evening rolls around, and they all sit down to their main meal. But it's also utterly revolutionary for its time. They are sharing food that has been prepared, preserved, and processed in ways that enable them to eat healthily, even in the absence of fresh ingredients. They're talking about the day's activities in a way that helps kids comprehend how they fit into the larger community. Most astonishingly, though, they're at ease. They are not fighting for basic survival, even though they live in what we might consider primitive conditions. People can now enjoy their lives, plan for the future, and pursue interests beyond their immediate needs thanks to advancements in agriculture, commerce, and social organisation. There may be games, storytelling, or music after supper. Another revolutionary idea is that people have leisure time. Human culture can thrive in previously unthinkable ways when survival is safe enough for people to devote their time to pursuits that have no immediate practical value. In addition to sleeping off the day's labour, the family is refueling for tomorrow's involvement in humanity's first complex urban living experiment. They will awaken tomorrow and once more play a part in preserving the systems that enable thousands of people to coexist in harmony, prosperity, and productivity. One of the most remarkable accomplishments of Mesopotamian civilization is revealed as you delve deeper into this ancient world. They managed to manage sizable, diverse populations without everything collapsing in anarchy and conflict. And they accomplished this by combining religious authority, common sense, and what can only be called the first all-encompassing legal system in history. Imagine the difficulties these people encountered. There are thousands of people, each with their own goals, passions, and unavoidable conflicts with their neighbours. You have competing religious traditions, diverse ethnic groups, economic classes, and the inherent human propensity for short-sightedness and selfishness. How do you design a system that accomplishes goals while maintaining a reasonable level of satisfaction for all? The complexity of the Mesopotamian solution is elegant. At the top is a king who represents both religion and politics. His authority has a weight that purely political power could not match, because he is not only making executive decisions, but is also channeling the will of the gods. The king is expressing divine will when he issues a law, not just his own preferences. However, this is not a tyrant's capricious rule. The king's authority is limited by custom, religious law, and the pragmatic requirement to retain the backing of the different factions that sustain society. The priests, merchants, artisans, and farmers who truly govern the society will find a way to replace a king who continuously makes poor choices, so he won't hold the position for long. You have an advanced administrative structure beneath the king that would astound any contemporary bureaucrat. Tax collection, irrigation management, trade regulation, military organisation, and legal disputes are all handled by officials. Every administrative level has clear duties and accountability to both superior and subordinate authorities. Perhaps their most remarkable governmental innovation is the legal system they create. These individuals draft thorough legal codes that aim to cover every potential conflict or offence. Nearly 300 laws, ranging from business disputes to marriage contracts to property rights, are included in the publicly visible Code of Hammurabi. However, the sophistication of these laws is even more impressive than their comprehensiveness. They distinguish between various property types and social classes. They make a distinction between accidents and deliberate crimes. Instead of just exacting retribution, they offer proportionate penalties meant to bring the world back into balance. To a degree that would be progressive in many societies thousands of years later, they defend the rights of women, children, and even slaves. Unprecedentedly, a professional judicial system is needed to enforce these laws. Records that keep track of court rulings, judges who are knowledgeable about the law, and court procedures that guarantee fair hearings. You're witnessing the emergence of jurisprudence, the belief that disagreements can be settled by logic and facts, rather than solely by the person with the most military might or political clout. Most significantly, though, this legal system is open to the public. The laws are visible to everyone because they are engraved in stone. This indicates that people are aware of their rights, expectations, and the repercussions of different behaviours. Law ceases to be arbitrary and becomes predictable for the first time in human history. This government is backed by an equally advanced tax system. There are set rates, collection processes, and even provisions for tax relief during hard times, as opposed to just taking whatever the king wants. People are aware of their obligations, when they are due, and what they get in return, including public works projects, military protection, infrastructure upkeep, and judicial services. The result is something that can be identified as the rule of law, a system that treats people fairly in accordance with established standards, offers procedures for settling conflicts amicably, and fosters incentives for collaboration rather than conflict is probably more desirable than perfect justice, which is probably unachievable. Stability is the outcome. Due to their reasonable confidence in the stability of the legal and social framework, people are able to make long-term plans. Because they believe they will be able to reap the rewards when those projects mature, they are willing to put time and effort into endeavours that won't yield results right away. The intricate irrigation systems, intricate trade networks, educational institutions and architectural projects that take generations to complete are all made possible by this stability, which in turn lays the groundwork for everything else we have been investigating. Without governmental structures that can uphold continuity and order over decades or even centuries, none of these would be feasible. As you continue your exploration of ancient Mesopotamia, you may be surprised to learn that these pragmatic, engineering-minded individuals are profoundly spiritual, but not in a way that separates the sacred from the secular. They don't practice their religion during special ceremonies or on the weekends. It permeates every part of their lives, from how they plan their cities to how they go about their jobs. However, this is a faith that sanctifies practical activity and finds the divine in human achievement, not the kind of spirituality that demands people reject the material world. Mesopotamian gods are strikingly human-like, but in the most positive sense. They are individuals with preferences, knowledge, and continuous engagement in worldly matters, rather than impersonal, abstract ideals. Enlil is in charge of the wind and storms, which bring fertility as well as destruction. For those whose civilization relies on both intelligence and irrigation, Enki's rule over fresh water and wisdom makes perfect sense. Since passion and conflict are essential components of the human experience, Inanna stands for both love and war. The most fascinating thing about these gods, though, is how they serve as examples of the kind of collaboration that enables civilized life. The myths describe gods cooperating on cosmic building projects, exchanging resources and expertise, and reaching mutually beneficial agreements. People who take part in religious rituals are not only worshipping, they are also honing the social skills necessary to maintain the smooth operation of their own communities. Each city is dominated by temples that are much more than just places of worship. They are a combination of social service agencies, educational institutions, and economic hubs. In addition to carrying out rituals, the priests who work in these temples also oversee agricultural estates, run educational institutions, care for libraries, and offer welfare assistance to members of the community who are struggling. A society where religious life supports rather than contradicts the values required for successful urban living is the result of this remarkable fusion of spiritual and practical functions. A good worshipper possesses the same qualities as a good neighbour, such as honesty, dependability, and a willingness to help out with community projects. There is no conflict between serving the community and the gods, or between being pious and succeeding in business. The religious calendar organises daily life in ways that promote economic activity, rather than interfere with it. Religious celebrations take place during agricultural seasons, offering opportunities for communal gatherings when people have the means and leisure to take part. In addition to providing funds for public works projects, the religious mandate to support temple operations establishes a social safety net that supports people during trying times. Most significantly, this religious system offers purpose and meaning that transcends personal achievement or failure. Contributors to the construction of a ziggurat are not merely taking part in a building project. They are also helping to construct a monument that will benefit their community for many generations and a place of worship for the gods. Maintaining the irrigation channels is more than just routine maintenance. It's a way to contribute to the divine order that sustains life. Ordinary labour becomes sacred when it has this sense of purpose. The merchant facilitating trade between distant cities, the farmer producing food that feeds the community, and the craftsman crafting beautiful objects are all part of the divine plan that creates civilization out of wilderness, abundance out of scarcity, and order out of chaos. However, this spirituality is also incredibly useful. Though the methods of consultation, reading omens, interpreting dreams, and examining the patterns of oil on water require careful observation and logical analysis, the gods are consulted on everything from military campaigns to business endeavours to marriage decisions. Practical intelligence and religious wisdom complement rather than contradict one another. The end result is a society in which individuals accept personal responsibility for their contributions to the welfare of the community, while feeling supported by forces greater than themselves. Despite staying rooted in the pragmatic demands of everyday life, they feel that their work has cosmic significance. Spirituality is not an escape from human achievement, but rather an enhancement of it. You start to understand how all of these inventions work together to form something far greater than the sum of their individual parts as you carry on your cozy exploration of this amazing civilization. You're seeing the emergence of networking effects, which are the processes by which various developments reinforce one another to cause a sharp acceleration of human progress. Think about how Mesopotamian society is changed by writing in every other way. Because engineers can document effective techniques and learn from past mistakes, the irrigation system becomes much more sophisticated once information can be permanently recorded. Because precedents can be documented and consulted, legal systems become more equitable and consistent. Because contracts can specify precise terms and conditions, trade becomes more complicated. Because knowledge can be systematically transmitted and preserved, education becomes more effective. However, writing also opens up new possibilities that no one had foreseen. You can learn mathematics once you can record numbers. Astronomical science can be produced when observations can be preserved. Chemistry and medicine can be developed once experiments are documented. Every advancement creates opportunities for even more advancements in unpredictable ways. In the realm of economics, the networking effect is the same. Once food production is stable, some people can focus on crafts. You can create better tools and methods once you have talented artisans. With improved tools, agricultural productivity can be increased, freeing up even more workers for specialised labour. Every improvement increases the likelihood and ease of the subsequent improvement. The social innovations have an equally strong network. You can start projects that need long-term planning and coordination once you have an efficient governance system. People gain confidence in group action after large-scale projects are completed successfully. People are willing to invest in even more ambitious projects once they have faith in group efforts. In ways that exponentially speed up progress, success breeds success. The Mesopotamians are experiencing the fascinating discovery that human communities can generate value that far surpasses what individuals could produce working alone. You're witnessing what contemporary economists refer to as increasing returns to scale. Every new member of society increases the productivity, security, and ability of everyone else to accomplish their objectives. The networking of technology is equally impressive. Mining, transportation, and trade networks are all necessary for the production of bronze in addition to metallurgy. The effectiveness of the entire system increases with each advancement in any of these areas. Mining is more productive with better tools. Raw materials are less expensive when transportation is more efficient. Access to better quality inputs is made possible by expanded trade networks. However, the cultural networking effect may be the most significant. People start to have bigger dreams after realizing that prosperity and security can be achieved through human effort. They are more inclined to trust strangers and engage in larger communities once they realize that collaboration can produce outcomes that are impossible for individuals to accomplish alone. They are more inclined to rely on others for products and services that they could potentially produce themselves once they have seen the advantages of specialization. This is a revolutionary change in culture. People are choosing to become interdependent instead of self-sufficient for the first time in human history. They're coming to the conclusion that working together is more advantageous than relying on other people. They're risking everything that human societies can be more than short-term convenience alliances. You're seeing networking effects that extend beyond the borders of specific cities or geographical areas. Mesopotamian innovations influenced events throughout the ancient world by way of trade routes, diplomatic contacts, and migration patterns. Greek philosophy is shaped by the mathematical ideas created in Babylon. Roman law is influenced by the legal precepts developed in Ur. From Egypt to India, population growth is made possible by Mesopotamian agricultural innovations. You're witnessing the emergence of what contemporary academics refer to as world systems, networks of influence and interaction that link far-flung societies and enable innovations to proliferate well beyond their original locations. For the first time, human advancement turns into a cooperative endeavour in which several civilizations cooperate, often unknowingly, to address shared problems. You are left with a deep respect for the accomplishments of these extraordinary people as our leisurely tour of ancient Mesopotamia comes to an end. You return to the comforts of the present with a fresh perspective on how much we owe these pioneers of the past. The golden age you have witnessed was golden not because it was flawless, but because it was the first time that humanity had successfully attempted to build sophisticated societies that boosted rather than depleted human potential. With creativity, teamwork, and an incredible belief in human potential, these individuals overcame obstacles that no other generation had ever faced. Their solutions weren't coincidental or short-term fixes. Thousands of years later, we are still using modified versions of the institutions, systems, and ways of thinking they established because they were so successful. You are building on the foundations established by these ancient pioneers each time you use mathematics, read a written contract, engage in democratic governance, or profit from specialization and trade. Perhaps most significantly, however, they illustrated a feature of human nature that still holds true today. When people are confident enough to look beyond their immediate survival, when they have incentives to work together rather than engage in destructive competition, and when they have faith that their efforts will be fairly rewarded, they collaborate to create amazing things. The Golden Age of Mesopotamia serves as a reminder that the greatest human civilization is about fostering an environment in which each person can use their special gifts to promote the well-being of the group, not about controlling nature or outperforming rivals. It involves creating systems that are both robust enough to offer security and adaptable enough to foster creativity. It involves figuring out how to respect both individual success and the well-being of the community. As you fall asleep, consider how human advancement is still fueled by the same cooperative impulses that created ziggurats and cuneiform writing. The spirit of ancient Mesopotamia endures every time individuals decide to work together rather than fight. every time someone lends their expertise to projects bigger than themselves, and every time communities make investments in infrastructure that will benefit coming generations. Even though the cities are now covered in desert sand and the irrigation channels are dry, the human ability to bring order out of chaos, abundance out of scarcity, and meaning out of life's basic materials still flows like those ancient rivers between the Tigris and Euphrates. Rest easy knowing that you're a part of a story that started with the first cities and goes on with every technological advancement, every act of human cooperation, and every instance in which people decide to build rather than destroy. Mesopotamia's golden age serves as a reminder that our best times are never truly over. Rather, they are always just getting started, and are waiting to be shaped by the next generation of people who are prepared to cooperate in order to achieve common goals. The same mathematical patterns that the ancient astronomers found still govern the way the stars wheel overhead. The human urge to create, collaborate, and strive for something bigger than personal survival is still as strong as the fires in those old bronze workshops. And tomorrow we carry on the work they started, the never-ending optimistic endeavour of creating civilizations deserving of human potential in both minor and major ways. Sweet dreams, fellow time traveller. Take comfort in the fact that you are a part of the greatest success story in human history, one that is still being written, one day at a time, by people who recognise that the greatest monuments we can erect are those that enable others to rise just a little bit above their own potential. Imagine those old voices carried on the wind during the quiet moments before sleep really sets in. Farmers in Mesopotamia discovered that a floodplain could become a paradise if they banded together. The artisans who realised that specialised work could elevate simple survival to creative success. The administrators demonstrated that, at its best, bureaucracy is just structured to serve the interests of the community. Even though their ziggurat has fallen apart, their wisdom can still be heard in every public library, contemporary hospital, and infrastructure project that enhances the lives of people the builders have never met, even though their cuneiform tablets are now museum artefacts. Their belief that knowledge should be shared and preserved endures in every book, website, and classroom where new information is learned. Their understanding that abundance comes from cooperation rather than competition is evident in every successful business partnership, community garden, and instance where neighbours choose to support one another rather than compete. The irrigation channels they dug have long since filled with sand. Above all, they introduced us to the radical notion that people can build societies that are superior to the sum of their parts, that chaos, conflict and scarcity are not necessary for human existence, that we can create worlds where everyone has enough food, enough security, enough purpose, enough beauty to make life worthwhile, if we are patient, creative, and willing to trust one another. Therefore, as you drift off to sleep, remember not only the accomplishments of these ancient people, but also the quiet assurance that the same inventive, collaborative spirit that created the first cities is still creating a better world today. Every tiny deed of compassion, every instance of putting empathy ahead of judgment, and every contribution to a cause greater than yourself keeps the good work going. Mesopotamia's golden age was a beginning rather than a destination. The story's most lovely aspect is that it isn't yet over. It persists in every heart that selects cooperation over rivalry, hope over fear, and building over destruction. Rest easy knowing that you are both the inheritor of their wisdom and a part of its continuous development. Maybe you will hear the soft splatter of old irrigation channels in your dreams, delivering vital water to gardens that will reopen tomorrow. Good night, civilization builder. Good night, ancient dream heir. Good night, participant in the world's greatest ongoing endeavour, the patient, optimistic endeavour to build a world that lives up to our highest hopes. As a reminder that some things, beauty, truth, and the human capacity for wonder, really are eternal. The stars that led those early astronomers continue to shine down on you in the same timeless patterns they found. Get enough sleep. Have a lovely dream. Wake up tomorrow prepared to carry on the never-ending joyful task of bringing the world closer to the paradise they saw between two rivers so long ago. Imagine the Mediterranean Sea in 218 BCE as a vast blue stage where two great powers circled each other like cautious dancers. On one side, Rome, still young, still hungry, expanding from its 7 hills with the methodical determination of someone organising a particularly complex filing system. On the other, Carthage, ancient, sophisticated, wealthy beyond measure, its merchant ships threading through every port like silver needles, stitching together the fabric of ancient commerce. You need to understand that these two civilizations were as different as wine and olive oil. Both valuable, both essential to Mediterranean life, but fundamentally incompatible when forced to occupy the same vessel. Rome built its strength on citizen soldiers who farmed in peacetime and fought when called, men who viewed military service as a civic duty roughly equivalent to paying taxes, except with significantly more marching and considerably less paperwork. Carthage, meanwhile, had turned commerce into an art form so refined that Roman merchants looked like children playing store by comparison. While Romans were still figuring out maritime trade, Carthaginian sailors had been navigating by stars their ancestors had named, following currents their grandfathers' grandfathers had mapped, and moving goods between continents with the casual efficiency of someone who's done the same route so many times they could do it blindfolded. The city of Carthage itself sat on the North African coast like a jewel in a setting of lesser stones, its harbours engineered with such precision that Roman engineers would later study their ruins the way you might study a master craftsman's techniques. The famous circular military harbour could shelter over 200 warships, each in its own covered berth, protected from both weather and prying eyes. Imagine an ancient naval base designed with the kind of security and efficiency that would make modern military planners weep with envy. But what made Carthage truly remarkable wasn't just its wealth or its ships. It was the vast trading network that stretched from the Pillars of Hercules in the west to the eastern reaches of the Mediterranean, and even beyond to mysterious lands that Romans only heard about in sailors' tales. Carthaginian merchants traded in tin from distant Britain, amber from northern forests, frankincense from Arabia, and exotic animals from deep within Africa. They were the Amazon prime of the ancient world, except delivery took months instead of days and occasionally involved elephants. Rome and Carthage had already fought one major war, the First Punic War, which lasted 23 years and ended with Rome acquiring Sicily and developing a navy almost by accident. It was the kind of conflict where both sides started out thinking it would be quick and decisive, then found themselves still fighting 2 decades later, having spent fortunes and lost entire generations, all over an island that neither had particularly wanted in the first place. The peace that followed was the awkward kind where both parties smile at each other, while mentally cataloguing grievances and planning for round 2. Carthage retreated to rebuild, focusing on Spain, where silver mines promised the wealth needed to pay war indemnities to Rome. Rome consolidated its gains and eyed Carthage's Spanish holdings the way you might eye your neighbour's attractive lawn furniture. Into this delicate balance came Hannibal Barca, whose very name would eventually make Roman children behave and Roman senators lose sleep. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. First, you need to understand the world he inherited. A Mediterranean basin where established powers and rising ambitions created a situation as stable as a table, with one leg shorter than the others. Something was going to shift eventually. It was just a matter of who would provide the push and which direction the whole arrangement would tumble. The landscape itself seemed to reflect this precarious balance. The Mediterranean's northern shores rose into mountain ranges that had channeled and shaped human movement, since people first figured out that walking around obstacles was easier than going over them. The Alps stood like a natural wall between southern Europe and the north, their peaks catching clouds and creating weather patterns that determined where cities grew and armies marched. Southern Spain, where our story truly begins, offered a different geography, hot, mineral-rich, and populated by tribes who had been metalworking since before Rome was even a village. The Carthaginians had established themselves there not through conquest, but through the more subtle art of making themselves commercially indispensable, which is like winning a war without the expense of actually fighting one. This was the world in 218 BCE, balanced, prosperous in patches, divided by mountains and united by sea, waiting for someone to disturb its equilibrium in ways that would ripple across centuries. The stage was set, the actors were in position, and somewhere in Spain, a young Carthaginian general was planning something that would make the Roman Senate wish they'd paid more attention to geography lessons. Let's talk about young Hannibal for a moment, because understanding his dream requires understanding the man, and understanding the man requires going back to when he was just a boy watching his father prepare for war. Hamilcar Barca, Hannibal's father, was the kind of man who carried grudges the way other people carry family heirlooms, carefully, protectively, with every intention of passing them down to the next generation. He'd commanded Carthaginian forces in Sicily during the First Punic War, watched his city forced to accept humiliating peace terms, and spent the rest of his life rebuilding Carthaginian power in Spain with the single-minded focus of someone planning an extremely elaborate comeback. According to ancient sources, and you can decide how much to trust stories that were written down by people who weren't actually there, Hamilcar once brought 9-year-old Hannibal to a sacrifice and made him swear eternal enmity to Rome. Whether this actually happened or was later propaganda doesn't particularly matter. What matters is that Hannibal grew up in a household where Rome wasn't just an enemy, but the enemy, the obstacle between Carthage and its rightful place in the world. Hannibal's education was the ancient equivalent of an advanced degree in how to make Rome uncomfortable. He studied Greek because that was what educated people did in the Mediterranean world, the same way modern professionals learn English regardless of where they're from. He learned warfare from his father and later from his brother-in-law Hasdrubal, watching how to manage mercenary armies composed of Iberians, Numidians, Libyans, and others who had no particular loyalty to Carthage beyond regular pay and competent leadership. But more than tactics or languages, Hannibal learned to think strategically in ways that most of his contemporaries couldn't match. While other generals planned campaigns, Hannibal planned wars. While they thought about next season's fighting, he thought about how to reshape the entire strategic situation. His dream wasn't simply to defeat Rome in battle. That was just Tuesday for a competent general. His dream was to break Rome's power so completely that Carthage would never again have to worry about Roman interference. Here's where you need to understand the Roman power structure, because Hannibal understood it better than most Romans did. Rome's strength didn't come from its legions, impressive as they were. It came from its alliance system, the complex web of treaties and relationships that connected Rome to hundreds of Italian communities. These allies provided soldiers, supplies, and strategic depth that made Rome almost impossible to defeat through conventional warfare. Hannibal looked at this system and saw its vulnerability. Rome's Italian allies weren't joining gladly. Many had been forced into alliance through conquest. They provided troops not from a love of Rome, but from lack of alternatives. If someone could demonstrate that Rome wasn't invincible, if someone could march through Italy showing that Roman protection was worthless, then perhaps these alliances would crumble like old bread, leaving Rome isolated and defeatable. This insight was the foundation of Hannibal's dream. He would take the war to Italy itself, not through a naval invasion that Carthage's weakened fleet couldn't support, but through an overland route that everyone knew was impossible. He would march an army from Spain, through Gaul, over the Alps and into northern Italy. Then he would defeat Roman armies in their own territory and offer their allies a better deal. It was the kind of plan that sounds absolutely insane when you first hear it. Like someone today suggesting they'll walk from New York to Los Angeles just to prove it can be done. Except with war elephants and hostile tribes and mountain ranges that had never been crossed by an army. But Hannibal had advantages that made the impossible merely extremely difficult. First, he had inherited his father's Spanish base, complete with silver mines that funded his operations and veteran soldiers who'd been fighting together long enough to trust their commanders. Second, he had diplomatic contacts throughout Gaul who could provide intelligence, supplies, and guides. The ancient equivalent of having friends along the route who'll let you crash on their couch. Third, he had elephants, which might seem like a logistical nightmare, but were actually brilliant psychological warfare tools. Nothing says "I mean business" quite like showing up with creatures that most people had only heard about in travellers' tales. But beyond these practical advantages, Hannibal had something more valuable: the ability to inspire people to attempt things they would never consider on their own. His soldiers followed him, not because they were forced to, but because they believed in his vision, or at least believed that following him would lead to plunder, glory, and stories they could tell their grandchildren. In 218 BCE, at 29 years old, Hannibal stood at the head of an army in Spain and looked north toward the Alps. Most generals would have seen an impassable barrier. Hannibal saw a route to immortality. His dream wasn't modest. It involved rewriting the power structure of the entire Mediterranean world. But here's the thing about impossible dreams. They remain impossible right up until someone accomplishes them, at which point everyone claims they knew it could be done all along. The decision to march was made not in a moment of passion, but after careful calculation. Hannibal spent months preparing, gathering supplies, securing agreements with Gallic tribes, and studying what little information existed about Alpine passes. He sent scouts ahead and made arrangements for supply depots. This wasn't impulsive adventurism, it was methodical planning applied to an outrageous objective. As spring approached and the campaign season opened, Hannibal's army began its march north from New Carthage in Spain. The dream was about to become a very cold, very difficult reality. But first, they would spend months crossing relatively friendly territory, giving Hannibal time to train his diverse forces into a cohesive unit, and giving his soldiers time to contemplate exactly what they'd signed up for. Picture yourself on a warm morning in late spring, 218 BCE, standing on the outskirts of New Carthage, modern Cartagena, watching an army assemble for what most observers thought was just another Spanish campaign. The smell of dust and horse sweat mingles with the salt air from the Mediterranean, and if you closed your eyes, you might think this was just another military deployment, the kind that happened regularly throughout the ancient world. But open your eyes and really look at what's gathering. This isn't just an army, it's a mobile nation, a self-contained world preparing to walk from Spain to Italy. 90,000 infantry, from a dozen different tribes and nations, 12,000 cavalry, and 37 elephants whose handlers treat them with a careful affection you might show a particularly temperamental but beloved family member. The diversity is staggering. Libyan spearmen in their distinctive linen armour stand near Iberian tribesmen carrying the falcata, that distinctively curved sword that could cut through Roman shields like an aggressive letter opener. Numidian cavalry from North Africa sit on their horses bareback, making Roman cavalry, who at least use saddles, feel like they're overdoing it with equipment. Balearic slingers, whose accuracy with their simple leather slings rivals modern target shooters, practice their craft with stones that hum through the air like angry bees. And the elephants. We need to talk about the elephants, because they're both more and less important than you might imagine. These aren't the massive African bush elephants you see in nature documentaries. These are North African forest elephants, smaller, now extinct, but still impressive enough to make an entrance. Each one requires about 300 pounds of food daily, drinks enough water to fill multiple bathtubs, and has a handler who knows its moods, preferences and personality quirks the way you know your closest friend's coffee order. The elephants serve multiple purposes beyond their obvious combat role. They're mobile propaganda, walking advertisements for Carthaginian power and exoticism. They're psychological weapons that will terrify enemies who've never seen anything larger than a cow. And they're symbols of Hannibal's confidence. Only someone absolutely certain of success would burden themselves with such high-maintenance companions on a journey through hostile territory and impossible mountains. The march begins with deceptive ease. The army moves north through Spain, following well-established routes through territory that's partly under Carthaginian control and partly inhabited by tribes who've decided that not interfering with this particular army is the better part of valour. The pace is deliberate rather than rushed, roughly 10 to 15 miles per day, because moving 90,000 people with their equipment and supplies isn't something you can do quickly without creating the kind of logistics disaster that ends military careers. Each evening, the army stops and transforms itself into a temporary city. Tents rise in organised patterns, Fires are lit for cooking, sentries are posted, and for a few hours the world takes on a rhythm that feels almost domestic. Soldiers clean equipment, repair sandals worn by the day's march, and share food and stories in languages that span the Mediterranean. The elephants are fed and watered, their handlers checking them for injuries or illness with the thoroughness of nurses. Hannibal moves through these evening camps with practiced ease, stopping to speak with different units, asking about supplies and listening to concerns. Leadership at this level isn't about dramatic speeches. It's about being seen, being accessible, and demonstrating that you share the hardships you're asking others to endure. When Hannibal eats soldiers' rations and sleeps in a regular tent, it builds loyalty more effectively than any amount of inspiring rhetoric. The army crosses the Ebro River, that traditional boundary between Carthaginian and Roman spheres of influence in Spain. This is the point of no return, the moment when the campaign becomes an official act of war. But the crossing itself is anticlimactic. Just a long day of ferrying men and equipment across a river that flows with the muddy determination of all major waterways. The elephants wade across, enjoying the bath, while their handlers curse and pray in roughly equal measure. Beyond the Ebro, the territory becomes progressively less friendly. Spanish tribes who owe no loyalty to Carthage eye this massive army with understandable nervousness. Some offer tokens of submission, food, guides, and promises not to attack if the army just keeps moving. Others prepare for resistance, gathering warriors and sending messages to neighbouring tribes about this unprecedented invasion force. Hannibal handles each situation with a flexibility that keeps his army moving while minimising delays. When resistance seems serious, he offers overwhelming force, defeating tribal armies with such efficiency that other communities decide cooperation looks more attractive. When tribes seem willing to negotiate, he's generous with promises and modest with demands, understanding that the goal isn't to conquer Spain, it's to pass through it with minimal damage to his army. The weeks blur into a rhythm of march, camp, occasional skirmish, and march again. The soldiers stop asking where they're going and focus on the immediate tasks of surviving each day's journey. Equipment wears out and is repaired or replaced. The weaker soldiers fall out and are left behind with wounds, illness, or simple inability to maintain the pace. The army that continues north is smaller but harder, winnowed by the journey into something approaching fighting trim. By the time they reach the Pyrenees, that mountain range separating Spain from Gaul, Hannibal has already sent home about 10,000 soldiers whose loyalty seemed questionable. Better a smaller army that's committed than a larger one that might desert or betray at a crucial moment. It's the kind of ruthlessly practical decision that characterises Hannibal's entire campaign. Better to solve problems early than watch them grow into disasters later. The crossing of the Pyrenees is a preview of greater challenges ahead. The mountains are steep, but not impossibly so. The pass is well used by traders and shepherds. Still, it's the army's first real taste of what moving through serious mountains involves. The thin air that makes breathing harder, the rocky terrain that tears at sandals and hooves, and the cold at higher elevations even in summer. When they emerge on the Gallic side of the Pyrenees, the army has shrunk to perhaps 50,000 infantry and 9,000 cavalry. The elephants remain, though the mountain crossing has left some showing signs of stress. But the survivors are now veterans of a journey that has already exceeded what most armies would consider a major campaign, and they haven't even reached the Alps yet. Gaul sprawls before them, a vast patchwork of tribal territories where Celtic peoples live in a relationship with Rome that ranges from hostile to merely suspicious. Hannibal's diplomatic preparations pay dividends here. Tribal leaders who've been contacted months earlier provide guides, supplies, and permission to pass through their territories. Others, hearing of this unprecedented army's approach, decide that maintaining neutrality is the wisest course. The march through Gaul takes on a different character than the Spanish portion. Here, Hannibal isn't just passing through potential enemy territory, he's building alliances that might prove useful later. Celtic tribes who resent Roman expansion see Hannibal as a potential ally against their mutual enemy. They offer warriors to supplement his forces, provide intelligence about Roman movements, and share knowledge about the Alps that will prove invaluable in the weeks ahead. As summer wanes and early autumn approaches, the army reaches the Rhone River, that major waterway that flows from the Alps to the Mediterranean. The crossing becomes another major logistical challenge. The river is wide, swift, and contested by local tribes who aren't thrilled about an army crossing through their territory. Hannibal solves this through a combination of negotiation and intimidation, arranging for boat builders to construct rafts, while cavalry demonstrates what happens to tribes that actively oppose the crossing. The elephants present a special challenge. Some are coaxed onto rafts disguised to look like solid ground, the ancient equivalent of tricking a cat into a carrier by making it look like a cosy hiding spot. Others have to be persuaded through more direct means, their handlers using every trick learned through years of experience. One story claims an elephant was led onto a raft by its mother, only to jump off and swim the river when it realised the deception, with its handler clinging to its ear the entire way. Whether true or embellished, it captures the mixture of comedy and danger that defined the entire enterprise. Beyond the Rhone, the Alps rise in the distance like a promise and a threat. The army can see them now on clear days, snow-capped peaks that seem to touch the sky, ranges that no army has ever crossed with supplies and equipment intact. Hannibal's soldiers look at those mountains and begin to understand what their general is really asking of them. But they've come too far to turn back now. Behind them lies territory they've already crossed, where Roman armies are surely mobilizing to cut off any retreat. Ahead lies the only path forward, up and over mountains that everyone says are impassable, toward Italy and the war that will determine whether Hannibal is a visionary or simply someone who led 50,000 men to die in the snow. The march toward the Alps continues, each day bringing those peaks closer, each evening camp filled with quieter conversations, as soldiers contemplate the impossible challenge ahead. Hannibal walks among his troops and tells them that the mountains are just another obstacle, that together they've already overcome challenges others thought impossible. Whether they believe him or not, they continue marching. Because that's what armies do. They march, they camp, they march again, carrying forward the dreams and ambitions of their commanders until those dreams become reality or turn into nightmares. And somewhere ahead, in passes that have seen only traders and shepherds, the Alps wait to test whether Hannibal's dream has any substance beyond ambition and will. Let me tell you what it's like to stand at the base of the Alps in late autumn, looking up at mountains that seem less like geography and more like mythology made solid. The air has a crystalline quality at this altitude, sharp and clear and cold enough that each breath feels like drinking from a mountain stream. Behind you, the rolling hills of Gaul descend toward the Rhone Valley. Before you, rock and snow rise toward clouds that tangle in the peaks, like wool caught on thorns. Hannibal chose his route based on intelligence gathered from Gallic guides, who knew these mountains the way sailors know familiar coastlines. The exact pass he used remains debated by historians. Was it the Col de Clapier, the Col du Mont-Cenis, or perhaps the Col de la Traversette? Each has its advocates and its geographic logic. But for our purposes, what matters isn't the precise location, but the experience itself, the reality of moving an army through terrain that actively resists human passage. The initial ascent is deceptive. The lower slopes offer decent footing and enough vegetation to graze horses and pack animals. The army moves in a long column that stretches for miles, each unit finding its own pace as the trail narrows and steepens. The elephants do surprisingly well initially. Their sure footing and strength make them better at mountain travel than you might expect, though their handlers remain in constant anxiety about what lies ahead. But as the army climbs higher, the mountains begin to reveal their true nature. Trails that looked reasonable from a distance turn out to be barely wider than a man's shoulders, with drops on one side that make even veteran soldiers nervous. The air thins, making breathing laboured and increasing fatigue beyond what the physical exertion alone would cause. Veterans who've marched across Spain and Gaul find themselves stopping frequently to catch their breath, puzzled by their own weakness until someone explains what altitude does to human bodies. The local Celtic tribes who inhabit these heights add their own complications. These aren't sophisticated city dwellers impressed by elephants and diplomatic overtures. These are mountain people whose wealth consists mainly of what they can take from travellers, and a slow-moving army laden with supplies represents opportunities that are hard to ignore. They know every trail, every hiding spot, and every place where a handful of defenders can make the path impassable. Hannibal faces ambushes at narrow points where his superior numbers mean nothing because only a few men can fight at once. Boulders roll down slopes, triggered by defenders who understand leverage and gravity better than they understand formal warfare. The army's advance slows to a crawl as each suspicious cliff and narrow passage must be scouted, secured, and passed with agonizing caution. Imagine being a soldier in this situation. You're exhausted from altitude and constant climbing. Your sandals, designed for Mediterranean terrain, are falling apart on these rocky paths. The weather shifts with unsettling rapidity, warm in direct sunlight, frigidly cold in shadow, with winds that seem to come from every direction simultaneously. You watch men ahead of you dislodge rocks that tumble down the trail, forcing everyone behind to freeze until the danger passes. You're cold, you're tired, and you're starting to wonder if your commanding officer's vision might actually be fatal insanity. But you keep climbing because everyone around you keeps climbing, because stopping means dying. There's nowhere to go but forward or back, and back means admitting defeat to comrades who've become family through shared hardship. Because your general is somewhere in this column, sharing the same cold and danger and exhaustion, and if that determined Carthaginian can keep placing one foot ahead of the other, so can you. The elephants become a project that consumes enormous effort. Handlers coax them over narrow paths, sometimes building up edges with stones to widen the trail enough for their massive bodies. When an elephant balks at a particularly difficult section, everything stops while the animal is encouraged, bribed with food, or sometimes simply given time to work up its courage. The patience these handlers demonstrate would impress any modern animal trainer. They understand that forcing an elephant in these conditions would be counterproductive and potentially fatal. Snow begins to appear, first in patches on shaded slopes, then more persistently as the army climbs higher. The white powder is beautiful in an austere way, catching sunlight and transforming the mountains into something that might grace a landscape painting. But its beauty is deceptive. Snow hides trail edges, conceals hazards, and creates surfaces where pack animals slip and slide like drunks on ice. The nights become genuinely dangerous. The army camps wherever it can find space, often on slopes where sleeping means preventing yourself from rolling downhill. Fires are difficult to start and impossible to maintain properly. There's little wood at this altitude, and what exists is often too damp or too wind-battered to burn well. Soldiers huddle together for warmth, sharing cloaks and body heat, discovering that survival requires cooperation at the most basic level. Frostbite claims fingers and toes. Altitude sickness leaves some soldiers dizzy and nauseous, unable to keep down the food they need for energy. Pack animals, never complaining but suffering nonetheless, begin to fail from the combination of cold, altitude, and insufficient fodder. When animals die, they're quickly butchered for meat. Wasting food in these conditions isn't just foolish, it's suicidal. Then the army reaches the summit of their chosen pass, and for a moment the suffering almost seems worthwhile. From this height they can see back across the route they've climbed, a dizzying descent that makes clear how far they've come. More importantly, they can see ahead to Italy. The Po Valley spread below them like a promised land, green and warm and inviting in the autumn sunlight. Hannibal gathers his troops at this high point and, according to legend, tells them the worst is behind them. He's lying, of course, but it's a useful lie. The descent proves as difficult as the ascent, just in different ways. Trails on the northern slopes are steeper, and often covered in ice that makes footing treacherous. Gravity, which was an enemy on the way up, becomes a dangerous ally on the way down, threatening to send men and animals sliding uncontrollably down slopes. The army descends in a controlled fall, each step a negotiation between progress and disaster. A story passed down through ancient sources describes a section where the trail has been destroyed by a landslide, leaving the army stopped at an impassable cliff. Hannibal's solution demonstrates both practical engineering and psychological leadership. His soldiers spend days building up the trail with rocks and earth, creating a passage where none existed. They heat rock faces with fires built from precious timber, carried up from below, then douse them with vinegar. The rapid temperature change fractures the stone, making it easier to clear. Whether this specific detail is accurate or an embellishment hardly matters. What matters is that the army finds a way through obstacles that should have stopped them completely. The elephants negotiate these final obstacles with what can only be described as determination bordering on stubbornness. Several are lost to falls or simply to exhaustion, their handlers mourning them with genuine grief. But most survive, making the descent with the same surprising agility that got them over the summit. By the time the army reaches lower elevations where the air is thick and breathing comes easy again, the elephants that remain have earned their place in history through sheer endurance. After 15 days in the mountains, though some sources suggest it might have been longer, Hannibal's army descends into the Po Valley in northern Italy. They've lost about half their soldiers to combat, desertion, exposure, and the simple attrition of an impossible journey. The survivors are ragged, frostbitten and near starvation, their equipment damaged and their morale hanging by threads of shared accomplishment. But they've done it. They've crossed the Alps with an army, with supplies, with elephants. They've accomplished something everyone said was impossible, and that accomplishment transforms them from soldiers into something more, witnesses to, and participants in a legendary feat that will be discussed for thousands of years. As they descend into Italy's relative warmth and plenty, Hannibal's soldiers probably don't think about their place in history. They think about food, about warmth, about rest. They think about replacing worn-out equipment and letting frost-damaged fingers and toes heal. They think about the fact that they're alive when so many others aren't. What they don't yet realise is that crossing the Alps was the easy part. Now they have to conquer Rome with an army that's been reduced by half and is exhausted beyond anything normal military experience would encompass. The worst, despite what Hannibal told them at the summit, is definitely not behind them, but that's a problem for tomorrow. Tonight they camp in the foothills where the air is warm and breathing doesn't hurt. Tonight they tend their wounds and tell each other stories about the crossing that will grow with each retelling. Tonight they are men who have walked over the roof of the world and survived, and that's enough. The first thing Hannibal's soldiers probably noticed about northern Italy was how flat it seemed after the Alps. The Po Valley stretched before them like a gift from geography itself. Fertile plains where rivers meandered through farmland, settlements dotted across a landscape that looked prosperous in the hazy afternoon light. After weeks of mountains, even modest hills probably looked imposing. The second thing they noticed was that they were in terrible shape. Crossing the Alps hadn't just reduced their numbers, it had transformed healthy soldiers into something approaching medical emergencies. Frostbite had claimed extremities. Exhaustion had settled into bones deeper than any night's sleep could fix. Equipment was damaged or simply worn out. The elephants, those survivors who'd made the journey, needed care and feeding that the barren mountains hadn't provided. Hannibal understood that he couldn't fight in this condition. His dream of liberating Rome's Italian allies required first making his army capable of fighting, which meant rest, recovery, and recruitment. The Gallic tribes of the northern Italy, who had their own reasons for resenting Roman expansion, provided what Hannibal needed most: time and space to rebuild. The army established itself in territory controlled by the Insubri, a Gallic people who viewed Rome the way you might view an aggressive neighbour who keeps expanding their fence line onto your property. They offered food, shelter, and most valuably, warriors to replace Hannibal's losses. Young Gallic men, hearing tales of the legendary crossing and eager for glory or plunder, or simply adventure, joined the Carthaginian force in numbers that helped restore its strength. During these weeks of recovery, something remarkable happened within Hannibal's army. The shared experience of the Alpine crossing had created bonds that transcended the usual mercenary relationships. Libyans, Iberians, Numidians, and now Gauls, men who spoke different languages and worshipped different gods, had become something approaching comrades through the simple act of surviving together. The Alps had been a forge that transformed disparate peoples into a unified force. Hannibal used this recovery time to train and integrate his new Gallic recruits, creating a fighting force that combined Carthaginian tactical sophistication with Celtic enthusiasm and local knowledge. He also began his diplomatic offensive, sending messages to Roman allies throughout Italy offering them a simple proposition: Rome doesn't protect you, and I'm here to prove it. Join me, or at least stay neutral, and together we can end Roman domination. It was during these autumn months that Rome first began to grasp what Hannibal had accomplished. A Carthaginian army in Italy shouldn't have been possible. They'd posted forces to stop any invasion through Spain, stationed fleets to prevent naval crossings, and generally assumed that the Alps would do their defensive work for them. Learning that Hannibal had simply walked around their defensive strategy must have been the ancient equivalent of realizing someone had burglarized your house by coming through a door you didn't know existed. The Roman response was swift, but hampered by the simple fact that they'd prepared for the wrong war. Legions were marching towards Spain to confront Hannibal there. Fleets were positioned to intercept Carthaginian ships, and nobody had thought to station significant forces in the Po Valley because nobody expected to need them there. It's the kind of strategic surprise that military planners study as an example of why you should always expect your enemies to do the thing you think is impossible. The first confrontation came at the Ticinus River, a relatively small engagement where Hannibal's cavalry proved decisively superior to their Roman counterparts. It wasn't a major battle by ancient standards, more like a large skirmish that happened to involve several thousand men, but it sent an important message. Despite the Alpine crossing, despite the army's reduced size, Carthaginian forces could defeat Roman legions in open combat. The psychological impact of Ticinus exceeded its tactical significance. Hannibal had proven he could hurt Rome in its own territory, and Roman allies throughout Italy began reconsidering their commitments. If Rome couldn't protect itself, could it protect them? If this Carthaginian general was as capable as rumour suggested, might joining him be safer than opposing him? Winter approached, bringing the traditional end to the campaign season. Ancient armies generally didn't fight during winter months. Supplies became scarce, weather made movement difficult, and everyone recognised that there were better uses of time than fighting in snow and mud. Hannibal established winter quarters in Cisalpine Gaul, allowing his army to recover while he planned the following year's campaign. This period of relative calm was when Hannibal truly demonstrated his gift for leadership. Managing an army in combat is one thing. Any competent general can order charges and retreats. Managing an army during months of inactivity, keeping soldiers trained and motivated while preventing the kind of indiscipline that idle armies develop, requires different skills entirely. Hannibal maintained his troops' edge through regular training and occasional raids that kept both his soldiers and their enemies alert. He rotated units through different duties, ensuring no one felt their service was less important than others. He settled disputes, enforced discipline, and maintained the careful balance between firmness and fairness that marks effective military leadership. The elephants required special attention during these months. These weren't hardy mountain animals adapted to Italian winters. They were creatures from North Africa, suffering in climate conditions their biology wasn't designed to handle. Handlers spent enormous effort keeping them warm, healthy, and mentally stimulated, understanding that these animals were valuable psychological weapons worth the investment of time and resources. As winter progressed, Hannibal received intelligence about Roman preparations for the following year. Rome was raising new legions, calling in allies, and generally mobilizing for the kind of total war effort that their military system enabled. The Roman Senate wasn't panicking. Romans didn't panic, at least not publicly, but they were taking Hannibal seriously in ways they hadn't bothered to before his arrival. Hannibal used this time to refine his strategic understanding of Italy. He studied maps drawn by local guides, interviewed traders who knew the road networks, and carefully considered which Roman allies might be persuaded to switch sides. His goal wasn't to conquer Italy city by city. That would take more resources than Carthage possessed. Instead, he aimed to break Rome's alliance system, leaving the city isolated and vulnerable. The quiet months also allowed Hannibal's soldiers to fully recover from the Alpine crossing. Frostbite healed or scarred over into permanent reminders. Bodies regained strength, lost to starvation and exposure. Equipment was repaired or replaced, and the army that emerged from winter quarters was fundamentally different from the ragged force that had stumbled out of the mountains months earlier. Spring brought renewed campaigning, and the realization that Hannibal's arrival in Italy had transformed the strategic situation in ways Rome was still struggling to comprehend. The legions sent to intercept him in Spain were now uselessly positioned hundreds of miles from the actual war. The fleets meant to prevent invasion found themselves with nothing to intercept. Rome's careful defensive planning had been rendered irrelevant by one audacious march. But more importantly, Hannibal's mere presence in Italy was forcing Rome to fight on his terms rather than their own. Instead of choosing when and where to campaign, Rome had to respond to Carthaginian movements. Instead of taking war to enemy territory, they had to defend their own homeland. The psychological shift was profound. Rome had always been the aggressor, the expanding power. Now they were reacting, defending, and uncertain. The Po Valley, where Hannibal had established himself, became a stage where two very different military philosophies would test each other. Rome relied on citizen soldiers organized into legions, fighting in tight formations that emphasized collective discipline over individual heroism. Hannibal commanded mercenaries from a dozen nations, each with their own fighting styles, united by their generals' tactical brilliance and the promise of plunder. As the weather warmed and roads dried, both sides prepared for the campaign that would determine whether Hannibal's incredible journey would become a lasting strategic achievement or simply a spectacular suicide mission. The Alps had been crossed, the army had recovered, and now the real test would begin, not of endurance or determination, but of whether Hannibal could actually accomplish what he'd come to Italy to do. Let's pause here in the story as winter turns to spring in northern Italy, and talk about something that ancient historians often skip over in their excitement to describe battles and conquests. Let's talk about the waiting, the preparing, and the long stretches of time when armies existed but didn't fight, when soldiers were simply people trying to survive another day in a foreign land far from home. Hannibal's camp during those months between major engagements would have felt less like a military installation and more like a mobile city. Picture rows of tents arranged with military precision, yes, but also the organic chaos that develops wherever humans settle temporarily. Smiths work portable forges, repairing equipment and occasionally creating new items when materials allow. Sutlers, those civilian merchants who follow armies like seabirds follow fishing boats, trade luxuries and necessities with soldiers who have coin or goods to exchange. The smell would be distinctive. Smoke from countless fires, food cooking in various styles as different ethnic groups prepare meals according to their traditions, the ever-present odour of horses and elephants, and the tang of metal being worked and leather being treated. It's not unpleasant exactly, but it's dense with information if you know how to read it. A sudden increase in metalworking means the army expects combat soon. More food being prepared than usual suggests either a celebration or preparations for a march. The sounds create their own rhythm. Soldiers training in the mornings, the clash of wooden practice weapons, the counting cadence used to coordinate movements, occasional laughter when someone makes a mistake that's funny rather than dangerous. Animals being tended, horses whickering for food, elephants making those low, rumbling sounds that you feel in your chest more than hear with your ears. Multiple languages in conversation, the linguistic diversity of the Mediterranean world compressed into a few acres of Italian countryside. Hannibal moved through these camps with a familiarity that suggested he was as comfortable here as anywhere. He'd spent most of his adult life with armies and understood their rhythms and needs. When he inspected troops, he didn't just check their equipment, he asked about their health, their concerns, and whether they were receiving adequate supplies. This wasn't merely calculated leadership. It reflected a genuine understanding that soldiers fight better when they believe their commander actually cares whether they live or die. The elephants required constant attention even when not preparing for combat. These animals couldn't simply be parked somewhere and ignored until needed. They were complex beings with physical and psychological requirements that their handlers worked to meet. Each elephant had a personality, preferences and moods that varied as much as human moods vary. Some were naturally bold, eager to advance when given the signal. Others were more cautious, requiring encouragement and reassurance before confronting anything unusual. Training elephants for combat involved strange compromises between the animal's nature and military necessities. You can't force an elephant to charge into danger it finds genuinely terrifying. The animal is too large and powerful to compel. Instead, handlers work to make combat situations seem safe enough that the elephant's trust in its handler outweighed its natural caution. It was a relationship built over years, based on mutual respect, and the elephant's recognition that following its handler's directions had always led to safety and food in the past. During these calm periods between major engagements, the army also dealt with the administrative realities that kept any military force functioning. Supplies had to be inventoried, distributed and protected from theft or spoilage. Pay had to be calculated and distributed. Mercenaries fight for money, and armies that don't pay regularly tend to dissolve through desertion or mutiny. Letters from home, carried by merchants or travelling soldiers, brought news that connected these warriors to lives they'd left behind months or years earlier. Medical care occupied significant attention. Ancient warfare generated injuries that didn't immediately kill but required extended treatment. Wounds that needed cleaning and monitoring to prevent infection. Broken bones that needed setting and time to heal, and illnesses that spread through camps with depressing regularity. The army had physicians, but their knowledge was limited by contemporary understanding of medicine. They could set bones, stitch wounds, and had some effective herbal treatments, but infection remained a mysterious killer that struck seemingly at random. The psychological toll of military life during these periods manifested in various ways. Some soldiers became superstitious, developing elaborate rituals meant to ensure survival in the next battle. Others became reckless, affecting an attitude of careless bravado that masked genuine fear. Many simply became quiet, conserving emotional energy for the challenges they knew were coming. Hannibal's leadership during these calm periods was perhaps more important than his tactical brilliance in combat. Keeping an army cohesive and effective during months of relative inactivity requires different skills than winning battles. He had to maintain discipline while preventing the kind of harsh enforcement that would breed resentment. He had to keep soldiers trained and ready, while not exhausting them through pointless drill. He had to balance competing demands from different ethnic groups within his force, ensuring no one felt consistently disadvantaged or disrespected. The Gallic warriors who joined Hannibal's army brought their own cultural expectations about warfare. They were used to seasonal raiding, quick campaigns followed by returns home to handle agricultural work. The idea of multi-year campaigns far from home, fighting not for plunder but for strategic objectives, represented a cultural adjustment that required patient explanation and management. Religious observances provided structure and meaning during these waiting periods. Different groups within the army worshipped different gods, conducted different rituals, and observed different festivals. Hannibal, who'd been raised in the religiously diverse world of Carthage, understood that allowing these observances strengthened rather than weakened his army. Soldiers who felt their gods were honoured fought with more confidence than those forced to abandon their spiritual practices. The passage of seasons marked time in ways that the mere counting of days couldn't capture. Spring brought warmer weather and the resumption of serious campaigning. Summer meant heat and dust, long marches under the Mediterranean sun that turned armour into portable ovens. Autumn brought harvests that could be appropriated to feed the army, and the knowledge that winter would soon limit mobility again. Each season had its rhythm, its challenges, and its opportunities. News from the wider world filtered into camp through various channels. Merchants trading with the army, deserters from Roman forces, and diplomatic envoys from Italian cities considering their options. Through these sources, Hannibal tracked Roman preparations, learned which allies were wavering in their loyalty, and gathered the intelligence that informed his strategic decisions. Letters from Carthage arrived irregularly, bringing news from home and instructions from the government that theoretically controlled this campaign. But distance and the difficulty of communication meant Hannibal operated with enormous autonomy. The Carthaginian Senate might pass resolutions about what he should do, but by the time those instructions reached Italy, circumstances had usually changed enough that they were irrelevant. Hannibal fought his war according to his own judgment, for better or worse. The relationship between Hannibal and his soldiers during these calm periods created bonds that would be tested in coming battles. When soldiers had watched their general share their hardships for months or years, had seen him eat the same food and endure the same weather, and had observed him making decisions that prioritized their welfare when possible, they developed loyalty that couldn't be purchased or commanded. This loyalty would prove crucial when battles went badly, and retreat seemed more rational than continued fighting. As each period of relative peace ended and the army prepared for the next campaign, soldiers performed the small rituals that warriors have always performed before combat. Equipment was checked one final time. Personal items were secured or given to comrades for safekeeping in case of death. Some soldiers wrote letters to be sent home if they didn't survive. Others simply spent quiet time alone, contemplating mortality in whatever terms their religion or philosophy provided. The elephants sensed these shifts in mood and routine. The handlers could tell when the army was preparing for combat by subtle changes in the animal's behaviour, increased nervousness, reluctance to eat, and the way they grouped together as if seeking mutual reassurance. Managing these magnificent but temperamental creatures required understanding that they responded to human emotional states with surprising sensitivity. And then the waiting would end. Scouts would report Roman movements, or intelligence would arrive about a vulnerable target, or strategic necessity would demand action regardless of whether anyone felt ready. The camp would transform from a temporary city back into a military machine, all those months of waiting and preparation distilling into renewed purpose. But even as the army prepared to march toward whatever awaited them, the memories of these calm periods remained. Soldiers carried with them the knowledge that their comrades were people, not just weapons to be employed in combat. Commanders understood that their decisions affected real lives, families back home who depended on husbands and fathers and sons returning from this foreign war. This human dimension, the waiting, the wondering, the quiet moments between dramatic events, is often lost in historical accounts that focus on battles and movements. But for the men who lived through Hannibal's Italian campaign, these calm periods were as much a part of their experience as any dramatic confrontation. They were the times when friendships formed, when fears were shared, and when the reality of being far from home with an uncertain future pressed most heavily on consciousness. Now let's fast forward through the years that followed, not because the battles aren't important, but because tonight's story is about something deeper than tactical victories and strategic manoeuvring. It's about how one man's dream and one impossible march created ripples that spread across centuries, changing how humans thought about possibility itself. Hannibal would spend 15 more years in Italy after crossing the Alps, winning battles that should have destroyed Rome but never quite achieving the decisive victory that would break Rome's power. He won at Trebia, at Trasimene, and most famously at Cannae, where he destroyed a Roman army twice his size through tactical brilliance that military strategists still study today. Yet Rome refused to surrender, refused to negotiate, simply raised new legions, and continued fighting with a stubbornness that eventually wore down even Hannibal's remarkable army. The story's end isn't happy by conventional measures. Hannibal was eventually recalled to Carthage to defend against Roman invasion. He lost his first battle at Zama, not because he'd forgotten how to fight, but because Rome had finally learned from its defeats and produced a general, Scipio Africanus, who could match Hannibal's brilliance. Carthage sued for peace on Rome's terms, accepting conditions that guaranteed they'd never again threaten Roman power. Hannibal lived on for years after the war, serving his city as a civil administrator, trying to rebuild Carthaginian prosperity through commerce since military competition was no longer possible. Eventually, pursued by Roman demands for his surrender, he took poison rather than be captured, dying in exile far from the Carthage he'd spent his life trying to protect. It's the kind of ending that ancient tragedies were built around. The brilliant hero undone not by lack of skill, but by forces larger than any individual could control. But here's what makes Hannibal's story worth remembering 2 millennia later. He permanently changed what humans thought was possible. Before Hannibal, armies didn't cross the Alps with elephants. They didn't march from Spain to Italy through territory that geography said was impassable. They didn't win battles through tactical creativity that turned expected advantages into fatal vulnerabilities. The Mediterranean world had assumptions about warfare, about logistics, and about what was feasible, and Hannibal casually demolished those assumptions through the simple expedient of ignoring them. His crossing of the Alps became the standard example for impossible journeys. When Napoleon crossed the Alps centuries later, using proper roads that hadn't existed in Hannibal's time, he explicitly compared himself to the Carthaginian general, because that's how deeply Hannibal's feat had embedded itself in Western consciousness. When military planners talk about bold strategic moves that ignore conventional thinking, Hannibal's name comes up with the regularity of a metaphor that's earned its place through sheer appropriateness. The tactical innovations Hannibal demonstrated at battles like Cannae influenced military thinking for centuries. The double envelopment he executed there, where his army surrounded and destroyed a larger Roman force, became a template that generals dreamed of replicating. Modern military academies still teach Cannae as an example of perfect tactical execution, which means 20-something cadets today study a battle fought by a Carthaginian general 2,200 years ago. But Hannibal's deeper legacy isn't really about military tactics or strategic innovation. It's about what his story teaches about human capability, determination, and the relationship between dreams and reality. Consider what Hannibal actually accomplished. He took a diverse army of mercenaries who had no particular loyalty to each other, led them through a journey that everyone said would kill them, and forged them into a force that repeatedly defeated the ancient world's most successful military power. He did this not through overwhelming resources or supernatural intervention, but through leadership, planning, and the ability to inspire people to attempt things they didn't think they could achieve. The soldiers who crossed the Alps with Hannibal weren't special forces or elite troops at the start of that journey. They were ordinary men, farmers' sons, tribal warriors, poor young men seeking fortune, who became extraordinary through the simple act of continuing when continuing seemed impossible. That transformation suggests something important about human potential. Our limits are more flexible than we assume, and sometimes the only thing preventing achievement is our certainty that achievement isn't possible. Hannibal's story also demonstrates how individual vision can overcome structural disadvantages. Carthage was weaker than Rome by almost any objective measure. Smaller population, less extensive alliance network, fewer resources. A conventional strategic analysis would have concluded that Carthage couldn't win a direct conflict with Rome, which was probably accurate. But Hannibal didn't attempt conventional strategy. He invented a new approach, found a route no one expected, and nearly defeated Rome despite all structural advantages favouring his enemy. This has implications beyond ancient warfare. In business, politics, personal life, anywhere someone faces challenges that seem overwhelming. Hannibal's example suggests that creative approaches can sometimes overcome apparently insurmountable obstacles. Not always, not reliably, but often enough that attempting the seemingly impossible isn't automatically foolish. The story also illustrates the limitations of individual brilliance. Hannibal was possibly the most gifted military commander of ancient times, yet he ultimately failed to achieve his strategic objectives. Rome's institutional strength, its ability to absorb defeats and continue fighting, its extensive alliance system and its governmental stability proved more durable than Hannibal's personal genius. Sometimes the structural realities really do win, no matter how capable the individuals challenging them. This tension between individual agency and structural forces is part of why Hannibal's story remains compelling. He succeeded beyond any reasonable expectation, yet ultimately failed to change the historical trajectory he challenged. He was simultaneously incredibly successful and fundamentally unsuccessful, which makes his story more interesting than if he'd either conquered Rome or been immediately defeated. The human element of Hannibal's legacy might be its most enduring aspect. Here was someone who cared enough about his soldiers to share their hardships, who developed relationships with war elephants that his handlers respected, and who could inspire loyalty from people who had every reason to desert or betray him. In an era when military commanders often viewed soldiers as expendable resources, Hannibal treated them as humans whose welfare mattered beyond their utility in combat. This approach to leadership, combining strategic brilliance with genuine concern for those being led, has influenced thinking about management and command ever since. Modern military leadership doctrine still emphasizes the importance of leaders who share their subordinates' hardships, and business management theory often discusses the value of leaders who prioritize employee welfare. These ideas trace back through various sources, but Hannibal's example is one of the earliest and clearest instances of this leadership philosophy in action. The elephants themselves became legendary, symbols of Hannibal's audacity and exoticism. For centuries after, writers who wanted to suggest something was impossibly difficult would compare it to taking elephants over the Alps. The fact that most of the elephants died during the Italian campaign, from climate, combat, and simple exhaustion, somehow doesn't diminish the legend. If anything, it enhances it, demonstrating that Hannibal attempted his impossible journey despite knowing the costs would be enormous. Rome itself was transformed by the Hannibalic Wars in ways that shaped its future development. The near-death experience of facing Hannibal in Italy convinced Romans that their survival required total dominance of the Mediterranean world. The Roman Empire that would later stretch from Britain to Mesopotamia was built partly on lessons learned during those desperate years when a Carthaginian army wandered through Italy, seemingly unstoppable. Carthage's eventual destruction, raised completely in a later war, its territory sown with salt in a gesture of absolute annihilation, was partly motivated by Roman trauma from Hannibal's campaigns. Rome had been so frightened by what one Carthaginian general had accomplished that they decided the only safe Carthage was no Carthage at all. It's a sobering reminder that sometimes success creates its own disasters. Hannibal's brilliance helped ensure his civilization's destruction. The cultural memory of Hannibal spread far beyond the Mediterranean world. His name appears in text from cultures that had no direct contact with Carthage or Rome, passed along through trade routes and cultural exchange until even people in medieval Europe and Asia knew stories about the general who crossed the impossible mountains. This kind of cultural persistence suggests that his story touched something universal about human ambition and achievement. Modern historians continue debating details of Hannibal's campaigns, which pass he used, exactly how many troops he had, and whether specific accounts of battles are accurate. But these scholarly debates, important as they are to specialists, miss the larger point. Hannibal's legacy isn't really about the precise details of his campaigns. It's about the story those campaigns tell regarding what humans can accomplish when they refuse to accept conventional limitations. As you settle deeper into your blankets and feel sleep beginning to pull at your consciousness, let's bring this story to its quiet close with some final thoughts about Hannibal and his march through time and memory. Somewhere in northern Italy, if you look carefully, you can still find traces of the routes Hannibal's army followed. Not obvious monuments or dramatic markers, but subtle signs visible to those who know what to look for. Old roads that follow paths chosen for military logistics rather than commercial convenience. Place names that echo in languages descended from the tribes who witnessed that unprecedented army's passage. The Alps themselves remain, unchanged by the armies that have crossed them over millennia. The passes that seemed so impossibly difficult to Hannibal's soldiers are now threaded with highways and rail tunnels, made manageable by engineering that would seem like divine intervention to ancient travellers. Yet for anyone who's walked in genuine mountain wilderness, who's felt altitude steal their breath and cold numb their fingers, Hannibal's achievement remains impressive regardless of modern technological advancement. Think about those soldiers who made the crossing, the ones who survived to tell their grandchildren about the time they walked over the roof of the world, following a general whose dreams seemed like madness until it succeeded. They returned eventually to homes in Libya, Iberia, and Numidia, those who survived the Italian campaigns, carrying memories of snow-covered peaks and desperate mountain passages. Some probably exaggerated their stories, making the mountains higher and the dangers greater with each retelling. Others probably understated them, finding that the reality defied description and that listeners couldn't really understand what they had experienced. The elephants that survived the crossing lived out their remaining years in Italy, exotic creatures far from their African homes, cared for by handlers who'd crossed impossible mountains in their company. When these elephants died, from age, combat, or simple exhaustion, their passing marked the end of one of history's most unusual military logistics efforts. No one would attempt war elephants in Alpine campaigns again, partly because Hannibal had demonstrated both that it was possible and that the cost probably exceeded the benefits. Hannibal himself, in his later years of exile, sometimes spoke about the Alpine crossing to those who visited him. By then it had been decades since that extraordinary march, and the world had moved on to other conflicts and concerns. But for Hannibal, the crossing remained central to his identity. The moment when he'd proven that will and planning could overcome barriers everyone else considered absolute. In his final moments, taking poison rather than surrendering to Roman capture, did Hannibal think about the Alps? What about the young men who'd followed him over impossible mountains because they believed in his vision? About the elephants struggling through snowdrifts and the scouts finding paths where no paths should exist? We can't know, but it's pleasant to imagine that his last thoughts included some satisfaction about that impossible achievement, that dream made real through determination and leadership. The story of Hannibal's crossing lives on because it speaks to something fundamental about human nature. We need stories about people who refused to accept limitations, who looked at impossible challenges and decided to attempt them anyway. Not because these stories guarantee success. Hannibal ultimately failed in his larger strategic objectives, but because they remind us that impossible is often just difficult in disguise, and that human capability exceeds what we typically demand of ourselves. As you drift towards sleep, imagine yourself on that mountain pass, looking back at the route you've climbed and forward toward the descent into Italy. The air is thin and cold, the path ahead uncertain, but you've come too far to turn back now. Around you, thousands of others are making the same journey, sharing the same hardships, bound together by common purpose and shared impossibility achieved. This is what Hannibal gave to history, not just tactical innovations or strategic lessons, but a story about what becomes possible when people refuse to accept conventional limitations. A story about leadership that inspires rather than compels, about soldiers who become heroes through simple perseverance, about elephants in snowdrifts and armies achieving the impossible through the accumulation of small possible steps. Sleep now, comfortable in your warm bed, safe from cold and altitude and the dangers that Hannibal's soldiers faced. But carry with you into dreams the knowledge that 2,000 years ago, people did impossible things because one man dreamed them possible and had the skill to make others share that dream. The Alps still stand, snow-covered and magnificent, indifferent to the humans who crossed them. But they remember in their patient, stony way the army that shouldn't have been able to pass but did, leaving footprints in snow that melted millennia ago, but somehow still mark the path between impossible and accomplished. Tomorrow you'll wake to your own challenges, your own mountains to cross, metaphorical certainly, but no less real for being personal rather than geographic. When you face them, remember Hannibal and his soldiers, taking one step at a time through impossible terrain, proving that sometimes the only way to cross an impassable barrier is to stop believing it's impassable and start walking. Rest well. Dream of elephants in snow, of generals who dared greatly, of soldiers who achieved the impossible by refusing to accept impossibility, and know that their story continues as long as people remember that human will, properly applied with skill and determination, can reshape the world in ways that seem like legend until they become history. The calm wars of Rome ended long ago, but their lessons remain, carried forward through centuries by stories told on nights like this, when sleep approaches and the past seems near enough to touch. Hannibal crossed the Alps 2,000 years ago, but his journey continues every time someone faces an impossible challenge and decides to attempt it anyway. Sleep now. The mountains have been crossed. The story has been told. And tomorrow awaits with its own adventures, its own impossibilities waiting to be transformed through determination into achievements that future generations might remember with wonder. Picture London on a warm evening in late August 1939. The sun is setting over the Thames, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose that reflect off the river's surface like liquid copper. Street lamps are beginning their nightly ritual, that gentle flickering as they come to life one by one, creating pools of yellow warmth along the pavements. Shop windows glow with displays of summer dresses and wireless sets, casting rectangles of light onto the sidewalks where couples stroll arm in arm, their shadows long and lazy in the golden hour. You can hear the particular sounds of a city in its evening mode, the rumble of red double-decker buses, the clip-clop of delivery horses making their final rounds, and the cheerful ting of bicycle bells as workers pedal home for supper. From open windows comes the smell of cooking, roast dinners, boiled potatoes, and the yeasty warmth of fresh bread. Radios play dance music, the kind with horns and steady rhythms that make your foot tap without thinking about it. In Paris, the cafes are filling with their usual evening crowd. The Eiffel Tower stands illuminated against the darkening sky, its iron lattice outlined in electric brilliance like a piece of jewellery against velvet. There are neon signs advertising aperitifs, warm light coming from restaurant interiors, and the headlamps of Citroëns and Renaults making rivers of light along the Champs-Élysées. Street musicians play accordions on corners, their cases open for coins that clink with a satisfying metallic ring. Berlin too is bathed in light. The grand buildings along Unter den Linden are floodlit, their neoclassical facades standing proud and imposing. The shops stay open late, their windows full of goods that speak of prosperity and order. Electric trams hum along their tracks, their interiors bright and modern, filled with passengers reading newspapers or chatting about their days. These cities have spent decades building their electrical infrastructure, stringing miles of cable, installing countless fixtures, and creating networks of illumination that have become as fundamental to urban life as running water or paved streets. The age of electric light is barely 50 years old, still young enough to feel miraculous. People who grew up with oil lamps and candles now flip switches without thinking, banishing darkness with a casual gesture that would have seemed like sorcery to their grandparents. But on September 1st, 1939, everything changes. Germany invades Poland, and within hours, Britain and France are making preparations that have been planned in secret for months. Government officials retrieve documents from locked safes. Civil defence workers report to their posts, and ordinary citizens receive instructions that will alter the appearance of their world in ways both profound and peculiar. The blackout is coming. You might wonder why darkness would be chosen as a defence strategy. The logic is straightforward but chilling. Bombers navigating at night need visual reference points to find their targets. A city ablaze with light is as easy to spot from the air as a lighthouse on a dark coast. Remove that light, and the bombers are flying over an invisible landscape, unable to distinguish a munitions factory from a residential neighbourhood, or a railway junction from a park. So the decision is made. When night falls, the lights must go out. Not just some lights, or most lights, but all lights. Every window must be covered, every street lamp extinguished, and every car driven with hooded headlamps that cast only the faintest glow. The great cities of Europe will disappear from view, pulled beneath a blanket of darkness as complete as any medieval village knew. The preparations happen with remarkable speed. Shops sell out of black fabric within hours. Hardware stores run out of paint, tape, cardboard, anything that might be used to block light. The government has printed millions of leaflets explaining the regulations, and these appear in letterboxes like strange invitations to a backwards party, where the goal is to extinguish rather than illuminate. You can imagine the conversations happening in homes across Britain that first weekend of September. Families standing in their parlours, looking at their windows with newfound assessment, calculating how many yards of material they'll need, whether thick curtains will suffice, or if they'll need something more substantial. There's an odd domesticity to these calculations, as if they're redecorating for some peculiar aesthetic preference rather than preparing for war. The instructions are specific and somewhat overwhelming. Windows must be covered so thoroughly that not a crack of light escapes. This includes skylights, glass doors, and even the tiny windows in bathrooms. The penalty for showing light is not insignificant. Fines that could strain a working family's budget, and more importantly, the social pressure of knowing that your carelessness might endanger your neighbours. On September 3rd, Britain officially declares war on Germany. That evening, as darkness approaches, the blackout begins in earnest. It's a Sunday, traditionally a day of rest, of family dinners and evening strolls. But this Sunday evening will be different from any the nation has known in living memory. The sun sets at approximately 7:30 p.m. on that first blackout evening in early September 1939. As twilight deepens, you would notice something extraordinary happening, or rather, not happening. The usual sequence of lights awakening across the city simply doesn't occur. The street lamps remain dark, shop windows stay unlit. The familiar glow that typically begins to define buildings and streets remains absent. Instead, there's a collective dimming, as if someone is slowly turning down the brightness control on the entire world. As the last and natural light fades from the western sky, darkness arrives with unusual completeness. Not the partial darkness of a normal night, punctuated by human-made illumination, but something approaching the darkness of the countryside or wilderness. The kind of dark that city dwellers might encounter only on camping trips or during power outages. The psychological impact is immediate and disorienting. Human beings have an ancient, hardwired response to darkness. We are diurnal creatures, adapted for daylight activity, and our nervous systems treat darkness as a signal for rest or potential danger. For thousands of years, darkness meant retreat to shelter, gathering around fires, and ceasing productive activity until sunrise. Electric light changed all that, extending the day artificially, allowing cities to function around the clock. Now suddenly, that ancient relationship with darkness is restored, but in an urban context where it feels profoundly unnatural. You're surrounded by buildings and streets, the infrastructure of modern civilization, yet experiencing a darkness that belongs to a pre-industrial era. It creates a kind of temporal vertigo, as if you've travelled backward in time while remaining physically in the present. The first challenge is simply moving around. Walking down a familiar street becomes an exercise in careful navigation. Your eyes strain to distinguish shapes in the gloom, the outline of a pillar box, the curve of a curb, the silhouette of another person approaching. Curbs and steps become hazards. More than one person trips over their own doorstep in those early blackout evenings, misjudging distances in the absence of light. Cars and buses face even greater challenges. Vehicle headlamps must be fitted with special covers that restrict their light to a tiny slit, casting only the weakest beam onto the road ahead. Imagine driving at walking speed, peering through your windshield at a street you can barely see, watching for pedestrians who appear as mere shadows, and trying to avoid other vehicles that are equally difficult to spot. The accident rate in these early blackout days spikes alarmingly. Collisions between vehicles, cars striking pedestrians, and people walking into lampposts or falling into gutters. There's a particular comedy to some of these mishaps, though nobody finds them funny at the time. Respectable citizens stumble into hedges. delivery boys cycle into parked cars. A bishop walking home from evening service mistakes a stranger's front gate for his own and spends several confused minutes trying to unlock it before realising his error. These little disasters become part of the Blackout experience, stories to share over tea, and evidence that everyone is struggling with the same strange new reality. The government's air raid precautions wardens, quickly nicknamed ARP wardens, begin their patrols. These are ordinary citizens, volunteers and part-timers, given the authority to enforce blackout regulations. They walk the streets with masked torches, watching for any violation, any crack of light that might betray a city's presence to aircraft overhead. The wardens develop a certain reputation for zealousness. They'll knock sharply on doors at the faintest glimpse of light, their voices carrying through the darkness with urgent whispers, "Put that light out." The phrase becomes so common it turns into a kind of catchphrase, repeated in music halls and radio comedies, a verbal symbol of the blackout's intrusion into private life. Inside homes, families are adapting to their new evening routines. The process of preparing for blackout becomes a nightly ritual, performed as twilight approaches. You would rise from your chair, set down your tea, and begin the systematic covering of windows. Some families use elaborate curtain systems, heavy fabric on tracks that slide into place. Others make do with simpler solutions, blankets pinned over frames, sheets of cardboard wedged into place, and layers of newspaper taped to glass. The effect on interior space is claustrophobic. With windows covered, rooms lose their connection to the outside world. You can't glance out to check the weather, can't see the comforting glow of neighbouring houses, and can't watch the moon rise or stars appear. Your home becomes a sealed box, cut off from the usual visual reference points that orient you in time and space. Lighting inside must be carefully managed too. Many families reduce their use of electric lights, partly from habit, saving resources for the war effort, and partly from an almost superstitious fear that somehow light will escape despite their precautions. They rely instead on single dim bulbs or return to older technologies, oil lamps, candles and gaslight where it's still available. The quality of light changes, becoming warmer but weaker, creating deep shadows in room corners, making reading difficult and turning evening hours into something quieter and more subdued. There's an economic dimension to this darkness too. Electric companies reduce their output as demand plummets. Coal consumption drops as power stations throttle back. Street maintenance crews no longer need to service lamps. The entire infrastructure of urban illumination, built up over decades, sits idle. It's as if a major technological achievement has been suddenly paused, put on hold for the duration. But perhaps the most striking aspect of these first blackout nights is the quiet. With activities constrained by darkness, with people staying indoors more, and with traffic reduced to a cautious crawl, cities become genuinely hushed, in a way they haven't been since the 19th century. Standing on a London street at 9 o'clock on a blackout evening, you might hear sounds that normally drown in the urban cacophony. Wind rustling through plane trees, the distant hoot of an owl in a park, your own footsteps echoing off building facades, the creak of your shoe leather and the whisper of your coat. This quiet has its own peculiar quality, different from the silence of the countryside or wilderness. It's a metropolitan quiet, the sound of millions of people deliberately hushing themselves, suppressing their normal activities and existing in a state of communal restraint. It feels pregnant with potential, as if the city is holding its breath, waiting for something to happen or not happen. As September progresses into October, and October into November, the blackout stops being a shocking novelty and becomes instead the new normal. Human beings are remarkably adaptable creatures, and people develop strategies, habits, and even preferences around their darkened existence. Shops adjust their hours, opening earlier to catch morning light and closing well before darkness makes shopping impractical. The rhythm of commercial life shifts backward, becoming more diurnal, more aligned with natural light cycles. Markets bustle at dawn in ways they haven't for generations. Office workers arrive earlier and leave earlier, trying to complete their commutes while the sun still offers some guidance. Fashion adapts to darkness with unexpected creativity. People begin wearing white or light-coloured clothing in the evenings, making themselves more visible to others navigating the gloom. Women carry their white handbags rather than darker ones. Men sport white handkerchiefs in their breast pockets. Some particularly safety-conscious individuals paint white stripes on their clothing, looking rather like zebras as they hurry along pavements. The practice extends to inanimate objects. Curbs are painted white to make them visible. The trunks of trees lining streets receive white bands. Pillar boxes get white stripes. Even dogs acquire white collars so they can be spotted in the darkness. The effect, glimpsed in whatever dim light is available, is oddly festive, as if the city has been decorated for some backward celebration, where white rather than bright colours provide the decoration. Businesses find innovative ways to continue operating despite the darkness. Restaurants use dim red lights that supposedly don't carry as far as white light. Cinemas schedule more matinee showings. Pubs install double-door systems, small enclosed lobbies where patrons can enter and close one door before opening the second, preventing light from spilling onto the street. These little airlocks become social spaces in themselves, places where strangers pause together in compressed transition zones, sharing apologetic smiles in the darkness before one of them ventures to open the inner door. The entertainment industry adapts with characteristic resilience. Radio becomes even more central to evening life, providing entertainment that requires no light beyond what's needed to see the dial. Families gather around their wireless sets in dimly lit rooms, following dramas and comedies, listening to news broadcasts that have taken on new urgency. The BBC develops new programming specifically suited to blackout conditions. Gentle, calming content for people sitting in darkened rooms, trying not to think too much about why they're sitting in darkened rooms. Reading becomes more challenging. Even with curtains drawn and no light escaping, many people find it difficult to read by the dim bulbs they allow themselves. Books are held closer to faces, causing eye strain. Some people rediscover the pleasure of reading aloud, with partners or family members taking turns performing stories or newspaper articles for each other. It's a practice that had largely died out with widespread literacy and individual reading lights, now resurrected by necessity and turning out to be rather pleasant. A return to the old tradition of communal storytelling, updated for the 20th century. Children adapt to the blackout with the flexibility of youth, though it complicates their lives in numerous ways. School days reorganise around available daylight. Evening activities, scouts, girl guides and youth clubs either move to afternoon hours or take on a different character as participants gather in carefully blacked out halls. Games and activities shift toward those that don't require good visibility. Card games become popular. Board games experience a revival. Radio quiz shows inspire living room competitions. The blackout creates unexpected opportunities for mischief too. In the darkness, it's easier to stay out later than your parents realise, to slip away unseen, and to conduct the small rebellions of adolescence with reduced risk of detection. More than one teenager discovers that the blackout, for all its restrictions, offers a kind of freedom that comes with reduced surveillance. For young couples, the darkness provides both challenges and possibilities. Traditional courtship rituals, evening strolls, cinema visits, cafe dates, must be reconsidered. Walking together requires linking arms not just romantically but practically, for navigation and safety. The darkness creates a kind of intimacy by default, a closeness born of necessity that might not otherwise develop so quickly. First kisses happen in deeper darkness than any previous generation experienced, unobserved by passers-by who can barely see their own feet. Workers in essential services face particular challenges. Doctors making house calls navigate by memory and guesswork, their medical bags bumping against their legs as they feel their way along streets. Nurses on night shifts move through hospital corridors lit only by shielded lamps, checking on patients in wards kept darker than anyone finds comfortable. Fire brigades drill extensively for responding to emergencies in near-total darkness, developing systems of communication that rely on sound and touch rather than visual signals. The postal service continues its rounds, though postmen learn to sort mail by feel as much as sight, their fingers developing sensitivity to different paper stocks and envelope sizes. Milk deliveries continue in the pre-dawn darkness, the clink of bottles and the rattle of crates providing a kind of alarm clock, announcing the coming day to those awake early enough to hear it. Public transportation becomes an exercise in faith and routine. Bus conductors develop an almost supernatural ability to recognise stops in the darkness, calling them out with confidence born of long familiarity. Passengers learn to count stops and to listen for landmarks, a particular church bell, the sound of the river, and the change in echo as the bus passes between buildings of different heights. Regular commuters develop mental maps so detailed they could navigate their routes blindfolded, which is essentially what they're doing. As the months progress and Britain settles into what becomes known as the Phony War, a period when war has been declared but major fighting hasn't yet reached British soil, the blackout reveals unexpected dimensions. What began as an emergency measure starts to disclose peculiar beauties and strange pleasures that coexist with the anxiety and inconvenience. The night sky becomes visible in ways that city dwellers haven't experienced in decades. Without the light pollution that normally obscures all but the brightest stars, the full glory of the cosmos appears overhead. On clear nights, stepping outside is like discovering a lost artwork that's been hanging in your home all along, hidden behind a curtain you didn't realise was there. You can see the Milky Way from central London, that cloudy band of distant stars stretching across the darkness like a river of light. Constellations appear not as isolated bright points, but as part of complex star fields, patterns within patterns, depths, and layers that electric light normally renders invisible. The moon, when it's up, seems preposterously bright, casting real shadows, turning streets into silvered mazes, and making you understand why poets and lovers have obsessed over it for millennia. Some people find this revelation of the night sky almost worth the inconvenience of the blackout. Astronomy clubs form, taking advantage of viewing conditions that rival rural observatories. Amateur stargazers set up telescopes in parks and gardens, sharing glimpses of Jupiter's moons, Saturn's rings, and the craters of the moon in unprecedented detail. There's something hopeful about this. People looking upward at beauty and vastness while preparing for conflict that feels petty and small by comparison. The darkness also reveals the bioluminescence that normally goes unnoticed. On damp nights, decaying wood in parks glows with foxfire, that eerie green phosphorescence produced by certain fungi. People discover it by accident, initially alarmed by the spectral light, then fascinated by this natural illumination that requires no electricity. Some gather pieces of glowing wood, bringing them home like captured fairy lights, watching them pulse and fade in darkened rooms. Sound takes on new prominence in the absence of visual stimuli. Your hearing becomes more acute, more attentive to the acoustic environment. You notice the different sounds that shoes make on different surfaces, the crisp click of leather on pavement, the softer scuff on dirt, and the hollow echo when crossing a bridge. You become aware of how sound reflects off buildings, how it carries differently in cold air versus warm, and how wind affects what you can and cannot hear. Music heard in the blackout takes on different qualities. A piano played in a darkened room, with only the faintest light to illuminate the keys, seems to fill the space more completely. The notes appear to have more presence, more weight. Street musicians, fewer now but still present, create pockets of melody in the darkness, and pedestrians pause to listen in ways they might not in daylight, when vision provides so many competing distractions. Church bells continue to mark time, but their sound travels differently through the quieted city. Without traffic noise to muffle them, bells carry for miles, their various tones creating unintended harmonies as different churches mark the hours. Some people begin to navigate by bell sound, using familiar patterns to orient themselves even when visual landmarks are invisible. The blackout also amplifies smell. Without visual distraction, your nose provides more information than usual. You become aware of the particular scent of rain on stone, of fog carrying hints of the river, of coal smoke from chimneys, and of cooking from various houses, creating an olfactory map of your neighbourhood. Bakeries become locatable by scent before sight, the yeasty warmth of fresh bread serving as a beacon that draws customers through the darkness. But alongside these unexpected pleasures runs a constant undercurrent of unease. The darkness that reveals stars also conceals potential threats. Every shadow could be an obstacle, and every sound might signal danger. The human imagination, deprived of visual input, tends to fill in missing information with worst-case scenarios. That bump in the darkness is probably just someone's elbow making accidental contact, but for a moment your heart rate spikes with more primal fear. Women particularly feel vulnerable in the darkness. The reduced visibility that offers privacy to courting couples also provides cover for harassment and assault. Reported incidents of such crimes increase during the blackout, though it's unclear whether the actual rate rises or if darkness simply enables crimes that would happen regardless. Many women alter their routines, travelling only in groups, carrying whistles or other noisemakers, and avoiding certain areas that feel particularly threatening in the absence of light. The blackout also creates social isolation in unexpected ways. Without being able to see into neighbours' windows to note the comforting glow of occupied homes, people feel more alone. The physical proximity of urban life continues. You're still surrounded by thousands of other humans living their lives just beyond thin walls. But the visual confirmation of that presence disappears. Your neighbour might be 3 feet away on the other side of a wall, but in the darkness and quiet they might as well be miles distant. This isolation is particularly hard for the elderly and infirm. Those who already struggled with mobility find the darkness actively dangerous. The simple act of walking to a corner shop becomes fraught with hazard, unseen curbs to stumble over, obstacles to collide with, and the constant possibility of becoming disoriented and lost on familiar streets. Many older people choose to stay home more, venturing out only when absolutely necessary, accepting a constricted life as preferable to the risks of navigating the shadowed city. Mental health professionals notice an increase in reports of anxiety and depression. The darkness, combined with war stress, creates a psychological burden that some people struggle to manage. Sleep patterns disrupt. Some people sleep better in the deeper darkness, while others lie awake listening to every small sound, unable to relax into vulnerability. Dreams become more vivid for many, possibly because the darkness and quiet create fewer distractions from internal mental activity. Yet there's also a strange coziness to it all, a sense of communal experience that transcends the inconvenience and danger. Everyone is facing the same challenge, making the same adjustments, and developing the same odd competencies for navigating darkness. There's a camaraderie and shared difficulty, a democratic levelling that occurs when lord and labourer alike must feel their way along the same invisible street. Inside the blacked-out homes of Britain, family life reorganises itself around new limitations and possibilities. The blackout curtains that seal windows become daily fixtures, their operation as routine as making tea. Each evening, as natural light begins to fade, someone rises to perform the ritual, drawing heavy fabric across windows, checking for gaps, and ensuring no betraying gleam will mark the house from above. The rooms, once sealed, feel different, smaller somehow, even though their physical dimensions haven't changed. The absence of visual connection to the outside world makes interior spaces feel more like caves or cocoons, enclosed, inward-facing, and separate from the larger world. This can be comforting or claustrophobic depending on temperament and circumstance. For some, it creates a pleasant sense of snugness, everyone tucked safely together. For others, it feels confining, a nightly imprisonment in their own homes. Lighting becomes a subject of surprising complexity and importance. How much light is enough? Too little strains eyes and hampers activities, but too much feels wasteful, almost reckless. Families develop their own standards and practices. Some maintain just 1 or 2 lights in the most used rooms, leaving hallways and lesser used spaces in darkness. Others attempt to maintain something closer to their pre-war lighting levels, valuing normalcy over conservation. The quality of light matters too. Incandescent bulbs cast warm yellow-orange light that feels friendly and domestic. Gaslight, where it's still available, flickers slightly, creating moving shadows that some find nostalgic and others find eerie. Candles produce beautiful light but require attention. Someone must trim wicks, watch for drips, and ensure nothing catches fire. Oil lamps smell distinctive, a petroleum scent that becomes associated with winter evenings and the crackle of the wireless. Meal times adjust to the blackout's rhythms. Dinner happens earlier, while natural light still assists with cooking and table setting. The ritual of evening tea shifts backward too, or transforms into a simpler affair taken in dimly lit rooms. Some families find themselves eating more cold meals in the evening, avoiding the complexity of cooking in reduced light, and making do with sandwiches, leftover pie, cheese and crackers. Yet there's also an increased emphasis on making evening meals special, a conscious effort to maintain normalcy and comfort despite the circumstances. Mothers and wives take extra care with presentation, setting tables nicely even if the dining room is dim, using good china, and creating small ceremonies that assert civilization's continuity. These gestures matter more than they might seem. They're acts of resistance against the disruption, declarations that ordinary life persists despite extraordinary circumstances. After dinner, families gather together more than they might have before. With fewer options for individual entertainment, with darkness making it impractical to pursue separate activities in different rooms, people congregate in the best lit space, usually the sitting room or kitchen. This enforced togetherness recreates patterns of family life from earlier eras, before electric light allowed household members to scatter to different rooms pursuing individual interests. The wireless becomes the evening's focal point, its dial glowing like a small campfire, gathering the family around its broadcast voices. Programs structure the evening. The news at 9, followed by entertainment, then perhaps music before bed. Listening becomes a communal activity, something shared and discussed with reactions exchanged in real time. When something funny happens in a comedy program, the family's laughter mingles together in the dim room, creating a shared memory, a small moment of joy amidst anxiety. Games and puzzles experience a renaissance. Families bring out jigsaws, card decks, and board games that had been gathering dust in cupboards. These activities work well in dim light and accommodate multiple participants. The social dynamic shifts during gameplay. Hierarchies flatten, children can beat adults through luck or skill, and everyone participates on more equal terms. These evening game sessions create their own satisfaction, simple pleasures that don't require technology or brightness. Conversation, too, becomes more central to family life. Without the visual stimulation of bright rooms and varied activities, people talk more, tell stories, and share their days in greater detail. Parents discuss things with children that might normally be postponed or abbreviated. Siblings who might typically ignore each other in favour of separate pursuits find themselves actually conversing, getting to know each other better in these enforced periods of proximity. Reading aloud becomes a nightly ritual in many households. Father might read from the evening paper, sharing news and editorials, sometimes with commentary. Mother might read from novels, performing different voices for different characters, creating entertainment that doesn't require visual props. Older children might take turns reading, developing their expression and comfort with performance. These sessions revive an oral tradition that had been fading, turning literature back into something communal rather than solitary. Bedtime routines simplify in some ways. Without bright lights, the natural drowsiness that comes with darkness isn't artificially suppressed. Children get sleepy earlier, their circadian rhythms responding to environmental cues that electric light normally overrides. Parents find it easier to get little ones to bed when the whole house is already dim and quiet, when there's not much exciting happening to miss. But the darkness also introduces new nighttime fears, especially for children. The shadows in a dimly lit bedroom seem deeper, more ominous. The usual reassurance of "there's nothing there" becomes harder to verify when you actually can't see into corners and closets. Some parents leave candles burning, accepting the fire risk as preferable to childhood terror. Others develop new bedtime rituals, longer tucking-in sessions, stories told in soothing tones and songs hummed until sleep arrives. For parents themselves, the blackout creates its own intimacy and distance. Once children are asleep, couples have the evening to themselves in ways they might not have before, when evening activities might scatter family members to various entertainments. Yet the darkness and quiet also emphasize their isolation. Two people in a sealed house on a darkened street, living through history without knowing how the story ends. Some couples use this time for serious conversations that daylight and distraction had allowed them to postpone. Discussions about money, about plans for possible evacuation, about fears and hopes, and about what they'll do if the war intensifies. Other couples deliberately avoid heavy topics, preferring to maintain lightness to protect their evening hours as refugees from worry. They play cards, listen to music, and simply sit together in comfortable silence, taking comfort from physical proximity. The blackout affects married life in unexpected ways. The darkness provides privacy even in homes with thin walls and multiple inhabitants. Intimacy becomes easier when visual privacy is assured, when darkness guarantees discretion. Some couples find their relationship strengthened by the enforced closeness and the shared experience of adapting to strange circumstances. Others find the proximity without escape grating, the inability to retreat into separate activities, creating friction that might otherwise dissipate. Elderly family members, often living with their adult children, face particular challenges. Many older people have always relied heavily on visual cues, and the reduction in light makes everything harder: reading, knitting, even just moving around the house safely. Families must decide how to balance their elders' needs for light with blackout requirements and conservation concerns. Compromises emerge: brighter lights in grandmother's room, even if the rest of the house remains dim. Extra candles placed strategically, more assistance with evening tasks that darkness makes difficult. The blackout also reveals class differences in domestic experience. Wealthier families can afford heavier curtains, better blackout materials, and perhaps even specially designed blackout systems with multiple layers. Their homes might have more rooms, allowing family members more privacy despite the enforced evening togetherness. They might maintain closer to normal lighting levels, considering the extra electricity expense and acceptable cost for comfort. Working-class families make do with cheaper solutions: blankets nailed over windows, newspaper pasted to glass, and curtains sewn from whatever fabric could be afforded. Their smaller homes mean less privacy, more enforced proximity, and everyone living in each other's pockets even more than usual. Economies in lighting hit harder when you're already budgeting carefully for every shilling. Yet there's a democratizing element too. Rich and poor alike must darken their homes. The Duke in his mansion and the docker in his terrace row both spend their evenings in dimmed rooms. Both must navigate the same darkened streets. The blackout is one of the few wartime measures that truly applies equally across social strata, creating a rare moment of shared experience across class lines. As 1939 turns into 1940, and the blackout continues month after month, something remarkable happens. People stop thinking about it quite so much. The extraordinary becomes ordinary through sheer repetition. The nightly ritual of darkening windows transforms from a conscious process into a habit, performed with the automaticity of brushing teeth or locking doors. Innovations accumulate, small improvements that collectively make the darkness more manageable. Enterprising individuals develop gadgets and solutions that spread through communities like helpful folklore. Someone discovers that painting stair edges with luminous paint makes them safer to navigate. The idea spreads, and soon glowing stair edges become common, little safety features that cost pennies but prevent countless falls. Shops begin selling specially designed blackout accessories, torches with narrow beams and red filters that supposedly don't compromise night vision, reflective armbands and badges for pedestrians, luminous buttons that can be sewn onto coats, white-painted walking sticks. The commercial world adapts to serve the darkened consumer, finding profit even in darkness. Fashion truly embraces the blackout aesthetic. Designers create clothing with safety features built in, white piping on dark coats, reflective threads woven into fabrics, and light-coloured accessories that serve the dual purposes of style and visibility. Women's magazines run features on blackout beauty, suggesting makeup and hairstyles suited to dim lighting. The advice is practical and sometimes absurd. Lighter face powder is recommended because it's more visible, while dark lipstick is warned against lest you become a pair of disembodied lips floating in the darkness. Restaurants and pubs develop elaborate workarounds for the blackout restrictions. Some establishments paint their windows opaque black, but install elaborate interior lighting, creating spaces that feel almost normal once you're inside. Others embrace the dimness, installing red or blue lights that create atmospheric spaces while technically complying with regulations. Nightclubs in particular find that dim lighting can be romantic or mysterious, transforming a restriction into a feature. The entertainment industry becomes increasingly creative. Cinemas develop complex procedures for seating people in darkness, ushers with covered torches, luminous floor markers, and spaced entry times to prevent traffic jams in the lightless aisles. Some theatres experiment with matinee-only schedules, accepting reduced evening business rather than dealing with blackout complications. Others thrive precisely because they offer bright escapism inside while maintaining complete darkness outside. Radio programs evolve to suit their audience's circumstances. Content becomes more domestic, more suited to family listening in dimmed rooms. Comedy programs emphasize verbal humor over visual gags. Dramas rely on sound effects and voice acting to create vivid mental images. The BBC becomes increasingly sophisticated in its understanding of how to create entertainment for a population sitting in the dark, unable to do much else besides listen. Local communities develop collective coping strategies. Neighbourhoods organise blackout socials, gatherings where people can meet and commingle despite the darkness. Churches host evening services that become social events as much as religious ones, providing both spiritual comfort and human connection. Community centres run activities specifically designed for low-light conditions, music sessions, discussion groups, and collective listening to important broadcasts. Street communities become more tight-knit through the shared experience. Neighbours who might previously have exchanged only perfunctory greetings now check on each other, help each other with blackout preparations, and share resources and solutions. The darkness creates a kind of frontier mentality, a sense that you're all in this together, facing common challenges that require mutual support. Children, remarkably resilient, turn the blackout into play. They invent games suited to darkness, elaborate versions of hide-and-seek, treasure hunts that rely on touch and sound rather than sight, and theatrical performances put on in dimmed rooms where imagination fills in for visual spectacle. The blackout becomes normalised in their experience, not a temporary disruption, but simply how the world works, as natural as rain or school or Sunday roast. Teachers adapt their lesson plans, incorporating blackout realities into education. Science classes discuss astronomy with newfound relevance. Students can actually see what they're learning about. History lessons draw parallels to medieval life, helping children understand that most of human history occurred without electric light. Art classes experiment with low-light media, charcoal drawings, shadow puppets, and projects that work despite limited visibility. Physical coordination improves across the population as people develop better spatial awareness. Your proprioception, that internal sense of where your body is in space, sharpens when visual input becomes unreliable. People learn to move more carefully, more consciously, developing a kind of bodily intelligence that modern life had allowed to atrophy. The simple act of walking becomes more mindful, more present, and less the unconscious automatic process it had been. Health effects emerge, both positive and negative. Accident rates from the darkness remain elevated. People continue to trip, collide, and stumble into objects. But there are unexpected benefits too. The earlier evening schedules mean people get more sleep, and their circadian rhythms are more aligned with natural light-dark cycles. The reduction in artificial light at night might be improving sleep quality, though nobody's conducting formal studies to verify this. The enforced indoor evenings mean less exposure to cold and damp for some, potentially reducing winter illness. Seasonal variations in the blackout create different challenges and experiences. Summer evenings, with their late sunsets, require shorter periods of blackout, perhaps just 3 or 4 hours. People can enjoy long twilights and extended time outdoors while it's still light enough to see. Picnics and garden parties adapt to earlier schedules, wrapping up before darkness makes them impractical. But winter brings longer blackout periods, sometimes 16 hours or more of required darkness. The psychological weight of this is considerable. Waking in darkness, working through short daylight hours, returning home to more darkness. It feels oppressive, endless. Seasonal affective disorder, though not yet named or officially recognised, surely affects many. The lack of light combines with war anxiety to create periods of genuine depression for some. December 1939 brings the blackout's first winter holiday season. Christmas presents unique challenges. How do you maintain festive cheer in compulsory darkness? Families rise to the challenge with determination that borders on defiance. Christmas lights, those strings of coloured bulbs that normally decorate windows and trees, must be abandoned or drastically modified. Some people create elaborate interior displays, decorating trees in rooms with completely blacked out windows, creating private festivals of light that can't be seen from outside. Carol singing adapts to blackout conditions. Groups carry covered lanterns as they move from house to house, their voices rising in the darkness, creating moments of beauty and connection that feel more precious for the surrounding gloom. The ancient hymns about light coming into darkness take on new resonance. Silent night feels especially appropriate when nights are so profoundly silent and dark. Gift-giving focus is on practical items suited to blackout life. Torches, luminous paint, warm clothing, and books for reading aloud. But there are frivolous gifts too. Deliberate assertions of normalcy and joy despite circumstances. Dolls and toy soldiers for children, perfume and stockings for wives, and pipes and tobacco for husbands. These gestures matter enormously. Small defiances against the war's restrictions, declarations that life and pleasure continue. New Year's Eve presents its own strange circumstances. The traditional celebrations, gathering in public squares, watching for midnight, and the explosion of noise and light as the new year arrives, must be reimagined. People celebrate in darkened homes, listening for church bells, gathering around wireless sets for special broadcasts. When midnight comes, they might step outside into darkness, hearing distant voices calling greetings they cannot see, feeling connected to invisible neighbours through sound alone. The turn to 1940 brings renewed determination. The blackout will continue, but people have learned to live with it. The initial shock has worn off, replaced by practiced competence. You know how to navigate your street in darkness. You know how long your blackout preparations take. You know which activities work in dim light and which don't. The learning curve has been climbed, and what remains is simply persistence. The blackout continues through 1940 and beyond, lasting in various forms until September 1944, when regulations finally relax as the threat of bombing diminishes. But even before official relaxation, the blackout evolves and becomes less absolute. As military technology improves and bombing strategies change, the strict requirements loosen slightly. dim lights become permissible in some circumstances. The complete darkness of those first months gradually lightens to a more manageable gloom. The first relaxations are tentative, almost apologetic. Regulations allow heavily shielded street lighting in some areas, not the full illumination of pre-war years, but enough to prevent the worst accidents and to make navigation possible without constant hazard. These new lights cast pools of dim radiance that seem extraordinarily bright after years of complete darkness, even though they are actually quite faint by historical standards. People's reactions to these first returns of public lighting reveal how much the darkness has affected them. Some feel immediate relief, an easing of tension they hadn't quite realised they were carrying. The simple ability to see where you're walking, to recognise faces, to orient yourself visually, these feel like luxuries, gifts restored after long deprivation. Others feel oddly uncomfortable with the light's return. After years of darkness, even dim lighting can feel exposing and vulnerable. Some people have grown accustomed to the anonymity that darkness provides, the sense of being unseen as you move through public spaces. The return of light, however faint, removes that protective invisibility. The gradual restoration progresses through 1944 as Allied forces push across Europe and the threat to Britain recedes. More lights return, regulations relax further, and the familiar glow of evening civilization begins to rebuild. Shop windows light up first, just modestly, but enough to display goods and to create welcoming spaces. Then street lamps return to more normal operation, their familiar yellow-orange light painting pavements and facades. For those who remember the change, and by this point young children have lived their entire conscious lives under blackout conditions, the restoration of light feels almost magical. Streets that had been navigated by memory and faith suddenly reveal themselves in detail. Buildings show their full architectural character. Faces become readable from a distance. The urban landscape recovers its visible complexity. The psychological impact of restored lighting is profound and multifaceted. There's certainly celebration, relief, and joy at this tangible symbol of the war's waning. But there's also a strange sadness, an unexpected nostalgia for something that everyone complained about constantly while it was happening. The blackout years, for all their difficulty, had created a kind of fellowship, a shared experience that had bound communities together. With the return of light comes the return of normal urban anonymity, the dissolution of that intense mutual dependence. Some of the innovations and adaptations developed during the blackout persist, even after they're no longer necessary. People who learn to navigate by sound and memory retain those skills. Families who discovered they enjoyed evening read-aloud sessions continue them even when bright lights would permit individual reading. Communities that drew together in darkness maintain some of that closeness, those relationships that formed during shared difficulty. The physical traces of the blackout persist too. White-painted curbs and tree trunks remain, their purpose obsolete but their presence continuing. Blackout curtains stay up in many homes. Why take them down when they're already installed, when they're useful for privacy, when they're a reminder of survival? Architectural features designed for the blackout era, those double-door entries on pubs, the carefully positioned lighting fixtures, remain as fossils of a particular historical moment. The ecological effects of the blackout years gradually reverse. As artificial light returns, the night sky slowly disappears again behind its veil of urban glow. The stars fade from easy visibility. The Milky Way withdraws. The darkness that had revealed celestial beauty is pushed back by human illumination. Some people mourn this loss, realizing that the blackout had given them a gift they'll never receive again, the regular sight of the universe above their heads. The generation that lived through the blackout carries memories that shape their relationship with light and darkness for the rest of their lives. Those who were children during the blackout often develop either a strong preference for darkness, finding comfort in the nighttime environment they knew as children, or an equally strong preference for abundant light, a kind of overcompensation for years of enforced dimness. The blackout leaves its mark on British culture in subtle ways. A certain comfort with dimmer lighting persists. British homes and public spaces tend toward more modest illumination than their American counterparts, a preference that may trace partially to this period of enforced darkness. The idea that too much light is wasteful, even slightly vulgar, becomes embedded in aesthetic sensibility. The historical memory of the blackout carries multiple meanings. It becomes a symbol of British resilience, of the Home Front's contribution to the war effort, and of collective sacrifice for a common cause. Politicians and cultural commentators invoke the blackout as an example of what a society can endure when properly motivated, when united by shared purpose. But the blackout also serves as a reminder of war's intrusion into civilian life, of how conflict transforms ordinary existence in ways both large and small. It demonstrates that warfare is not just distant battles fought by soldiers, but also the accumulated small deprivations and adjustments that everyone must make. The nightly ritual of darkening windows, the cautious navigation of familiar streets, and the adaptation of every evening routine to accommodate the absence of light. For modern observers, the blackout offers a peculiar window into a world that's simultaneously recognisable and alien. The Britain of 1939 had electricity, radio, automobiles, and cinema, all the technological fixtures of modern life. Yet the deliberate removal of just one element, artificial light after dark, transformed daily experience in ways that connected people backward to pre-industrial patterns of living. There's something almost meditative about contemplating the blackout years, this period when millions of people deliberately darken their world, sitting in dimmed rooms, navigating shadowed streets, and learning to experience their environment through senses other than sight. In our current era of constant illumination, when light pollution is so pervasive that many children grow up never seeing the Milky Way, when cities glow so brightly that they're visible from space, there's something oddly appealing about this historical moment of chosen darkness. The blackout reminds us that our relationship with light and darkness is not fixed or natural, but historically constructed, shaped by technology, regulation, and social practice. For most of human history, darkness was inevitable. You made the best light you could with fire or oil, but ultimately night meant darkness. Electric light changed this, pushing darkness back and extending the day artificially. The blackout briefly reversed this transformation, restoring darkness not through technological failure, but through deliberate choice. As you lie here now, warm and comfortable, in a room where light is available at the flick of a switch, it's worth contemplating what the blackout reveals about human adaptability and resilience. The people of Britain in 1939 didn't know how long the war would last, whether the blackout would be needed for weeks or years, or whether their cities would survive or be destroyed. Yet they adapted, persevered, and found moments of beauty and connection amidst the enforced darkness. The blackout demonstrates something essential about human communities, that we can endure significant disruption to normal life when we understand the purpose behind it, when we believe we're contributing to something larger than our individual comfort. The nightly ritual of darkening windows became a form of participation, a tangible action that connected each household to the national effort. There's something deeply human about gathering in darkened rooms, about families coming together around dim lights, about community supporting each other through shared difficulty. These patterns recur throughout human history, around ancient campfires, in medieval great halls lit by rushlight, and in pioneer cabins on winter evenings. The blackout temporarily restored these older patterns, using modern technology to recreate pre-modern conditions. The sensory richness of the blackout experience, the visible stars, the amplified sounds, the heightened awareness of smell and touch, suggests that our normal brightly lit existence may diminish certain forms of awareness and experience. We gain practical benefits from abundant light, certainly, but we may lose other kinds of perception. other ways of experiencing our environment and each other. The blackouts enforce slowdown, its requirement for more careful movement, more deliberate action, and more time spent in quiet domestic settings. These create a quality of life that many people found surprisingly satisfying despite the circumstances. The frantic pace of modern life, the constant visual stimulation, the ability to pursue individual activities in separate rooms with independent lighting. All these innovations have costs as well as benefits. Consider how the blackout changed social interaction. In darkness, you couldn't judge people by their appearance quite so readily. Conversations happened without the constant visual feedback we normally rely on. People learned to listen more carefully, to pay attention to voice tone and word choice rather than facial expressions and body language. This created different kinds of intimacy and different patterns of connection. The democratizing effect of the blackout, the way it affected rich and poor alike, created a rare moment of genuinely shared experience across social classes. The Duke and the Doctor both navigated the same darkened streets, both sat in dimmed rooms, and both faced the same challenges of maintaining normal life despite abnormal conditions. This shared experience contributed to the social solidarity that characterized Britain during the war years. The blackout also reveals something about the relationship between freedom and security. The regulations represented a significant restriction of personal liberty. You couldn't light your own home as you wished, couldn't move freely at night without risk, and face penalties for violations. Yet most people accepted these restrictions as legitimate and necessary, a reasonable trade-off for collective safety. The balance between individual freedom and common security is never simple, never permanent. It must be constantly negotiated and renegotiated. The innovations and adaptations that emerged during the blackout, the luminous paint, the white-marked curbs, the hooded headlamps, the double-door entries, represent human creativity responding to constraint. Necessity truly does mother invention, and the blackout years produced countless small solutions to the problems that darkness created. These innovations demonstrate that restrictions can inspire, rather than merely limit, that working within constraints can generate creativity. The return of light after years of darkness must have felt like emerging from a long tunnel. The familiar world revealed again the simple pleasure of seeing clearly, of moving without constant caution, of windows that connect rather than seal. Yet along with this relief came the loss of something too, that peculiar intimacy that darkness had created, that sharpened awareness, that sense of shared endurance. For those who lived through it, the blackout becomes one of those formative experiences that shape perception for a lifetime. They carry memories of navigating darkness, of families gathered in dim rooms, of stars brilliant overhead, and of the particular quality of silence that descended on cities designed for noise. These memories become stories, then history, then legend, part of the narrative that nations tell themselves about their past. As we come to the end of our journey through the blackout years, as your eyelids grow heavier and your breathing slows, let's gather the gentle lessons that this history offers for your own rest tonight. The blackout teaches us that darkness is not necessarily something to fear, but rather a natural state that humans lived with for millennia before electric light became common. Those wartime Britons learned to find comfort and even beauty in darkness. The visible stars, the heightened awareness of sound and smell, and the coziness of dimly lit rooms where families gathered close. As you prepare for sleep, you're participating in the same ancient human practice, voluntarily entering darkness, trusting it to hold you safely while your consciousness dims. The darkness of sleep is restorative, necessary, and a gift rather than a threat. Like those blackout nights, it offers a time of rest, of withdrawal from the constant stimulation of waking life, and of renewal that comes through quiet and absence of light. The blackout families who learn to slow down, to move more carefully, to pay attention to senses beyond sight, they discovered rhythms that sleep requires too. The winding down, the gradual dimming, the shift from activity to stillness. these transitions matter. They prepare body and mind for the darkness of sleep, just as blackout preparations readied homes for the darkness of night. The resilience of those blackout years reminds us that humans can adapt to almost anything and can find peace and even pleasure in circumstances that initially seem impossible. If they could learn to thrive in darkened cities, you can certainly trust yourself to the darkness of your bedroom, to the natural process of sleep that your body knows how to perform. The community and connection that emerged from the shared blackout experience suggests something about the importance of letting go, of accepting limitations, and of working with rather than against circumstances. Sleep requires this same surrender. You cannot force it, only create conditions that welcome it. Like those families dimming their lights and settling into evening quiet, you prepare the space and then allow the darkness to do its work. Those visible stars during the blackout, the celestial beauty that emerged when artificial light withdrew, remind us that darkness reveals as well as conceals. In sleep's darkness, dreams emerge, unconscious processes do their necessary work, and the mind sorts and files and heals in ways that can't happen in waking light. Trust the darkness to show you what you need to see. The gradual adaptation to the blackout, the way fear transformed into competence and then comfort, mirrors the journey into sleep that you make each night. At first, letting go of consciousness can feel vulnerable, even frightening. But with practice, with trust, it becomes natural, even welcome. The darkness becomes familiar, safe, and a friend rather than a threat. As the blackout eventually lifted and light returned, so too will you wake tomorrow to light and activity. But for now, like those wartime families settling into their dimmed homes, you can embrace this time of darkness and quiet. Let your eyes close like blackout curtains drawing shut. Feel your awareness dim like lights turning down. Allow yourself to sink into stillness like a city going quiet under the night sky. The people of the blackout years survived not through constant vigilance, but through acceptance, adaptation, and the ability to find peace in altered circumstances. They learned that darkness could be endured, that it brought gifts along with its challenges, and that life continued and even flourished under its cover. Your sleep tonight is your personal blackout, a time of chosen darkness, of withdrawal from the world's demands, of rest and restoration. Like those wartime Britons, you don't know exactly what tomorrow will bring, but you can trust that this period of darkness will prepare you for whatever light reveals. The last lesson of the blackout is perhaps the most important, that sometimes the most valuable thing we can do is simply stop, darken our world, and rest. Not as defeat or retreat, but as necessary preparation for continuing. Those nightly blackout rituals weren't just safety measures, they were acknowledgements that activity must balance with stillness, that light needs darkness as a counterpoint, and that life requires periods of quiet and rest. So let yourself rest now. Let the darkness hold you as it held those millions of people through their blackout years, safely, gently, preparing you for whatever tomorrow's light will bring. Your eyes are growing heavy. Your breath is slowing. The darkness around you is peaceful, protective, and appropriate. Sleep well, knowing that you're participating in one of humanity's oldest and most natural practices. The darkness is your friend tonight, just as it became the friend of those who learned to live through the great blackout. Rest easy, rest deep, rest well. And when morning comes, when light returns, you'll wake refreshed as those blackout families woke to another day. Resilient, adapted, and ready to continue. For now though, just darkness, just quiet, just rest. Sleep well. Welcome to Tudor England, where the approach of darkness meant something entirely different than it does today. Between 1485 and 1603, when the sun set over thatched cottages and manor houses alike, an entire ritual unfolded that shaped how people rested, dreamed, and greeted each new day. Tonight we'll explore the intimate world of Tudor sleep, from the moment twilight descended to the first stirrings of dawn, discovering how your ancestors found rest in an era without electricity, central heating, or any of the modern comforts we take for granted. Now imagine, if you will, yourself standing in a Tudor marketplace on a September afternoon, and the light is already changing. The sun hangs lower than you'd expect for 4 o'clock, casting long shadows across the cobblestones. Around you, merchants are packing up their stalls with increasing urgency, and you realise this isn't just about closing shop. It's about getting home before the darkness arrives in earnest. In Tudor England, nightfall wasn't simply an inconvenience to be conquered with a light switch. It represented a fundamental shift in how life operated. Your body, if you'd lived in this era, would have been attuned to the sun's movements in ways that modern humans have largely forgotten. The pineal gland in your brain, responding to decreasing light, would begin releasing melatonin much earlier than it does today, sometimes as early as mid-afternoon in winter months. The phrase close of day held literal weight. Shops shuttered their windows, families gathered their children from play. Even livestock seemed to understand the approaching transition, making their way toward barns without much prompting. This wasn't fear exactly, though nighttime did carry legitimate concerns about safety and navigation. Rather, it was acceptance of a natural rhythm that governed everything from work schedules to meal times to social gatherings. As you walk through a Tudor town at dusk, you'd notice the sounds changing. The hammering from the blacksmith's forge falls silent. The calls of street vendors fade away. In their place comes a different acoustic landscape. The settling of timber frames as buildings cool, the distant bleating of sheep being penned for the night, and the closer sounds of families moving inside their homes. Someone nearby is bringing in firewood, the logs clunking against each other with that particular hollow sound that means they've been drying all summer. The smell of cooking fires intensifies as you pass houses where supper preparations are underway. Smoke curls from chimneys, a relatively new feature in Tudor times actually, as many older buildings still relied on central hearths with holes in the roof. The aroma tells you what's for dinner in a dozen homes. Pottage made with whatever vegetables came from the garden, perhaps some salted pork if it's a household with means, and bread baking on hearthstones for tomorrow's breakfast. Your own household, assuming you're neither wealthy nor destitute, operates on a predictable schedule. Supper happens while there's still enough natural light to see your food clearly, not out of preference but necessity. Candles and rushlights cost money, and you'll need them for the essential tasks that must happen after dark. The tallow rushlights sputter and smoke, giving off a smell that visitors from our time would find unpleasant, but that Tudor noses barely registered. These weren't decorative elements but practical tools, jealously guarded and carefully rationed. Children are already showing signs of drowsiness much earlier than modern kids would. Without the stimulation of screens or bright lights, their circadian rhythms follow ancient patterns. You might see a 5-year-old rubbing her eyes at 6 o'clock, ready for bed long before the adults will retire. This isn't considered unusual or problematic. It's simply how children are. The transition from day to night carried a certain comfort despite its challenges. There was predictability in the routine, a sense that you were doing what countless generations before you had done. As darkness settled more completely over the town, you'd begin moving through the rituals that prepare both house and body for sleep. Rituals that were as much about psychological preparation as physical necessity. Chapter 2, the bedchamber itself. Let's step into a typical Tudor bedroom, though typical covers a wide range depending on social status. We'll start with a middling household, prosperous enough to have separate sleeping quarters, but far from the elaborate arrangements of nobility. You climb a narrow wooden staircase, your hand trailing along a wall made of wattle and daub. Woven sticks covered with a mixture of mud, clay, and straw. The texture under your fingers is rough but solid, cool to the touch. At the top, you duck slightly through a doorway built for people who average several inches shorter than modern humans, though not quite as short as myth would have it. The average Tudor man stood around 5'7". The average woman, about 5'2". The bedchamber isn't large. In fact, it strikes you as remarkably small by contemporary standards, perhaps 10 feet by 12 feet. and it serves multiple purposes beyond sleeping. Against one wall stands the bed itself, the room's most valuable piece of furniture, and quite possibly the most expensive item the family owns. This isn't a mattress on a frame from a furniture store. This is a substantial wooden structure built to last generations that will be mentioned specifically in the owner's will. The bed frame rises higher off the floor than you'd expect, roughly 3 feet up. There's practical reasoning here. Elevation provides protection from floor drafts and from the various creatures that might wander across the floorboards at night. The space underneath serves as storage for chests, boxes, and sometimes even a trundle bed that pulls out for children or servants. What catches your attention most is the bed itself, particularly the mattress situation, which operates on a principle of layering that would make perfect sense to anyone who understands insulation. At the base sits a canvas sack stuffed with straw, quite firmly packed. This foundation layer gets replaced seasonally. Fresh straw in autumn brought a particular satisfaction, like the feeling of new rushes on the floor or a newly thatched roof. On top of this lies a second mattress, thinner and stuffed with wool if the household can afford it, or more straw mixed with dried herbs if they can't. The term mattress itself comes from the Arabic word meaning to throw, referring to the cushions thrown on the floor for sleeping. But Tudor beds had evolved well beyond floor cushions, incorporating knowledge from continental craftsmen about comfort and construction. A well-made bed represented a significant investment, perhaps 3 months of wages for a labourer. Bed curtains hang from a wooden frame, and these serve purposes that our modern heated bedrooms don't require. Heavy wool or linen curtains, sometimes lined with additional fabric for winter, create a room within a room. When drawn, they trap body heat and provide genuine privacy in a home where privacy was scarce. The curtains also block drafts that slip through shuttered windows and gaps in walls, making the enclosed space several degrees warmer than the outer room. The curtains aren't purely functional, they carry social meaning too. Their quality and decoration announce status to anyone who enters the room. Wealthy households might have curtains embroidered with family crests or biblical scenes. Middling families might add simple geometric patterns or contrasting coloured trim. Even modest households try to manage something beyond plain, undyed fabric, perhaps adding bands of colour at the edges or simple embroidered flowers near the opening. Bed linens tell another story about Tudor life. If you're fortunate enough to have sheets, they're made of linen, hemp or flax woven into cloth that started out quite rough but softened with repeated washing. Cotton is exotic and expensive, imported from great distances. Silk is for the truly wealthy. Your sheets, assuming you have them rather than sleeping directly on the wool mattress cover, get washed perhaps once a month, or every 6 weeks, depending on the season and available water. The pillow under your head contains feathers if you're prosperous, or wool or buckwheat hulls if you're not. Multiple pillows are a luxury. Most people make do with one, and it's not unusual for 2 people sharing a bed to share a single pillow as well. The pillowcase, called a pillow bear, gets washed more frequently than sheets because your face touches it nightly. Blankets and coverlets complete the bedding, and here again we see that principle of layering. A linen sheet goes over the sleeper, then wool blankets, then perhaps a coverlet, a decorative woven or embroidered covering that's as much about display as warmth. In winter, you might have a fur throw added to the pile, rabbit or lambskin if you're moderately prosperous, or expensive imported furs if you're wealthy. The room contains other furniture, though not much by modern standards. A chest sits at the foot of the bed, holding clothing and linens. This chest probably travelled here with the wife when she married as part of her dowry, and it might be the only piece of furniture she truly owns outright. A small table near the bed holds a candle in a holder, perhaps a cup of water or ale, or maybe a prayer book if the household is literate and devout enough to own one. Pegs on the wall hold clothing. The concept of a closet or wardrobe belongs mainly to the very wealthy. Your few garments hang on these wooden pegs, and you're careful with them because cloth represents significant expense and labour. That wool gown hanging by the door took a shepherd's year of work, a shearer's skill, a spinner's hours at the wheel, a weaver's time at the loom. and a tailor's expertise with needle and thread. You don't treat it carelessly. The floor might be wood planks or packed earth, depending on the house's age and the owner's means. Either way, it's covered with rushes, long grasses strewn across the surface that serve as a combination floor covering, insulation, and waste absorption system. Fresh rushes smell green and pleasant. Old rushes, due for changing, smell of all the things that have fallen into them over weeks or months. You'd notice it immediately, but Tudor noses were acclimated to organic smells that modern sensibilities find challenging. A window, quite small by modern standards, sits high in one wall. It has shutters but no glass. Glass windows remain expensive and mainly appear in the homes of the wealthy or in churches. When shutters close at night, they block wind and rain, but also all light and fresh air. So there's a constant negotiation between warmth and ventilation, between security and stuffiness. The walls might have a religious image or two. Woodblock prints of saints are affordable even for modest households. A crucifix hangs near the bed, placed where you'll see it last thing at night and first thing in the morning, a reminder of spiritual protection during the vulnerable hours of sleep. This room represents safety, privacy, and rest in a world where all three are precious commodities. It's not merely a place to sleep, but a sanctuary from the demands of daylight, the observation of neighbours, and the requirements of work. Within these walls, with those curtains drawn, you can be simply yourself, freed temporarily from the social roles and expectations that govern behaviour in the public sphere. Chapter 3, Who Sleeps Where? The question of sleeping arrangements in Tudor England reveals much about social structure, family dynamics, and practical necessities. The modern assumption that each person deserves their own bed, let alone their own room, would strike Tudor minds as bizarre and rather wasteful. In your middling household, the sleeping arrangements operate on a clear hierarchy. The master and mistress of the house share the main bedchamber we've just explored. This represents both privilege and responsibility. Their bed is the good one, yes, but they're also expected to manage household affairs, which means they might be woken by servants reporting problems at any hour. Children's sleeping arrangements depend on age and gender. Young children, regardless of sex, might share a bed in a separate chamber, if the house has one, or sleep in the same room as their parents in smaller homes. A trundle bed slides under the main bed during the day and pulls out at night for children. This works reasonably well until the children reach a certain age, at which point gender segregation becomes important for modesty. Older boys might sleep in an attic space or in an outbuilding, while older girls typically remain in the house proper under closer supervision. This isn't uniform across all households. Practical considerations often override ideal arrangements. If you only have one chamber, everyone sleeps there in whatever configuration makes sense. Servants present another layer of sleeping logistics. In larger households, servants might have their own quarters, often quite cramped chambers in attics or over outbuildings. In smaller establishments, a serving girl might sleep in the kitchen near the dying fire or at the foot of her mistress's bed, or in the same room with the children she helps tend. Male servants might bed down in stables, workshops, or any available space that offers some shelter. The concept of servants sleeping in the same rooms as their employers strikes modern sensibilities as strange, but Tudor households operated more communally than ours. Privacy was less about physical separation and more about social understanding. You pretended not to notice certain things, and others extended the same courtesy to you. Bed sharing was utterly normal across all social classes. 2 or 3 children commonly shared a bed, and this arrangement continued well into adulthood for unmarried siblings. Adult guests might share beds with household members of the same sex without anyone thinking twice about it. When inns advertised beds, they often meant spaces in beds. You might find yourself sharing with a stranger, though innkeepers tried to pair people of similar apparent status. This proximity didn't generally carry romantic implications. Bed sharing was practical. Beds cost money. Bed linens cost money. Heating multiple rooms cost money. And besides, shared body heat kept everyone warmer. People slept in their undergarments, not naked as many modern people do, which provided a basic layer of modesty. The wealthy had more options, but didn't necessarily choose solitude. A nobleman and his wife might have separate bedchambers, but this was often about creating private spaces for entertaining guests of their own sex rather than avoiding each other. The lady might receive female friends in her chamber during the day, while the gentleman used his for business meetings or entertaining other men. Great households had elaborate sleeping hierarchies. The lord and lady had their private chambers. Yes, but these rooms opened onto others where personal servants slept, ready to assist at a moment's notice. A lady's maid might sleep in a small chamber adjoining her mistress's room, literally on call throughout the night. The gentleman's valet had similar arrangements. Apprentices in merchant or craft households presented their own sleeping puzzle. They were neither family nor exactly servants, occupying an ambiguous middle status. Typically, they slept in the workshop itself or in the chamber above it, their presence serving partly as security against theft. The relationship between master and apprentice included an understanding that the master would provide bed and board, so the apprentice's sleeping arrangements were part of the contract. Babies and very young children often slept in cradles near their parents' bed, close enough that a mother could reach out and rock the cradle without getting up. Some cradles were designed to hook onto the main bed frame, keeping the infant literally within arm's reach. Wet nurses, employed in wealthier families, might sleep with the infant in a separate room, essentially taking over nighttime parenting duties so the mother could rest undisturbed. The danger of overlaying, accidentally smothering an infant while sleeping, was well recognised and genuinely feared. Some parishes kept records of these deaths, and moralists preached against parents bringing babies into their beds, though necessity often overrode caution in cold weather or when a child was sick. As children grew, their sleeping locations tracked their increasing independence and changing roles. A boy approaching apprenticeship age might move out of the family sleeping quarters as preparation for his coming departure from home. A girl approaching marriageable age needed increased supervision, so her sleeping arrangements might actually become less independent, moving closer to parental oversight. Elderly family members presented yet another consideration. Grandparents who could no longer maintain their own households might move in with adult children, requiring adjustments to sleeping arrangements. A grandmother might share a bed with granddaughters, both providing supervision and receiving care. A grandfather might bed down near the fire on the ground floor if climbing stairs became difficult. During plague years or times of illness, sleeping arrangements shifted dramatically. The sick were isolated as much as possible, though isolation in a Tudor house meant something different than it does now, perhaps sleeping alone in a chamber rather than sharing a bed, with the door closed to contain contagious vapours that medical theory blamed for spreading disease. Seasonal variations affected sleeping locations too. In summer, some people moved their sleeping pallets to cooler locations, perhaps a chamber on the north side of the house, or even into gardens for the truly wealthy with secure properties. In winter, everyone contracted into the warmest rooms, accepting crowding in exchange for warmth. All these arrangements operated under unspoken rules about hierarchy, modesty, and mutual respect. You knew where you ranked in the household by where you slept, what you slept on, and whom you slept near. The social order that structured waking life continued into the night, reflected in who got the good mattress, the wool blankets, and the spot farthest from drafty windows. Chapter 4, Preparing for Sleep. The transition from waking life to sleep in Tudor England involved rituals both practical and spiritual, a series of actions that prepared body, home and soul for the vulnerable hours of darkness. Your evening routine begins while some light still remains. First comes the task of securing the house, checking that shutters are fastened, doors are barred, and anything valuable is put away. This isn't paranoia, but prudent caution. Without streetlights or night watches in smaller communities, darkness provides cover for those with bad intentions. You check the fire, making sure it's banked properly for the night. Letting a fire go completely out was a serious inconvenience, requiring you to either restart it from scratch using flint and steel, a time-consuming process, or send someone to a neighbour to fetch live coals in the morning. Most households kept fires burning continuously, sometimes for years, carefully maintained day and night. Banking a fire involves covering the burning coals with ashes to slow combustion while keeping them alive until morning. It's a skill that takes practice to get right. Too much ash and you smother the fire completely. Too little and you burn through your wood stores wastefully. A well-banked fire should still show red embers when uncovered at dawn, ready to spring back to life with fresh wood and a bit of bellows work. Water gets hauled inside for morning needs if your house doesn't have an indoor well or convenient rain barrel. In winter, this prevents you from having to break ice to access water at dawn. A bucket or pitcher sits ready near the fire, where the remaining heat keeps it from freezing solid in the coldest months. Prayers form an essential part of the bedtime routine. Even in households that aren't particularly devout during the day, nighttime prayers serve important psychological functions. They mark the transition from active to resting states. They invoke protection during the vulnerable hours of sleep, and they reinforce the moral framework that governs daily life. In Catholic homes before the Reformation, the Rosary might be recited as a family. After England breaks from Rome, Protestant prayers replace Catholic ones, though the basic rhythm remains similar, a formal acknowledgement of dependence on divine protection through the night. Children learn prayers specifically designed for bedtime, asking angels to guard them while they sleep, requesting they wake to see another day. Personal hygiene before bed is less elaborate than modern routines, but not non-existent. You might rinse your face and hands with water from a basin, using a cloth to wipe away the day's accumulation of dirt and sweat. Teeth cleaning, when it happens, involves rubbing them with a cloth, perhaps dipped in salt or a mixture of herbs. Toothbrushes exist but aren't common. They're novel items, expensive and not yet considered essential. Hair gets attention, especially for women. Long hair, worn by most females regardless of age, needs brushing or combing to remove tangles and debris accumulated during the day. This serves practical purposes. Untangling is easier when done daily, and aesthetic ones, as women take pride in maintaining healthy hair even though it remains covered in public. Night clothes in Tudor England aren't what you might imagine. There's no such thing as pyjamas in the modern sense. Instead, you sleep in your undergarments, your shift if you're a woman, your shirt if you're a man. These linen garments, worn under your outer clothes during the day, become nightwear after you remove everything else. They're washed more frequently than outer garments, because they absorb body oils and sweat directly. The wealthy might own specific sleeping shifts made of finer linen, but this is a luxury. Most people make do with the same undergarments day and night, perhaps changing them once or twice a week, more often in summer, less often in winter when washing and drying laundry becomes more challenging. Nightcaps serve important functions. For women, they keep hair contained and clean. For men and women both, they provide warmth. Substantial heat escapes through your head, and a good linen or wool cap helps retain it. You'd no more sleep without a nightcap than you'd sleep without a blanket, except perhaps during the hottest summer nights. Checking on children becomes part of the evening routine. You make sure younger ones have relieved themselves. Chamber pots sit under beds or in corners for nighttime use, because venturing outside to the privy in darkness isn't appealing. You settle any last-minute needs, calm any fears about darkness or strange sounds, and pull blankets up around small shoulders. In larger households, servants perform a final round of duties. They empty chamber pots from the day, carry up pitchers of water for morning, make sure rush lights are safely extinguished, and check that the household's dog is inside or outside depending on its role. Guard dogs stay outside and lap dogs come in. Some households engage in a practice called reading in bed, though this is limited to those who can read and can afford candles or oil lamps. Religious texts are most common: psalms, devotional works, and lives of saints before the Reformation. Reading serves both spiritual edification and practical purposes, as the eye-straining work of reading by poor light naturally induces sleepiness. Conversation happens too, though not the late-night discussions common in the age of electric lights. Married couples might review the day's events, plan tomorrow's tasks, and discuss children or household concerns. But these talks wind down relatively quickly. Candles cost money and tomorrow begins early. Finally, you climb into bed, a process that requires a bit of coordination given the bed's height. Wooden steps or a small stool might assist, or you simply clamber up. The bed curtains close, sealing you into your private domain. The remaining light gets extinguished. A rushlight snuffed, a candle blown out, darkness settling completely. The bed itself feels different from modern mattresses. It's firm, not soft, and it conforms to your body's weight rather than cushioning you above it. The straw beneath rustles with every movement. The wool or linen against your skin carries the smell of the household, wood smoke, cooking, the herbs scattered among stored linens, and the general organic scent of daily life. You lie on your side, most likely, or on your back with knees bent. Sleeping positions recommended by medical authorities who had opinions about which positions promoted health and which encouraged bad dreams or illness. Whether people actually followed this advice is debatable, but the existence of such guidelines shows that even sleep positions carried cultural meaning. Chapter 5, The Pattern of Two Sleeps. One of the most surprising aspects of Tudor sleep habits, at least to modern minds, is the practice of segmented sleep. What historians call first sleep and second sleep, separated by a quiet waking period in the middle of the night. You fall asleep shortly after full darkness arrives, exhausted from a day of physical labour or household management. That first sleep comes easily, your body surrendering to fatigue, melatonin flooding your system unchecked by artificial light. You sleep deeply, dreamlessly, or with the vivid dreams that accompany the first sleep cycles of the night. Then, somewhere around midnight or 1 in the morning, you wake up. This isn't insomnia or a sleep disorder, it's a natural pattern documented across Europe in this period. Your eyes open in the darkness, and your mind surfaces from sleep into a peculiar state of calm wakefulness. You're not anxious or restless, you're simply awake. This quiet hour or two between sleep served various purposes in Tudor life. Some people used it for prayer or meditation, considering it a spiritually significant time, when the barrier between earthly and divine might be thinner. Prayers during this interval were thought to carry special power, and some religious manuals included prayers specifically designated for the midnight watch. Married couples might use this time for intimate conversation or lovemaking. With children and servants sleeping, with daily pressures suspended, the interval between sleeps offered rare privacy. Medical texts from the period suggest this timing for marital relations, claiming that conception was more likely when the body was relaxed but not fully unconscious. Others simply lie quietly, thinking through problems or making mental plans. Without the distractions of daytime, no one calling your name, no tasks demanding attention, you could process thoughts more clearly. Solutions to problems might emerge during these contemplative hours. Decisions that seemed impossible in daylight might resolve themselves in the calm of midnight waking. Some people got up during this interval, moving through the dark house for practical reasons. You might need the chamber pot. You might check on a sick child or elderly parent. You might tend the fire, adding a log if the night was particularly cold, banking it more thoroughly if you'd wake to find it burning too hot. The wealthy might light a candle and read or write. Diaries from the period sometimes mention thoughts recorded during the night watch. Letters might be composed, accounts reviewed, and poems drafted. Some of the era's literary output probably originated in these quiet midnight hours when creative thoughts flowed freely. You might simply lie there listening to the nighttime soundscape of your house and neighbourhood. In winter you'd hear the wind testing shutters, the creak of timber adjusting to temperature changes, and perhaps the scratch of mice in the walls. In summer, insects chirped outside and birds called occasionally. Some species are more active at night than daylight dwellers realise. The practice of segmented sleep aligned with natural human physiology in ways that modern consolidated sleep often doesn't. Without electric lights to suppress melatonin production, and without the stimulation of screens and entertainment, the body naturally settled into this two-phase pattern. You weren't fighting your biology to maintain it. You were simply following what your body did on its own. This interval rarely lasted more than an hour or two. Gradually you'd feel sleep returning, that gentle tug of drowsiness that signalled your body was ready for the second phase of rest. You'd settle back into your straw mattress, pull the wool blankets closer, and slip into second sleep. Second sleep was different from first sleep. Lighter, more prone to dreams, and easier to wake from. You might shift positions more, surface briefly without fully waking, and experience the vivid narrative dreams that happen in the later sleep cycles. Medical authorities believed second sleep was when the body completed its restorative work, balancing the humours, consolidating memories, and preparing for waking life. The transition from second sleep to morning happened gradually as well. You didn't leap awake at an alarm's insistence. Instead, you drifted toward consciousness, perhaps hovering in that half-awake state where dreams and thoughts intermingle, where you're aware of your physical surroundings but not yet ready to engage with them. This sleep pattern, so foreign to modern consolidated 8-hour sleep, was documented not just in England but across Western Europe in this period. References to first and second sleep appear in legal depositions, medical texts, literature and diaries. People scheduled activities around it. A time to meet a lover might be set for after first sleep, implying everyone knew what that meant. The practice began to disappear in the 17th and especially 18th centuries, as artificial lighting improved and nighttime activities became more common. Street lighting in cities, better home lighting, coffee houses staying open late, and theatrical performances extending into evening hours. All these gradually compressed nighttime into a period for consolidated sleep, rather than segmented rest with a contemplative interval. Modern sleep researchers have studied this pattern, sometimes calling it biphasic sleep, or bimodal sleep. When subjects in sleep laboratories are deprived of artificial light for extended periods, many naturally fall into this two-sleep pattern with a quiet waking interval in between. This suggests Tudor sleep habits weren't cultural quirks, but responses to natural human biology, operating without artificial light's interference. Understanding this pattern helps explain various aspects of Tudor life that might otherwise seem puzzling. Why did people go to bed so early, even before full darkness fell? Partly because they'd wake in the middle of the night anyway, so the total time in bed needed to be longer than actual sleep time. Why do period sources describe midnight as a special contemplative time? Because people regularly experienced it in a unique state of consciousness, neither fully asleep nor fully awake in the daytime sense. For you, lying in your Tudor bed with curtains drawn around you, this pattern would feel entirely natural. The transition from first to second sleep wouldn't worry you. It's just how night works, how it's always worked, and how everyone you know experiences it. The quiet hour in darkness, alone with your thoughts or quietly talking with your spouse, represents not disrupted sleep, but an integral part of how human beings rest when aligned with natural rhythms. Chapter 6. Staying warm through winter nights. Winter nights in Tudor England presented genuine challenges, particularly in the brutal months between December and February, when temperatures regularly dropped well below freezing, and houses, despite their fires and inhabitants' best efforts, remained cold by modern standards. Your bedchamber in deep winter might hover around 45 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's with a fire burning somewhere in the house. Without central heating or insulation beyond the straw in the walls and the rushes on the floor, keeping warm became a nightly engineering project involving multiple strategies layered together. The bed curtains, which we mentioned earlier, become crucial wintertime allies. When fully closed, they create what's essentially a tent within the room, trapping the heat generated by your body or bodies and separating you from the colder air beyond. The temperature difference between inside the curtained bed and the outer chamber might be 10 or 15 degrees, significant when you're trying to sleep. That layering principle in the bedding reaches its full expression in winter. You start with the base straw mattress, add the wool topper, then cover yourself with a linen sheet, wool blankets, possibly a coverlet, perhaps a fur throw, and in the coldest weather, your outdoor cloak on top of everything. You're essentially building an insulating nest, with yourself as the heat source at the centre. Warming pans represented one of the era's great bedtime luxuries, long-handled brass or copper pans with perforated lids that held hot coals from the fire. You'd run this device between the sheets before climbing into bed, warming the linen and wool and chasing away the bone-deep chill. For about half an hour after using a warming pan, your bed felt positively toasty, a small miracle on a January night when your breath misted in the air. Not everyone owned warming pans, they were significant investments. Poorer households improvised with heated stones wrapped in cloth, achieving similar results though requiring more care to avoid burns. A stone heated in the fire's edge, wrapped in several layers of wool and tucked at the foot of the bed could keep your toes warm for hours. Bed socks existed, though socks in general were less common than you might expect. Stockings, what we might call long socks or tights, were standard day wear for both sexes, and you might keep these on under your sleeping shift if the night was particularly brutal. The very cold sensitive might add a second layer of everything, though this limits mobility under the heavy blankets. Nightcaps, as mentioned before, weren't optional in winter. A substantial wool cap kept heat from escaping through your head and protected your ears from the cold. Some people also wrapped cloths around their necks, particularly if they were prone to throat ailments in cold weather. Shared body heat became increasingly valuable as temperatures dropped. This is one reason bed sharing was so prevalent. 2 people generate more warmth than 1, and 3 more than 2. Children packed together in a bed weren't just saving space, they were pooling thermal resources. Married couples had an obvious advantage here, though even they might invite a young child into their bed on the coldest nights, despite usual preferences for separate sleeping arrangements. Some households brought small braziers or heated bricks into bedchambers before sleep, warming the air briefly, though these had to be removed before actually sleeping due to the danger of fire and the fumes they produced. Carbon monoxide poisoning wasn't understood in these terms, but people recognised that sleeping with burning coals in an enclosed space could kill you, probably attributing it to bad vapours rather than the actual mechanism of asphyxiation. Rooms above the kitchen or bakehouse were prized in winter because heat from below rose into them. If your family ran an inn or shop with ovens operating into the evening, the chambers above stayed noticeably warmer than others. Some people positioned beds directly above the first floor hearth for similar reasons, accepting the occasional bit of smoke seeping through floorboards in exchange for extra warmth. Draft-proofing became a household project as winter approached. Gaps in shutters got stuffed with rags or sealed with wax. Floors received extra layers of rushes for insulation. Tapestries on walls served decorative purposes, yes, but also created dead air space that reduced heat loss through stone or timber. Even a simple cloth hanging could make a measurable difference. Still, you'd be cold by modern standards. Your nose would be chilly, your face exposed to the air outside the blankets. Getting up in the night to use the chamber pot required genuine courage. Leaving the warm nest meant exposing yourself to frigid air that made your muscles clench and your skin prickle. You'd accomplish your business quickly and dive back under the covers, burrowing in until your body heat warmed everything again. Morning presented the hardest moment, that transition from warm bed to cold room when your body protested vigorously against moving. You'd procrastinate, lingering under the blankets, steeling yourself for the unpleasant but necessary task of getting up and dressing. The first person up had the worst of it. They'd restart the fire and begin warming the house, making it easier for those who followed. Children might wake to frost patterns on the inside of shutters, ice in the washing water, and their breath forming clouds in the air. This wasn't unusual or alarming, it was simply how winter mornings felt. You dressed quickly, layering on garments, moving close to the fire as soon as possible, and beginning the day's work partly to generate body heat through activity. Despite these challenges, Tudor people didn't generally complain about cold the way modern people might. It was expected, normal, and part of the seasonal rhythm of life. You prepared for it, accepted it, and worked with it rather than fighting against it. The return of spring's warmth, when it finally came, felt like a genuine blessing, a relief so profound that people's moods lifted noticeably, with the rising temperatures and lengthening days. Chapter 7. The Soundscape of Night. Lying in your curtained bed in a Tudor night, the sounds surrounding you create an acoustic environment completely different from anything most modern people experience. Let's listen carefully to what you'd hear during those nighttime hours. The house itself provides a constant backdrop of sounds. Timber frames expand and contract with temperature changes, producing creaks, groans, and occasional sharp cracks that might startle you until you learn to recognise them as normal. The thatch on the roof rustles when wind passes over it, a sound like soft scratching or the movement of some large animal, though it's just dried straw shifting against itself. In winter, the wind becomes a dominant presence. It finds every gap in the shutters, producing whistles in different pitches depending on the size of the opening and the wind's strength. It buffets the walls, making the whole structure shudder slightly during the strongest gusts. You can hear it approaching across the landscape, rushing through bare trees before hitting your house, then moving away again into the darkness. Rain on a thatched roof sounds different from rain on modern shingles or tiles, softer, more muffled, like someone pouring dry sand rather than water. Heavy rain creates a steady rushing sound that some people find soothing, a natural white noise that masks other sounds and helps lull you back to second sleep. Animals contribute their voices throughout the night. Mice scurry inside walls, their tiny claws scratching on wood, their squeaks occasionally audible. You accept their presence as inevitable. Keeping a house completely mouse-free is nearly impossible, though you try to prevent them from getting into food stores. Sometimes you hear a thump and a brief struggle as the house cat catches one doing its job. Outside, owls call to each other, their hooting carrying clearly through the still night air. Foxes produce surprisingly disturbing sounds, screams that can sound almost human, particularly unsettling if you're not expecting them. Dogs bark in the distance, one setting off another, creating a chain of canine communication across the neighbourhood. Livestock make nighttime noises too. If you're near a barn, you might hear cattle shifting in their stalls, pigs grunting and horses stamping and blowing air through their nostrils. Chickens sometimes startle awake and cluck nervously before settling back down. These sounds are reassuring in their way. They mean your animals are safe, still alive, and still your wealth and sustenance. Human sounds punctuate the night as well. Someone in the house might snore, the sound carrying from one chamber to another through timber walls that provide less sound insulation than modern construction. Babies cry and get soothed. Young children call out from dreams or need middle-of-the-night comfort. You might hear your neighbours through shared walls if you live in attached townhouses. Their coughs, their conversations, their movements across creaky floors. Church bells mark the passage of nighttime hours in towns and villages. Not every hour gets rung in every place, but midnight typically receives special notice, and some churches ring bells before dawn services. These bells serve practical purposes. They help people track time in the darkness. They call people to prayer at appointed hours, and they provide reassurance that the community's spiritual guardians remain watchful. In cities, night watchmen call out the hours, walking their routes and announcing the time along with the weather conditions. 2 o'clock and all's well, or 3 o'clock and a cold, clear night. These calls serve multiple purposes. They mark time, they announce the watchman's presence to deter criminals, and they provide comfort to those lying awake that someone is keeping guard. The fire, if you can hear it from your chamber, produces its own sounds. Wood pops and hisses as sap turns to steam. Coals shift and resettle in the hearth with soft crashes. On particularly quiet nights, you might even hear the whisper of flames consuming wood. A sound so soft it's barely perceptible but somehow audible in deep silence. Chamber pots get used throughout the night, producing sounds that medieval modesty simply acknowledged and politely ignored. Everyone performed the same biological functions, everyone made the same sounds, and everyone practiced the social fiction of not noticing what they heard from behind bed curtains or from other chambers. Seasonal variations affected the soundscape significantly. Summer nights brought insect choruses, crickets producing their rhythmic chirping, moths batting against shutters drawn to whatever light seeped through cracks. Frogs near ponds or streams added their croaking to the mix. Bats flying overhead produced sounds too high for most human ears, but occasionally audible as soft squeaking. Thunder in summer storms could shake the entire house, each crash followed by the sound of rain intensifying. You'd hear the initial large drops hitting the thatch, then the steady downpour, perhaps the rushing of water through gutters or off eaves, and the sound of the storm passing over like a living thing moving through the landscape. In the quiet periods between sounds, silence itself had a quality different from modern silence. No electric hum of refrigerators or heating systems, no distant traffic sounds, no airplane overhead. Just genuine quiet, broken only by the immediate sounds of your household and natural environment. A silence so complete that modern people who experience it often find it unsettling at first. So accustomed are we to continuous background noise. Your own body produces sounds you might notice in the stillness. Your heartbeat becomes audible when you press your ear against the mattress. Your breathing, your stomach gurgling quietly, the rustle of linen against your skin when you shift position. All become part of the sonic environment when everything else falls still. Some sounds inspired fear or superstition. Unexplained noises might be attributed to spirits or demons testing the household's defences, though most people understood that most mysterious sounds had natural explanations once you learned to identify them. Still, a sudden loud noise in the deep night, its source uncertain, could set your heart racing and make you clutch your religious medals or whisper protective prayers. The return of morning sounds provided its own comfort. The first birds before dawn, roosters crowing, though not always exactly at dawn despite folklore, signalled the approaching end of night. Other birds joined gradually, building toward the dawn chorus. You'd hear the household beginning to stir, people rising, fires being revived, and the sounds of daily life returning to replace the nighttime soundscape. This acoustic world shaped how Tudor people experienced night. Without visual stimuli, with darkness complete behind closed shutters and curtains, hearing became the primary sense connecting you to the world beyond your bed. You learned to interpret sounds, to distinguish normal from alarming, to find comfort in expected noises and concern in unexpected ones. The nighttime soundscape, far from being empty silence, was richly textured with information about weather, animals, neighbours, and the house itself. A constant stream of sonic data that Tudor ears processed instinctively throughout the night. Chapter 8. Dawn and Rising. The transition from night to day happened gradually in Tudor England. A slow emergence from sleep and darkness that aligned with the body's natural rhythms far more than modern alarm clock awakenings. You'd become aware of increasing light first, even before fully waking. The blackness behind your closed eyelids shifts to a lighter shade, as dawn brightens the world beyond your shuttered windows. Thin strips of light appear at the edges of shutters, announcing that night's grip is loosening. The household sounds change character. Where night sounds were sporadic and muted, morning brings purposeful activity. The first person up, often a servant or the housewife herself, moves through the house on specific missions. You hear the scrape of implements at the hearth, working to revive the banked fire. You hear the clunk of logs being added, the creak of the bellows, and the first crackling as flames catch hold. You might lie still for a few minutes, not quite ready to leave your warm nest, listening to the house wake around you. Someone opens a shutter downstairs, admitting light and the fresh morning air. You hear water being poured, feet on stairs, and low voices of people greeting each other and beginning their day's tasks. The quality of light seeping into your chamber changes as the sun rises. What started as pale grey brightens toward gold or silver depending on the weather. On clear mornings, you might see actual shafts of light piercing through gaps in the shutters. On cloudy days, the illumination remains diffuse but still increases to the point where you can distinguish shapes in the room. Rising requires a certain amount of determination on cold mornings. You have to leave your warm cocoon and expose yourself to air that's cold enough to make your skin prickle immediately. The process happens in stages. First, you sit up under the blankets, preparing yourself. Then you emerge, perhaps wrapping a blanket around your shoulders as you swing your legs over the side of the bed. Your feet hit the floor, cold even through any floor covering or discarded clothing you might step on. You move quickly now, motivated by discomfort, reaching for your outer clothes that hang nearby. Dressing happens rapidly, layering on garments that have been sitting in the cold air all night and feel clammy until your body heat warms them. If you're lucky, someone has brought warm water up for washing. If not, you make do with whatever's in the chamber pitcher, probably cold enough to make you gasp when you splash it on your face. This shock of cold waters does wake you effectively though. No need for coffee when ice-cold water hits your skin. Personal prayers might happen now, a quick devotional practice before the day's demands begin. Kneeling by the bed, you'd run through familiar prayers, perhaps adding specific requests relevant to the day ahead. Safety for a journey, success in business dealings, health for a sick family member, anything weighing on your mind as you face a new day. Emptying chamber pots represents one of the less pleasant morning tasks. Someone, usually a servant if you have one or the housewife if you don't, carries these downstairs and out to the privy or to a spot where the contents will be buried or otherwise disposed of. In cities, chamber pots might be emptied into street gutters, a practice that contributed to urban sanitation problems and unpleasant smells. Hair gets attention, particularly for women. That nightcap comes off, revealing hair that needs brushing or combing before being covered again with a coif or other head covering appropriate for the day's activities. Men might run their fingers through shorter hair and call it done, though some attention to grooming happened even for males. Teeth receive quick attention, a rinse of the mouth with water or ale, perhaps running a cloth over teeth to remove the furry feeling that builds overnight. More thorough cleaning might wait until later if guests are expected, or if you're preparing for a special occasion. Beds don't get made in the modern sense. Instead, they get aired. Blankets thrown back, covers folded over the foot of the bed, allowing air to circulate through the bedding. This prevents mustiness and gives moisture from nighttime breathing and sweating a chance to evaporate. In good weather, you might hang blankets out a window or carry them outside to air in the sun, which freshens them remarkably well. Breakfast in Tudor England wasn't the substantial meal it became in later centuries. Many people, especially those doing physical labour, ate something light. Bread with butter or cheese, perhaps ale or small beer, maybe pottage left from the previous evening's supper and reheated. The truly wealthy might have more elaborate morning meals, but for most, breaking fast meant exactly that. Breaking the overnight fast with enough food to start the day, not filling yourself completely. Children need waking and helping, especially younger ones. They're not naturally early risers at this period, lacking the school schedules that would later structure childhood mornings. You might need to coax a child from bed, help with dressing, and make sure faces get washed and hair gets combed. The same parental tasks that cross all time periods. As light increases, you can finally open the shutters fully, admitting the morning into the house. The quality of light tells you much about the day ahead. Clear and bright means fair weather is likely. Grey and flat suggests rain, and particular colours of the dawn sky predict wind or storm depending on folk wisdom accumulated over generations. The house begins to fill with the day's activities. If there's a shop or workshop, its preparations begin. If the household revolves around farming, people move toward barns and fields. If you're in a townhouse with a trade to pursue, tools come out, workspaces get arranged, and the business of making a living begins in earnest. You take your place in this daily rhythm, moving from the private world of sleep and bedroom into the public world of work and community. The transition feels natural, aligned with light and sound and the needs of your body. There's no jarring alarm, no sense of being wrenched from sleep before you're ready. Just a gradual emergence that respects biological rhythms, even as it responds to practical necessities. The morning routine, repeated day after day with minor variations for seasons and circumstances, provides structure and comfort. You know what comes next because it's what always comes next. The predictability might seem boring to modern sensibilities that value variety and novelty, but Tudor people generally found security in repetition, in doing what their parents did, what their grandparents did, and what everyone around them does. By the time full daylight arrives, you're dressed, washed, fed, at least minimally, and engaged in the day's first tasks. The night has fully released its hold. Whatever dreams or thoughts occupied those dark hours fade into memory, as immediate concerns demand attention. The daily cycle that will eventually lead you back to that same bed begins again, as inevitable and natural as the sun's path across the sky. Chapter 9. The cultural meaning of sleep. Sleep in Tudor England carried meanings that extended far beyond the simple biological need for rest. How you slept, where you slept, what you wore, and what surrounded you while sleeping, all these reflected and reinforced the social order, spiritual beliefs, and philosophical understanding of human nature. At the most basic level, sleep represented vulnerability. While sleeping, you couldn't defend yourself, couldn't maintain social masks, and couldn't control your behaviour or appearance. This made the sleeping chamber a space requiring protection, both physical and spiritual. Prayers before bed weren't just empty ritual, they expressed genuine concern about the helpless hours ahead. The bed itself carried enormous symbolic weight. When you made a will, and most people of any means made wills, you specifically bequeathed your bed, naming it as a valuable asset to be passed to particular heirs. The bed represented security, domesticity, and the private life of the family. To inherit someone's bed meant more than gaining a physical object. It meant taking on a piece of their domestic legacy. Marriage beds held particular significance. The marriage bed was blessed by the church, and the act of being bedded, the ceremonial putting to bed of the new bride and groom, marked the transition to married life. Witnesses might actually accompany the couple to the bedchamber, though they'd leave before consummation occurred. The bed thus served as both symbol and stage for one of life's most important transitions. Deaths occurred in these same beds. Most people died at home, in their own beds, surrounded by family. The bed witnessed your birth if you were born at home, your conception, your wedding night, your children's births, and finally your death. Few pieces of furniture participated so intimately in life's major passages. Social hierarchy expressed itself in sleeping arrangements with remarkable clarity. Servants slept on straw pallets on floors or in attics. Middling folk slept in proper beds with decent mattresses. The wealthy slept in massive poster beds with expensive hangings, feather mattresses, and fine linens. Where you slept and what you slept on announced your status as surely as your clothing did during waking hours. Dreams held significance that modern psychology doesn't quite capture. Tudor people believed dreams could carry messages from God, from angels, from the subconscious mind struggling with waking problems, or sometimes from darker sources. Prophetic dreams, warning dreams, dreams that revealed hidden truths, all these appeared in literature and folk belief. You might consult an almanac or a priest about the meaning of a particularly vivid or disturbing dream. The vulnerability of sleep made people careful about who could observe them sleeping. Servants might see their masters in nightclothes, but this was part of the intimate household relationship, balanced by mutual dependencies and understood boundaries. Strangers seeing you sleep, though, represented a kind of violation. Your guard was down, your face relaxed into its true form, and your body positioned without the careful control you maintained while awake. Medical theory connected sleep to the body's humoral balance. Sleep allowed the digestive system to process food, the body to repair itself, and the brain to clear itself of vapours accumulated during waking hours. Too much sleep made you sluggish and phlegmatic. Too little sleep dried out the body's fluids, leading to choleric irritability. The right amount of sleep, which varied by age, constitution and season, maintained equilibrium. Different phases of life required different amounts of sleep. Babies and young children needed much sleep for proper growth. Adults in their prime needed moderate sleep, enough for health, but not so much it encouraged laziness. Elderly people naturally required less, their bodies winding down toward life's end. These patterns seemed obvious through observation, and folk wisdom aligned reasonably well with what modern sleep science has since confirmed. Seasonal sleep patterns reflected the agricultural calendar. Winter allowed slightly longer sleep periods since less daylight meant fewer work hours. Summer demanded earlier rising to make use of long days, though afternoon rests might compensate. The wealthy, less tied to agricultural rhythms, could maintain more consistent schedules, though even they adjusted somewhat to seasonal light changes. Religious observance intersected with sleep in multiple ways. Monks and nuns arose for night prayers, the night offices that divided sleep into segments different from the lay pattern of first and second sleep. Devout lay people might rise at midnight for private prayers, imitating monastic practice. Religious holidays might involve night vigils or dawn processions that disrupted normal sleep patterns. The language people used about sleep carried moral overtones. To be a slug-a-bed, someone who stayed too long in bed, implied moral failure, laziness, and lack of virtue. The early riser demonstrated industry, godliness, and proper household management. Early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise captured this attitude, though that specific formulation came slightly later than the Tudor period. Sleep made you equal to everyone else in a way. The nobleman and the peasant both needed sleep, both experienced dreams, and both lay helpless in the dark. This temporary equality perhaps made sleep slightly troubling to social hierarchies. It suggested that beneath the elaborate social structures, all humans shared basic needs and experiences that no amount of wealth or status could eliminate. Literature of the period used sleep as a metaphor and plot device extensively. Shakespeare, writing at the tail end of this era, filled his plays with sleep imagery. The innocent sleep that knits up the ravelled sleeve of care, the sleep of death, and the prophetic dreams that advance plots or reveal characters' inner states. His audiences understood these references immediately because sleep held such cultural weight. The position you slept in supposedly revealed character traits. Sleeping on your back indicated an open, honest nature. Side sleeping showed balance and moderation. Sleeping on your stomach suggested secretiveness or devious tendencies. Whether anyone actually believed this or just found it amusing is hard to say, but the existence of such folklore shows that even unconscious sleeping positions carried meaning. Nightmares required spiritual explanation. The term itself comes from nightmare, a demon or evil spirit that sat on your chest while you slept, causing bad dreams and difficulty breathing. Other cultures had similar concepts, the succubus and incubus of medieval belief, spiritual beings that visited sleepers with various intentions. Whether people literally believed in these entities or used them as explanations for sleep phenomena like sleep paralysis varied among individuals and regions. The continuity between sleep and death, the resemblance of the sleeping body to a corpse, made sleep both natural and slightly uncanny. You surrendered consciousness, trusted that you'd wake again, but couldn't guarantee it. Every night involved a small act of faith that this sleep wouldn't become permanent sleep. Morning prayers often included thanks for being allowed to wake, an acknowledgement that survival through the night wasn't automatic. This rich web of meaning surrounding sleep made it far more than a biological necessity. Sleep represented spiritual states, social positions, moral qualities, and existential concerns. The rituals surrounding sleep, the prayers, the careful preparations, the symbolic objects like blessed medallions hung near beds, addressed these multiple layers of meaning, acknowledging that when you closed your eyes each night, you entered a realm where the normal rules were suspended and something else, something both dangerous and necessary, took over until dawn. And so we come to the end of our nighttime journey through Tudor England. You've experienced the full cycle from dusk's first shadows, through the depth of night to morning's gradual return. You felt the weight of wool blankets on a cold night, heard the soundscape of darkness, and understood the rhythms of segmented sleep and the cultural meanings woven through every aspect of rest. The modern world has gained much in comfort and convenience, but it has lost something too. That deep alignment with natural rhythms, that acceptance of darkness and its own particular gifts, that sense of sleep as something more than mere unconsciousness between productive waking periods. Tudor people, for all their discomforts and challenges, knew how to rest in ways we've largely forgotten. Perhaps there's wisdom in their practices that we might recover, not by returning to straw mattresses and chamber pots, but by remembering that sleep deserves respect, that darkness has value, and that rest is not idleness, but renewal. As you drift towards sleep in your own time, in your own bed, perhaps you can carry a bit of Tudor wisdom with you. The acceptance of natural rhythms, the appreciation for simple comforts, and the understanding that a good night's rest is not a luxury but a fundamental human need, honoured by generations who slept before you and those who will sleep after you're gone. Sleep well whenever and wherever you find your rest. Imagine what the world was like in 774, when Charlemagne was busy becoming the Holy Roman Emperor, and most people thought the Earth was the centre of everything. It was a time when the most amazing piece of technology you had was a water mill. The news travelled as fast as a horse, and you learned about the universe from a mix of ancient Greek philosophy, Christian theology, and what your grandfather swore he saw in the sky that one night. You lived in a world where the heavens were as reliable as clockwork, or at least as reliable as a sundial, which was the most accurate timepiece you had. The sun rose, the moon went through its phases, and the stars moved in patterns that people have known about since the beginning of recorded history. In a time when so much of life was uncertain, this celestial reliability was more than just useful, it was very comforting. Hollywood might make you think that people in the Middle Ages were primitive, but they weren't. They were skilled astronomers who could predict when eclipses would happen, figure out when Easter would be years in advance, and find their way by the stars with amazing accuracy. Monastery libraries kept careful records of comets, the movements of planets, and other strange things that happened in the sky for hundreds of years. These people didn't freak out at every shooting star. They were experienced skywatchers who could tell the difference between normal and amazing. In comparison to how complicated things are today, the medieval view of the universe was very simple. Earth was in the middle of everything, and around it were crystal spheres that held the moon, planets, and stars in their never-ending dance. The Empyrean was beyond the sphere of fixed stars, and it was where God lived in perfect light. It was a universe that made sense, where everything was in the right place and had a reason for being there. People in 774 lived their lives in ways that most people today have forgotten. You woke up with the sun because candles were expensive and firelight was hard to find. The sun's path across the sky, not the clock, told you how long your workday was. Farmers knew that certain crops should be planted when certain stars came up at dawn. And monks split their prayers into different parts based on the canonical hours that followed the sun's movement. Most people stayed in the same place their whole lives, only moving a few miles away. The next valley, the closest market town, and maybe the regional cathedral were the only things that could reach your world. If you were lucky enough to go on a pilgrimage, you could see them. It would have seemed as strange to you that things happening millions of miles away in space could affect your daily life, as the idea that you could one day video chat with someone on the other side of the world. But even in this small world, people were very aware of the sky. The night was really dark because there were no electric lights to wash out the stars. This made celestial events much more visible and dramatic than they are now. Everyone could see a bright comet, not just astronomers with special tools. The Milky Way looked like a cosmic highway across the sky, and meteor showers were events that whole villages would stay up to watch. Everything was affected by religion, and people often saw celestial events through religious lenses. Strange things happening in the sky could be signs of political change, warnings from God about how to act morally, or signs of the end of the world. The line between astronomy and astrology was not clear, and both were seen as valid ways to understand God's will. In 774, most scholars were monks and priests who could read the works of ancient scholars like Ptolemy, Aristotle, and Pliny the Elder. These texts helped people understand how the world worked, but medieval scholars weren't just passive recipients of ancient knowledge. They also made their own observations and sometimes came to different conclusions than classical authorities. People were curious and observant at the time, but only up to a point. Natural philosophers endeavoured to comprehend God's creation through meticulous examination, holding the belief that the natural world disclosed divine truth. It was important to pay attention to strange events not only because they were scientifically interesting, but also because they could have spiritual meaning. Trade networks linked even the most isolated communities to larger cultural exchanges. A strange story seen in one monastery could travel hundreds of miles along pilgrimage routes, merchant paths, and diplomatic channels to reach chroniclers. Information moved slowly but steadily, making a medieval version of an intellectual network that could keep and share important observations. In this carefully planned world of 774, where the stars followed familiar patterns and strange things happened so rarely that they were memorable, something amazing was about to happen. The universe was getting ready to send Earth a cosmic message that would be recorded in tree rings, ice cores, and historical records. It would take humans over 1,000 years to make the scientific tools needed to figure out what it meant, but the people of 774 didn't know they were about to see proof of one of the most powerful events in the history of the universe. They went about their daily lives taking care of their fields, praying and looking at the stars they knew. They had no idea that invisible radiation was about to fall from space in amounts that wouldn't be seen again for another 1,000 years. Imagine that you're relaxing in your medieval cottage on a normal night in 774, maybe sometime between late winter and early summer. The exact date is lost to history, like so many other details from that time. The sky looks normal, the stars shine as brightly as they always do, and nothing seems out of the ordinary for any other night in your life. But something amazing is happening high above the Earth's atmosphere that people won't fully understand until the 21st century. A huge burst of high-energy particles is hitting Earth's upper atmosphere with a force that has never been seen before. These cosmic rays, which wouldn't be called that for another 1,000 years, are falling from space like an invisible waterfall of radiation, carrying energies that are much bigger than anything human technology can make even today. One of the biggest mysteries of medieval astronomy is where this cosmic bombardment came from. This is partly because the people who were affected couldn't see it directly. This event didn't make any visible light, change the night sky in any big ways, or show any clear signs that something strange was happening, unlike a comet or supernova. It was like being in the middle of the most amazing fireworks show in the history of the universe while wearing a blindfold. What was going on, even though it couldn't be seen, was truly amazing. Protons and other high-energy particles were hitting Earth's atmosphere at almost the speed of light. This caused secondary particles to rain down toward the surface. The intensity was about 20 times higher than normal cosmic ray levels. It was like if the normal gentle spring rain turned into a heavy downpour that lasted for months. These cosmic rays were hitting nitrogen atoms in the upper atmosphere and changing them into carbon-14, the radioactive isotope that archaeologists use to date old things. This process usually happens at a steady, predictable rate, like a cosmic clock that has been ticking steadily for thousands of years. But in 774, that clock suddenly sped up, making carbon-14 at levels that would leave a mark on every living thing on Earth forever. Trees did a great job of recording this event, even though they didn't know they were acting as cosmic historians. They took in extra carbon-14 as they grew in 774 and 775, which scientists would later recognise as one of the most dramatic spikes in the radiocarbon record. Every tree ring from that time held proof of this storm that couldn't be seen. The cosmic rays were also making other isotopic signatures, like beryllium-10 in ice cores and chlorine-36 in rocks. These records of the same event were spread out all over the world, like pieces of a puzzle that wouldn't be put together for more than 1,000 years. The universe was putting invisible tags on Earth that said, something big happened here in 774. But what could have caused such a strong burst of cosmic radiation? Scientists today have come up with a number of possible explanations, each one more dramatic than the last. Maybe two neutron stars, which are city-sized objects with the mass of our sun, crashed into each other in our cosmic neighbourhood, sending out a short but very strong burst of high-energy particles. You can start to understand the energies involved if you picture two atomic nuclei the size of Manhattan crashing into each other at speeds of thousands of miles per second. Another possibility is that a magnetar, which is a neutron star with a magnetic field trillions of times stronger than Earth's, had a huge flare that sent radiation across interstellar space. Magnetars are like crazy cosmic lighthouses that sometimes explode with energy that can be seen from thousands of light years away. If one of these huge stars hiccuped in the right way, Earth would have been in the way of an invisible tsunami of high-energy particles. One of the most interesting possibilities is that Earth saw a gamma-ray burst, which is one of the strongest explosions known to physics, when huge stars collapse into black holes or when strange stellar remnants collide with each other in a way that destroys everything. These events can outshine whole galaxies for a short time. A gamma-ray burst that hit Earth directly could have caused the cosmic ray spike that was seen in 774. The timing of this event is what makes it so interesting. From 774 to 776, medieval records from all over the world talked about strange things that happened, like strange lights in the sky, strange weather patterns, and other things that chroniclers thought were worth noting. These observations may have natural explanations that have nothing to do with cosmic rays, but the connection is interesting enough to make you think about what people who looked at the sky in the Middle Ages might have seen that they couldn't explain. The cosmic ray event of 774 was short by astronomical standards. It probably lasted months instead of years. However, it was strong enough to leave permanent marks in Earth's natural records. It was like getting a cosmic telegram in a language that people wouldn't be able to read for more than 1,000 years, when they had better tools and theories. From a medieval point of view, this storm was completely invisible to any technology or observation method that was available at the time. Cosmic ray events don't leave any visible signs that would alert people, unlike eclipses, comets, or supernovae. The people of 774 were going through one of the most amazing astrophysical events in history, but they had no way of knowing it was happening. But in a way, they were all part of a cosmic experiment, working together without even knowing it to make a time capsule that would help scientists learn more about both medieval history and astrophysics. Every tree that grew, every piece of ice that formed, and every living thing that developed during those important years was quietly leaving behind evidence that would be very useful to researchers 13 centuries later. Even though medieval people couldn't see cosmic rays, the years 774 to 776 were not boring for the people who lived through them. There are records from Europe and Asia that talk about strange things that happened during this time. We can't say for sure that cosmic radiation caused all of them, but the timing is interesting enough to make you wonder what people in the Middle Ages were really seeing. Imagine being a monk in a scriptorium in 775, keeping the chronicle that tells the story of your monastery's most important events. You dip your quill in oak gall ink and write down that the winter has been unusually harsh and that strange colours have appeared in the northern sky a few times. You don't know that more cosmic radiation could change the chemistry of the atmosphere in small ways, or that high-energy particles could cause strange auroras to appear at lower latitudes than usual. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, which is one of the most reliable sources from the Middle Ages, says that a red crucifix appeared in the sky after sunset around this time. Medieval chroniclers were skilled at watching the sky and could tell the difference between normal and strange events. So when they took the time to write down strange celestial events, they were probably seeing something that was really strange. Between 774 and 776, Chinese astronomical records from the Tang dynasty, which kept some of the most advanced celestial observations in the world, noted a number of strange events. Chinese astronomers were especially good at keeping track of comets, novae, and other short-lived events. Their records talk about guest stars and strange atmospheric events that don't match up with any known astronomical events that can be seen from Earth. The Annals of Ulster say that there were strange lights and weather patterns in Ireland during this time. Irish monasteries were places where people could learn and keep detailed records of events on Earth and in the sky. Their chronicles often give us information about things that other sources might miss. The fact that different independent chronicle traditions all record strange things happening at the same time suggests that something strange was really going on. But this is where the story gets really interesting from a human point of view. People in the Middle Ages who saw these things had to make sense of them using what they already knew. This meant that they mostly understood strange things through religious and philosophical lenses instead of scientific ones. A strange light in the northern sky could mean that the government is about to change, that God is unhappy with how people are acting, or that the end of the world is near. People probably thought of the Red Cross in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle as a Christian vision, maybe showing God's judgment or mercy. These interpretations weren't simple or stupid. They were smart tries to make sense of strange events with the best tools available at the time. It also looks like the weather in the Middle Ages was strange from 774 to 776, with different records talking about harsh winters, strange storms, and other weather events that were out of the ordinary. Cosmic rays don't directly control the weather, but they can change the chemistry of the atmosphere in ways that might change how clouds form and how much rain falls. Medieval people would have thought it was magic that invisible particles from space could change the weather on Earth. However, modern research shows that these connections are possible in theory. Some agricultural records from this time, when they still exist, talk about strange crop yields or growing conditions. Farmers in 774 were very aware of small changes in the environment that could have an effect on their crops. They would have noticed if plants were acting differently than they should have. Theoretically, increased cosmic radiation could impact plant growth and development in ways that seasoned farmers might notice, even if they couldn't articulate their observations. Monks may have noticed small changes in how plants grew or flowered in monastery gardens, which were well-kept places. Medieval monasteries kept very detailed records of farming, and some of these records suggest that the weather was strange during the mid-700s and 70s. It is impossible to say for sure if these changes were caused by cosmic radiation or just normal changes in farming, but the timing is interesting. Even if the cosmic ray event itself couldn't be seen, it probably had a big effect on the minds of people living in medieval times. Even though no one could say for sure what was going on, strange lights in the sky, strange weather patterns and strange natural events would have made people feel like something big was happening. People in the Middle Ages lived much closer to the natural rhythms of the world than we do now. This made them more aware of small changes in the environment that people who live in cities today might not notice at all. A farmer who slept outside every night would notice if the aurora appeared at latitudes that were lower than usual. Similarly, a monk who prayed at regular times would notice if the colours of dawn or dusk looked different than usual. When strange things happened in medieval communities, people usually turned to religion more, asked learned people for advice, and paid close attention to other signs that might help them understand what was going on. Communities might set up special prayers, processions, or other religious activities to respond to divine messages that are hidden in natural events. It is especially sad that people in the Middle Ages saw the aftermath of one of the most powerful astrophysical events in history, but they had no way to understand what it really meant or how important it was. They were like people who were trying to understand a symphony but could only hear a few notes here and there, or who were trying to enjoy a painting but could only see random brushstrokes. But their careful observations and detailed records, which are still kept in monastery chronicles and royal annals on several continents, give modern scientists important information about both the cosmic ray event and its possible effects on Earth. Medieval chroniclers, writing by candlelight in stone scriptoriums, made records that would be very useful to astrophysicists 13 centuries later. People living between 774 and 776 experienced mystery in its purest form, things that were clearly important, but couldn't be explained by what they already knew. They used the tools they had: careful observation, keeping detailed records, and thinking about what they saw using religious and philosophical traditions that had helped people understand things for a long time. Picture yourself as a detective trying to figure out a mystery that happened more than 1200 years ago. The only clues you have are scattered across royal archives, monastery libraries, and the hidden records written in tree rings and ice cores. When modern scientists first found proof of the 774 cosmic ray event, they had to put together medieval chronicles and the most advanced astrophysics to figure it out. In the early 2000s, researchers looking at tree ring data saw something amazing that led to the big discovery. The amount of carbon-14 in wood samples from 774 to 775 went up a lot, which hasn't happened in the last few thousand years. It was like nature had suddenly switched pens to write the same story, making a signature so unique that it could be seen in trees from Japan to Germany to North America. But what makes this discovery so interesting is that the same strange thing happened at the same time in many different records all over the world. Ice cores from Antarctica and Greenland had higher levels of beryllium-10 and other isotopes that are made when cosmic rays hit other particles. Coral growth rings from tropical oceans showed signs of the same event in their chemical makeup. It was like seeing the same fingerprint at crime scenes on different continents. Medieval chroniclers, who wrote by candlelight with quill pens, unknowingly recorded pieces of this cosmic puzzle in their careful notes about strange events. It was no longer just a strange medieval superstition that the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle mentioned a red crucifix in the sky. It could be useful scientific information about how cosmic radiation affects the atmosphere. Chinese astronomical records were especially useful because astronomers in the Tang dynasty kept very detailed records of celestial events. Their records of guest stars, strange lights, and atmospheric anomalies from 774 to 776 helped us understand how experienced skywatchers might have seen such an event with the tools they had at the time. To connect medieval chronicles to modern astrophysics, you had to think about things in a way that was like going back in time. Researchers needed to comprehend not only the observations made by medieval individuals, but also how these observations would have been interpreted and documented within their cultural and scientific contexts. Medieval chroniclers would have used the language of omens, wonders, and divine signs to write about something that we could describe in terms of particle physics and atmospheric chemistry. The result of this cross-disciplinary detective work was a picture of an event that was both dramatic and invisible. No medieval technology could have detected the cosmic ray bombardment itself, but careful observers might have been able to see its secondary effects, such as strange auroras, atmospheric phenomena, and maybe even small changes in weather patterns. The timing of events recorded in medieval chronicles roughly matches the time when cosmic ray levels were high. This suggests that some of the strange things that medieval writers wrote about may have been caused by the invisible radiation storm. It's like finding out that puzzle pieces that seemed unrelated actually fit together to make a whole picture when you look at them from the right angle. Islamic astronomical records from Baghdad and Cordoba also talk about strange things that happened during this time. Medieval Islamic astronomers were some of the best at observing celestial events in the world. Their records often add to and clarify what European and Chinese sources have said. The worldwide nature of these records suggests that what was happening was truly global, not just in one area. Modern researchers have a hard time figuring out which cosmic ray effects are real, and which are just the normal background of strange events that medieval chroniclers wrote about all the time. People in the Middle Ages lived in a world where comets, eclipses, strange weather, and many other events were always happening and being seen as important. To figure out which anomalies might be linked to the cosmic ray event, you need to carefully look at the timing, global distribution, and the specific nature of the reported phenomena. One of the most interesting things about medieval records is how consistent they are across different cultures. When Irish monks, Chinese court astronomers, and Islamic scholars in Spain all write about strange things happening in the sky at the same time, it means they were seeing something that was really strange, and not just what people in their cultures thought were signs of bad luck or good luck. This cosmic mystery shows how modern science works best when people work together. Astrophysicists offered theoretical frameworks for comprehending cosmic ray phenomena and their possible impacts. Historians and archaeologists helped by sharing their knowledge of medieval sources and the historical context. Geochemists and climatologists studied tree rings, ice cores, and other natural records that keep chemical traces of events from long ago. The 774 event is especially useful for science because it can be used as a kind of cosmic calibration tool. Scientists can better understand similar but smaller events in the geological and historical record by studying how this intense cosmic ray event changed Earth's atmosphere and biosphere. It's like having a Rosetta Stone to help you figure out what cosmic ray signatures mean in natural archives. The medieval chroniclers who wrote about strange events in 774 to 776 were part of a scientific collaboration that they could never have imagined. Their meticulous observations, documented in manuscripts dispersed throughout monastery libraries and royal archives, yielded essential evidence for comprehending one of the most consequential astrophysical occurrences in recorded history. Scientists can now read the cosmic signatures hidden in tree rings and ice cores thanks to modern technology. However, medieval people who saw the event gave scientists the context they needed to understand how it might have looked to people who lived through it. The combination of high-tech analysis and careful historical research has uncovered a story that neither method could have found on its own. The people who saw the 774 cosmic ray event had no idea they were witnessing astronomical history, but their careful record-keeping and detailed observations made a time capsule that would be very useful to researchers more than 1,000 years later. It's a reminder that observations that seem unrelated can sometimes show their true importance only when looked at from the point of view of later scientific knowledge. Imagine waking up on a normal morning in 775 when the year before had brought news of strange events from all over the world. You get up with the sun because that's when life starts in a time before electric lights. When you step outside your home, whether it's a peasant's cottage, a monastery cell, or a merchant's house, you might look up at the sky and realise that something strange has been happening up there. The cosmic ray event that peaked in 774 was making small changes in your environment that you couldn't see, but the strange things that chroniclers and travellers wrote about were adding a sense of wonder and uncertainty to everyday life. People in the Middle Ages were used to living with mystery. They knew that a lot of things about the natural world were beyond human understanding, but the fact that there were so many strange reports during this time made them feel like big changes might be happening in the cosmic order. No matter if you were a devout monk following the canonical hours or a farmer giving thanks for another day of life, your morning routine would always start with prayers. But prayers from the Middle Ages often asked for protection from all kinds of natural and supernatural threats. The reports of strange lights and unusual weather might have made these requests seem more important than usual. You lived in a time when the line between natural and supernatural explanations was not very clear. Strange things could be seen as either divine messages or bad omens. Most people in 775 were farmers, so they had to pay close attention to natural signs and seasonal patterns all the time. To be successful in farming in the Middle Ages, you had to be able to read subtle signs in the environment, like when to plant based on the temperature and moisture of the soil, how to tell when the weather would change based on the clouds and wind patterns, and how to tell when it was time to harvest. People whose survival depended on being able to read nature's signals would notice any strange changes in the environment right away. The higher levels of cosmic radiation that were falling on Earth at this time could have had an effect on plant growth that experienced farmers might have noticed. Medieval farmers were very sensitive to changes in how crops grew and developed, even though the effects would be small compared to more obvious factors like weather and soil quality. If a farmer worked the same fields for years, they would notice if the plants were acting even a little bit differently than they were used to. Monastery gardens, in particular, were carefully controlled spaces where small changes might be easier to see. Monks who took care of herb gardens and medicinal plants were trained to be very observant and pay close attention to how plants grew and how healthy they were. Because they knew so much about how plants normally behave, they might have been able to spot things that less experienced observers would have missed. The psychological climate of daily life during this era was likely affected by the proliferation of anomalous reports from various regions and sources. Medieval communication networks, which were based on trade routes, pilgrimage routes, and diplomatic contacts, moved information slowly but steadily. Strange stories from faraway places would slowly make their way into local communities, making people feel like the normal order of things was changing in some way. People in the Middle Ages knew that big events often made themselves known through natural signs and omens. Medieval people strongly believed that strange events could happen before big changes in politics, society, or religion. People who lived at the time would have thought that something important was going on, when several sources reported strange events happening at the same time, even if they didn't know exactly what it was. People might have talked about strange weather, strange lights, and other strange things that travellers and chroniclers had seen more often during this time. Because medieval communities were small, interesting news spread quickly. The collection of strange reports would have given people interesting things to talk about at communal meals, market days, and other social events. People who worked outside would have had more chances to see strange weather patterns that people who worked inside might not have seen. Blacksmiths, carpenters, and other craftsmen who worked outside would have been in a good position to notice changes in the colours of the sky, strange cloud shapes, or other atmospheric oddities that could be related to the invisible cosmic ray bombardment that is hitting the upper atmosphere of Earth. During this time, people might have spent more time watching the sky at night, because they were more aware of the possibility of strange celestial events. People in the Middle Ages were already good at looking at the stars. The night sky was much clearer without light pollution, and looking at the stars was important for keeping track of time and finding your way. But reports of strange lights and atmospheric anomalies would have made them even more careful about what they saw at night. During 775, religious observances may have encompassed specific prayers or rituals intended to appropriately address the enigmatic signs that appeared with notable frequency. Medieval Christianity offered frameworks for interpreting natural phenomena as divine communications, and communities may have organised supplementary religious activities to ensure appropriate responses to perceived celestial messages. Life in the Middle Ages was still governed by the seasons, even though strange things were happening in the background. No matter how many cosmic rays were in the air or how many strange lights were in the sky, spring planting, summer cultivation, autumn harvest and winter preservation activities all followed their old patterns. But there may have been more talks about what current events mean and what they could mean for the future while the work was going on. Merchants and travellers, who had the most information about different parts of the world in medieval times, were very important in spreading news about strange events to different areas. A merchant who travelled between cities a lot could act as an unofficial clearinghouse for stories about strange things that happened, letting people compare what happened in their own area with what happened in other places. The cumulative effect of living through a time when strange things happened more often than usual was probably a stronger feeling of living in important times. People in the Middle Ages knew that they were part of ongoing historical stories, like the history of their kingdoms, the history of the Bible, and the story of Christendom. They thought that strange natural events might mean that important parts of these bigger stories were being written. What makes this especially sad is that the people of 775 were going through a very important event in the universe, even though they had no idea what it really was. One of the strongest cosmic ray bombardments ever recorded was happening, but people at the time couldn't see it. It left permanent marks in tree rings and ice cores. They were making records that would be very useful to scientists 1,000 years later, but they didn't know it at the time. The story of how modern scientists figured out what happened during the 774 cosmic ray event is like a detective novel for smart people, with clues hidden in Japanese cedar trees, Greenlandic ice sheets, and the margins of medieval manuscripts. It's a story that shows how the most advanced science of the 21st century can sometimes rely on the careful notes of monks from the 8th century who were just trying to write down what they saw in the world around them. As is often the case with scientific breakthroughs, the discovery started when someone noticed that the data didn't look quite right. Researchers studying radiocarbon levels in tree rings in the early 2000s were creating detailed timelines of past weather conditions when they found something that had never been seen before. A huge rise in carbon-14 levels that happened all over the world in trees between 774 and 775. Imagine the moment when these scientists first understood what they were seeing. Radiocarbon dating works because cosmic rays change nitrogen in the air into carbon-14 at rates that are fairly predictable. For thousands of years, this process has been running like a clock in space, making a baseline that archaeologists and climate researchers use to date old things. But in 774, that steady clock in space suddenly sped up. The spike was huge, about 20 times higher than normal levels of cosmic rays, and it happened all over the place at the same time. During their 774 to 775 growth rings, trees in Japan, Germany, North America, and other parts of the world all showed the same huge rise in carbon-14 incorporation. It was like finding out that every clock in the world had run fast for a short time in the same year over 1200 years ago. At first, scientists didn't know what could have caused such a big and sudden event around the world. Testing nuclear weapons in the 1960s had caused fake radiocarbon spikes, but the natural historical record didn't have anything like what they were seeing in 774. In theory, solar flares could cause more cosmic rays, but the 774 event was so big that it was bigger than any known solar storm. The big step forward happened when scientists started looking for other natural records that keep cosmic ray signatures that could back up their findings. Antarctic ice cores, which trap gases and particles from the atmosphere in layers that look like pages in a frozen book, showed higher levels of beryllium-10 and other isotopes made by cosmic ray interactions during the same time period. Coral growth rings from tropical oceans had other chemical signs of the same event. Scientists were sure they were looking at something truly new in the historical record, because evidence from many different sources, tree rings, ice cores, and coral reefs, all pointed to the same amazing event that happened in 774 to 775. But figuring out what happened was just the first step in understanding it. What might have caused such a strong burst of cosmic radiation? This is where medieval chronicles became an unexpectedly important part of the scientific equation. Scientists figured out that if cosmic ray levels had gone up a lot between 774 and 775, there might be indirect proof of what happened in historical records from that time. Chroniclers from the Middle Ages were skilled at noticing strange things in the sky and the air, and they may have seen things that could be linked to higher levels of cosmic radiation. Researchers had to think like both scientists and historians in order to link medieval observations to modern astrophysics. They had to know not only what people in the Middle Ages might have seen, but also how those observations would have been understood and recorded in the 8th century's ways of knowing and believing. A phenomenon that contemporary scientists would characterize through the lens of particle physics may be depicted in medieval chronicles as an omen, miracle, or divine sign. The interdisciplinary investigation yielded evidence that medieval observers discerned unusual phenomena during the years 774 to 776. The Anglo-Saxon chronicles mention of a red crucifix in the sky, Chinese records of guest stars and atmospheric anomalies, and other chronological accounts of strange lights and weather patterns from this time suddenly became more important as possible proof of cosmic ray effects. The scientific teamwork needed to solve this mystery is an example of how modern research works best. Astrophysicists came up with theoretical models of what could cause such strong cosmic ray bursts. Scientists who study the atmosphere talked about how high-energy particles could change the chemistry of the upper atmosphere. Historians and archaeologists offered their knowledge of medieval sources and timelines. Geochemists created ways to get cosmic ray signatures from natural archives. Each piece of evidence backed up and made the others clearer. The tree ring data gave very accurate measurements of when and how big things were. The analysis of ice cores confirmed that the event affected the whole world. Medieval chronicles provided perspectives on the potential perceptions of the event's secondary effects by human observers. Theoretical astrophysics proposed potential origins for such a profound cosmic ray burst. The most likely explanation is that Earth was hit by radiation from either a gamma-ray burst, which is one of the strongest explosions known in the universe, or a huge stellar flare from a magnetar, which is a neutron star with very strong magnetic fields. Either of these events could have caused the high-energy particle bombardment that made the isotopic signatures found in natural archives from 774 to 775. This discovery is especially important because it is one of the most powerful astrophysical events that has ever been recorded. Gamma-ray bursts are so powerful that they can briefly outshine whole galaxies. If one happened close enough to Earth to cause the 774 cosmic ray spike, it would be a very rare astronomical event. We're talking about things that happen maybe once every few thousand years in our part of the universe. The effects go beyond just figuring out what happened in one strange event. The 774 cosmic ray spike is a good way to figure out how these kinds of events affect the atmosphere and biosphere of Earth. Scientists can better understand similar but less dramatic cosmic ray changes throughout geological history by looking at the isotopic signatures left behind by this well-known event. Modern technology has made it possible for scientists to read chemical signatures in natural archives with amazing accuracy. However, medieval chroniclers gave us the human context we need to understand how people living through these events might have seen them. The combination of high-tech analysis and careful historical research found a story that neither method could have found on its own. Those who lived through the 774 cosmic ray event could never have guessed that their careful observations would one day help scientists learn more about neutron stars, gamma-ray bursts, and cosmic ray physics. But their detailed records, which are still kept in monastery libraries and royal archives, were very important for solving one of the biggest astrophysical mysteries in history. As you get more comfortable in your reading spot, maybe while you finish your evening tea, let's think about how a cosmic event that lasted only a few months in 774 has changed how we think about the universe for more than 1,000 years. It's a story about how things we can't see can leave permanent marks on the world, and how those marks can wait hundreds of years for someone to learn how to read them. Scientists now call the cosmic ray event of 774 the most dramatic radiocarbon spike in recorded history. Its effects go far beyond just being an interesting data point for astrophysicists. This event fundamentally changed how we think about the relationship between cosmic phenomena and terrestrial life, showing that even systems on Earth that seem stable can be drastically changed by rare but powerful events happening millions of miles away in space. The tree rings that recorded this cosmic bombardment are still around today, preserved in old wooden buildings, archaeological sites, and forests around the world. Every piece of wood that grew between 774 and 775 has a chemical signature of that amazing year in its cells, like a molecular autograph written by the universe itself. This invisible timestamp links medieval cathedrals, ancient temples, and archaeological artifacts from this time period to one of the most important astrophysical events in human history. The 774 event has changed the way we do modern radiocarbon dating. Before this discovery, scientists thought that levels of carbon-14 in the atmosphere had stayed pretty stable over time, with only small changes caused by solar activity and other things that could be predicted. The sudden rise in 774 showed that assumption was wrong, which led to more advanced calibration methods that take into account sudden cosmic ray events. The 774 event has helped make archaeological dating more accurate. Thanks to this unique cosmic signature, we can now date artifacts from the late 8th century with more accuracy than ever before. It's like having a universal timestamp that shows up in organic materials from all over the world. This lets archaeologists line up their timelines with amazing accuracy. The effects on our understanding of medieval history have been just as big. The 774 cosmic ray event serves as a stable chronological reference, aiding historians in correlating events across diverse cultural traditions and geographical areas. When Chinese chronicles, European monasteries and Middle Eastern sources all write about strange things happening at the same time, it makes sense that these events could be connected to the same cosmic event. Climate science has also gained insights from comprehending the influence of cosmic rays on Earth's atmospheric chemistry. The 774 event was too short to change the climate in the long term, but it did show that cosmic radiation can affect atmospheric processes in ways that climate models need to take into account. Contemporary researchers examining historical climate variations are increasingly focusing on cosmic ray fluctuations as a potential influence on atmospheric chemistry alterations. Researchers are now actively looking for similar events in the geological record. Scientists are now looking for more cosmic ray spikes that are hidden in tree rings, ice cores, and other natural records. They want to find more times when Earth was hit by strong radiation from space. Every new piece of information helps us understand how often these things happen and what they might do. The 774 event has changed how we study space weather. Cosmic rays can damage modern satellites and electronic systems, and knowing how extreme events have happened in the past can help engineers make technology that can survive them. The 774 spike is a good example of the kinds of cosmic ray intensities that Earth's technology might need to be able to handle during rare but powerful astrophysical events. The need for scientists and historians to work together to understand the 774 event has led to new models for how these two fields can work together. Astrophysicists now often ask medieval historians for help, and climatologists and archaeologists work together to learn more about how the environment has changed over time. Researchers are realizing that to fully understand complex phenomena, they need to look at them from many different angles. This has made the lines between different academic fields less clear. The discovery of 774 has changed the way both history and science are taught in schools. The story shows how modern scientific tools can get information from old materials that people in the past couldn't get to, while also showing how important it is to carefully observe history in order to understand scientific data. Students learn that to understand the past, they often need to use the best technology and the best research. The 774 event has also changed the way we think about how people see natural events. Medieval chroniclers who wrote about strange weather events in 774 to 776 were doing scientific research that they could never have imagined, and the information they gathered would be useful 1,000 years later. Their careful observations remind us that even records that seem unimportant might have information that future generations will find very useful. The 774 story has helped people understand astronomy better because it shows how Earth is part of a changing and sometimes violent cosmic environment. The 774 event had a direct effect on our planet. Unlike black holes or galaxies that are far away, we can still see the effects today. It makes the universe seem more real and important to everyday life. The discovery has also made us think about how these cosmic ray events might have changed human history in ways we don't yet know about. If strong cosmic radiation can change the chemistry of the atmosphere and possibly change the weather, climate, or even biological processes, then rare but powerful cosmic events may have had an impact on historical events that we don't know about. Understanding events like the 774 cosmic ray spike has helped shape modern talks about existential risks and planetary defense. Cosmic ray bursts don't directly threaten Earth as much as asteroid impacts or supervolcanic eruptions do, but they do show that Earth is in a cosmic environment where rare but powerful events can have global effects. When making plans for the long-term survival of humanity, we need to think about all the cosmic events that could have an effect on our planet. The 774 event has become a touchstone for talks about how scientific discovery and historical understanding are related. It shows how the most advanced modern technology can sometimes show that ancient observers were more accurate than people thought, and how careful historical research can help us understand scientific data better. The cosmic ray event of 774 is a reminder that the universe is full of things we don't fully understand yet. There may be signs of cosmic events in every tree ring, every layer of ice core, and every well-preserved medieval chronicle that we haven't yet figured out how to find or understand. The storm that hit Earth in 774 was invisible, and waited more than 12 centuries for people to learn how to figure out what had happened. The legacy of the 774 event keeps changing as new ways of doing research and new ways of thinking about things come up. Scientists in the future will surely find more proof and come up with new ways to explain what happened that year. As people learn more and technology gets better, the cosmic ray spike that people in the Middle Ages didn't understand will keep giving up its secrets. What started as an invisible bombardment of high-energy particles has turned into a link between medieval chroniclers and modern astrophysicists, ancient trees and modern climate science, and human observation and cosmic events. It shows that the universe is always writing its own story in the natural world around us, using languages that we're still learning how to read. As we come to the end of our journey through this cosmic mystery, it's a good idea to think about what the 774 event teaches us about how we fit into the larger universe. This astrophysical event was so strong that it left permanent marks on every living thing on Earth, but the people who were there couldn't see it at all. It's a humbling reminder that we are part of cosmic systems whose workings we're only starting to understand. In 774, radiation came down from space and connected Earth to events happening at distances and scales that are hard to imagine. The high-energy particles that hit our atmosphere came from colliding neutron stars, exploding magnetars, or gamma-ray bursts from dying stars. They had to travel across interstellar space to get to us. The trees that recorded this event in their growth rings were, in a very real way, recording the death throes of stars that had lived and died millions of years before humans were around. This cosmic link goes against the medieval view that the Earth was at the centre of a small, understandable universe. The people of 774 lived in a universe that seemed to be in order. The stars were in a celestial sphere, with Earth at the centre and divine purpose as the main idea. The real universe that sent them cosmic radiation was so big that people in the Middle Ages couldn't even imagine it. It It was full of things that could affect Earth over distances so great that light itself took years to cross them. The medieval view of how everything in the universe is connected wasn't completely wrong, though. Medieval thinkers thought that events in the sky could affect things on Earth, even though their ideas about how this worked were wrong. The idea that Earth is part of larger cosmic systems that can affect local conditions was very smart. The cosmic ray event of 774 showed that explosions of stars that happen light years away can have effects on things that happen on Earth. The fact that the 774 event was invisible also shows how limited our senses are, and how important it is to make tools that help us see more clearly. People in the Middle Ages were very good at watching the sky. They could accurately predict eclipses, follow the movements of planets, and spot strange celestial events. But in the 8th century, there was no way to see cosmic ray bombardment at all. Because of this technological limitation, people who were witnessing one of the most dramatic astrophysical events in recorded history had no direct way to find out what was going on. It was like trying to understand a symphony while only hearing a few notes here and there, or trying to enjoy a huge landscape while only seeing small details through a small window. The creation of scientific tools that can find cosmic ray signatures in natural materials is a big step forward for human senses. We can see things that we couldn't see directly by looking at tree rings, ice core chemistry, and isotopic dating. We've learned how to read cosmic messages written in the molecular structure of old wooden ice. This lets us get information that no other generation of humans could get. This growth in perceptual ability has shown that Earth keeps detailed records of cosmic events that have happened over time. There are chemical traces of past cosmic ray changes in every old tree, every ice sheet, and every coral reef. The Earth is like a huge library of astronomical events, just waiting for people to make the tools they need to read it. The 774 discovery also shows that scientists often need to look at things over very different timescales to understand them. The cosmic ray event itself may have lasted for months, but its effects can still be seen in things that are over 1,200 years old. Chroniclers from the Middle Ages wrote down what they saw within years or decades of the event. Modern scientists, on the other hand, only found the cosmic ray spike after developing analytical methods that took hundreds of years to perfect. To understand the 774 event, people from different academic fields and historical periods had to work together. Medieval monks who kept careful records of the stars were unknowingly taking part in research that wouldn't be finished until the 21st century. Their patient observations, which have been kept in monastery libraries for over 1,000 years, gave scientists the information they needed to solve a cosmic mystery they could never have imagined. This temporary partnership makes me think about what information we might be recording today that will be useful to researchers hundreds of years from now. Our extensive records of weather, climate, and cosmic ray changes could one day help scientists figure out astronomical events that we can't see or understand right now. We might be unwitting subjects in scientific studies that will not conclude until well after our departure. The 774 event also shows that rare but powerful events can have effects that last long after they're over. The bombardment of cosmic rays may have lasted for months, but it left behind permanent marks that have changed our understanding of radiocarbon dating, archaeological chronologies, and how Earth and space interact for more than 1,000 years. Short events can have effects that last for hundreds of years. The 774 cosmic ray event makes us think about our place in systems that work on scales that are bigger than what we can see and feel. We live in galactic neighbourhoods where stars can explode and change the chemistry of the atmosphere on planets that are light years away. Every day we live our lives against the backdrop of cosmic processes that follow physical laws we are still learning about. The human response to cosmic mystery, exemplified by the meticulous observation, comprehensive documentation, and profound interpretation exhibited by medieval chroniclers, signifies a distinctively valuable aspect of the universe. To the best of our knowledge, Earth is the sole location where conscious entities are systematically observing, documenting, and analysing cosmic events in an effort to comprehend their significance and consequences. The people of 774 were exposed to cosmic radiation without knowing where it came from or what it meant. They were curious and careful and made detailed records that would be very helpful to future generations. Their reaction to the unknown, neither panicking nor ignoring strange events, but instead carefully observing and recording, shows the best of human scientific instinct. Researchers today who are looking into the 774 event are following in the footsteps of medieval chroniclers by carefully observing and thoughtfully interpreting what they see. They use tools that medieval chroniclers could never have imagined, but they still use the same basic methods of systematic data collection and collaborative analysis. The enduring human curiosity regarding cosmic phenomena links us through the ages to individuals who also marvelled at the universe's operations. As you get ready to end this story and maybe go to sleep, think about how you're a part of this ongoing human project to understand cosmic events. The stars you might see through your window are in the same part of the galaxy that sent cosmic radiation to Earth in 774. The universe that made that old mystery is still telling its story in tree rings, ice cores, and things that people see that future generations will be able to figure out. The cosmic ray event of 774 is a reminder that there are many things in the universe that we haven't yet learned to see or understand. Every night sky has signs of things that might be happening on Earth that we can't see yet. The invisible storm that hit Earth over 12 centuries ago is just one example of the cosmic dramas that are always happening around us. Most of them are still waiting for humans to get the tools and knowledge they need to understand how important they are. Sweet dreams. I hope you dream of medieval monks carefully writing down strange things by candlelight, not knowing that they were making data for astrophysicists 13 centuries in the future. This is a reminder that every careful observation, every preserved record, and every moment of wonder about the cosmos might one day help us solve mysteries we haven't even thought to ask about yet. As you fall asleep, wrapped in the warmth of your modern blanket in a world lit by electric lights that would have seemed magical to people in 774, take a moment to think about the amazing story we've shared. Over 1,200 years ago, an invisible cosmic storm hit Earth. It left its mark on every tree that grew, every piece of ice that formed, and every living thing that was alive during those important months. People in the Middle Ages who lived through this event, farmers tending their fields, monks copying manuscripts by candlelight, and scholars tracking the movement of planets, had no way to see the high-energy particles falling from space, but they reacted to the strange things they could see with the same careful observation and thorough record-keeping that is typical of the best scientific instinct in humans. Their detailed records, which were kept in monasteries and royal archives all over the world, eventually gave modern scientists important information about one of the most powerful astrophysical events in history. People in the Middle Ages who wrote with quill pens unknowingly helped researchers in the 21st century, who used particle accelerators and mass spectrometers. As our analytical tools get better and our theoretical understanding of stellar phenomena grows, the cosmic ray event of 774 keeps giving us new information. There is no doubt that future generations will find more proof and come up with new ways to understand what happened that amazing year. The invisible storm that people in the Middle Ages felt but didn't understand will keep teaching us about how the universe works for many years or even centuries to come. But maybe the most important thing we can learn from this cosmic mystery is that the universe is always making new things that we haven't yet figured out how to see or understand. There may be signs of cosmic events in every tree ring, every layer of ice core, and every careful historical observation that we don't yet know how to look for. The natural world keeps detailed records of astronomical events in chemical languages that we're still learning to read. As you get ready for bed tonight, cosmic rays are softly falling on Earth from faraway parts of the galaxy. This has been happening every night for billions of years. Most of this radiation is too weak to leave any traces, but stars in our cosmic neighbourhood are living and dying in ways that could one day send more powerful bursts of high-energy particles toward Earth. Future observers, maybe even your own descendants, might look back at this time and wonder what cosmic events we went through without knowing. They could find signs of stellar events in materials from our time, signs that our current technology isn't advanced enough to find or understand. The universe might be sending us messages in our modern world that we won't be able to understand until we come up with new tools and ways of thinking. People in 774 were part of cosmic history without even knowing it. They made records that would be very useful to researchers 1,000 years later. We might also be unknowingly taking part in astronomical studies that won't be finished until long after we're gone. Our careful observations and thorough record-keeping may one day help us figure out cosmic mysteries that we can't even begin to imagine. The invisible cosmic storm of 774 connects medieval wonder to modern understanding, ancient observations to modern astrophysics, and human curiosity to the huge processes that shape our universe. It reminds us that we live in systems that are much bigger than what we can see and feel right now, but we have the unique ability to observe, record, and slowly understand these cosmic events. As you fall asleep, you are part of a story that has been going on for a long time. From medieval chroniclers to modern scientists, from observations made long ago to discoveries that will happen in the future. The same universe that sent cosmic radiation to Earth in 774 surrounds you tonight. It is full of things that future generations will study and understand in ways we can't even imagine right now. The mystery of 774 shows us that with time, careful record keeping, and working together to figure things out, we can find out things that seem impossible to know. Writing by candlelight in the Middle Ages and studying isotopic signatures today are both parts of the same big human project, figuring out where we fit in the universe. Sleep well, knowing that you're part of this ongoing story of cosmic discovery. The universe around you is full of amazing things that future generations of curious people will discover, understand, and appreciate. These people will share our wonder about how the world works beyond what we can see. The invisible storm of 774 shows us that the most important events in cosmic history might happen right next to us, without us even knowing it, leaving clues for future observers to find and figure out. Every night, the universe gets new cosmic radiation, new stellar events, and new chances to write its own history in the natural records that are all around us. Think of the dreams of medieval chroniclers and modern scientists, cosmic rays and ancient trees, invisible storms and careful observation. Think about the ongoing human project of figuring out the universe and your place in a story that connects careful observers across centuries of cosmic mystery and discovery.